Chapter 62. Exiting the train station and being greeted by a cheery sun and plenty of fluffy white clouds, Tayuya couldn't help but grin as she is flanked by Fu and Naruto. New battle clothes including blue cargo pants that were lightly armored, a deep red tank top covered by a black windbreaker and last, her headband proudly displaying her Yuzushio crest. The only thing missing might be the Kage's hat. Not that they had one, yet. But that would be Naruto's to wear first. Kanabo unsealed and ready on her back, she leads the way as they weave through the crowds towards the bridge. Mind drawn inward as they walked, Tayuya could say proudly that she had come a long way from the scrappy and foul-mouthed underdog that she had been under Orochimaru. She had worked hard not only to change herself and her mannerisms, but the way people perceived her. Sure, she still had a bit of a foul mouth and was quick to throw hands or step in to stop a brawl, but she was also the first to offer a hand in kindness. Children all over the city knew her, parents appreciated her, and even now people she didn't even know knew her by name. She had become a valued member of her community. Nearly as beloved as Naruto to some. Smiling as she waved to several construction workers heading towards the station most likely bound for the ninja fortress, she considered that it was a positive change. Almost unnoticed, Tsunami sidled up next to her as they reached the market just before the bridge. "Shall I prepare for anything, Tayuya?" Shaking her head, Tayuya looks to the older woman who had given her such encouragement when they first found their way here and started things. "No, we'll keep those assholes far away from Yuzu and Wave. I'd say just tell the others to have a big meal ready for us when we return." Smiling and nodding, Tsunami lightly pats Tayuya on the shoulder. "You've come a long way and become so important to us all. Don't do anything reckless." Rolling her eyes, Tayuya grins. "I'm not my husband, I'll be fine." Seeing Tsunami fade back into the crowd and still wondering how she did that so effortlessly, Tayuya squares her shoulders. She would protect this city that valued and respected her. That accepted her as a person, not a tool. She would prove that she wasn't the small little girl that only looked out for herself. Fu bounces along next to her as they hit the bridge. "They sure do love you here, huh?" Naruto chimes in from her other side. "You're like Yuzushio's big sister." Chuckling, Tayuya nods while adjusting her jacket and checking the seals within it. "It's changed me. The responsibility." She looks forward with a smile. "I wouldn't take any of it back either." She inwardly frowns however as she feels her chakra flux just a bit. Not enough to stop her, but enough to know her time was running out. She'd make it through this battle, no one else had the strength to do so. Behind her, Fu and Naruto poke at each other as they walk along, Naruto walking with her hands linked behind her head. "You know, after we trash these guys and I get to eat them, maybe we should send word to Kumo that they're next." Fu shook her head. "We have to wait for your brother, we can't go picking fights with other nations." "Says you, I can blow them sky high just like he can." Tayuya grins and looks over her shoulder. "Oh yeah, with what chakra?" Sure, Naruto was still stronger than most, but her chakra was limited. She knew it too if the grunt she issued was any indication. "Just saying, with some prep time and a little help, I could wipe Kumo off the map." Fu nods and nudges her girlfriend. "Maybe, but there's always another option." "Explosions are a perfectly good option." Tayuya shakes her head, just like him. Hands in her pockets as they walk, she consults the clouds as they continue towards the end of the bridge as the crowd begins to thin out. Fu idly listens as Naruto rants about what she'll do first when she gets a real body, but there was something, whether it be Chome or her own nose was telling her something. Eyes locking onto Tayuya, a feeling stirs in her mind. "Tayuya, is everything all right?" Looking back and slightly confused, Tayuya shrugs. "Never better, why?" Could she know? Was her Biju helping her senses? Shaking her head with a look of confusion on her own face, Fu shrugged. I don't know. Don't push yourself so much, okay?" Mentally sighing with some relief, Tayuya grins and nods. "Don't worry, after this I'm taking some time off. Naruto is due back soon and I'm going to do nothing but sleep in and rest. All this paperwork is going to drain me dry." Thankful that Naruto seemed just as lost, because if there was a chance she found out, there was no doubt in Tayuya's mind that Naruto would know soon enough. And that wasn't an option. "Come on, let's make this quick and paint the countryside red with their blood." Naruto cheers, a fist in the air as they take to the trees. "I'm all for that. Let's get hunting." Fu nods quietly, eyes still on Tayuya as they ran. "Yeah. Let's make it quick." Arg, are we there yet? Does it look like we're there yet? I'm bored, Kakuzu. I haven't killed anyone in so long. I need sacrifices. Haiden lazily rolled his head left and right as they walked along, only barely content with the fact that Kakuzu continued to assure him that they were close to Yuzushio. They could just barely begin to smell an ocean breeze, just a hint of it over the normal sense of the wood life around them. Kakuzu, however, was a bit more focused, frowning as he could feel that something was following them. quietly attempting to catch whoever it was. He was only ever met with bird in flight or birds flitting about the branches in song. Haydn snickers as he catches the older Neen again watching the trees. Still think something is up with the birds? We're being watched, you would do well not to be so lax. Haydn shrugged, bird aren't real anyway. Bet it's one of them. How do you figure birds aren't real? Have you ever taken one apart? Well, no. Exactly. They always stay out of reach, you can't touch 'em, but they can watch you. Those creepy beady little eyes of theirs. Always watching. Waiting. Little monsters. Kakuzu raises an eyebrow as he looks at the zealot. You are insane. Thanks. Wanting to get to the bottom of Haydn's conspiracy theory, they both are interrupted as a seagull buzzes just over their heads. On alert, they both watch as the thing lands in front of them and pecks at the ground, searching for bugs. Kakuzu frowns while Haydn laughs. Man, you're jumpy. It's just a bird. Kakuzu shakes his head as they continue on, though the bird refuses to acknowledge them. It's a very calm bird. I'm telling you, they aren't real. Watch, I'll kick it. Turning to them and freezing Haydn in place out of surprise, the bird's mouth opens unnaturally wide. Please. Die quickly. The woman's voice was cold, indifferent, and gave them little warning as the bird expanded for a breath before exploding and sending both men in different directions into the woods in a flash of intense fire and light. Easily righting himself and tossing off his burned-off cloak, Kakuzu is immediately set upon by a fast-moving Fu and a harder-hitting Naruto. So, you were watching us. Naruto slaps an exploding note on his chest before Fu swoops around to carry her away by her shoulders. You bet your ass, old man. The explosion wouldn't be enough to kill him, they knew that, but it was more than enough to separate him further from Haydn, which is what they wanted. Divide and conquer was the game of the day. Dropping down together on a branch, Naruto fist-bumped Fu. Let's get our payback. Fu nods, pulling free a kunai for each hand before leaping away. I'll take point. Naruto already has a fistful of seals ready as she works on keeping to Kakuzu's blind spots as he runs along the ground to keep away from the flying and weaving Fu. I'll blow his legs off. Kakuzu grins as his shoulders begin to expand and change. You will try. On the opposite side of the road, Haydn was sent further away, body tumbling through the air and breaking through thick tree branches before landing on the ground in a heap. The wooded area here had tree cover that was beginning to thin as they were reaching the coast, but it was still dense enough to tree hop. A fact that Tayuya was taking advantage of as she stood over the grunting Haydn as he made it back to his feet. Any chance you want to give this up and surrender? Kanabo bouncing on her right shoulder, she considered every angle that she could. Frowning and giving her the finger, Haydn finally stood up straight and pulled free his scythe. Surrendering to some weak bitch like you? No way. You'll make a wonderful sacrifice to Lord Jashin. Sighing dramatically, Tayuya nods and readies herself. Guess I'm just going to have to beat you into a fine paste then. Jumping away as Haydn's red three-bladed weapon slices clean through the branch she had been standing on, Tayuya keeps her chakra usage low as she dashes in to smash her kanabo into his side to send him pinballing about the area. Attempting to keep him off balance, Tayuya is there as his body rolls to a stop, spiked club already in motion in a low swing that caught Haydn full in the chest to send him up and smashing into a tree trunk, cratering it and nearly toppling the tree that was thicker than he was. I thought you'd be a challenge at least. Tayuya was forced to jump away as Haydn's scythe was retracted and streaked through the area she had been standing in, but already she could tell that this environment would tangle up his cable if he attempted to throw it again. Hopefully he wouldn't figure that out and make this easy for her. Grunting and spitting blood, Haydn drops to the ground and works his shoulder to make sure everything was in order before hefting his scythe in a defensive position. I'm immortal, you bitch. Smacking me around and clubbing me isn't going to do anything but piss me off. Launching his scythe towards her again, he frowns as she bats it away easily and causes the cable to tangle within the tree above him. Maybe I like pissing you off. Dashing forward and readying another swing, Tayuya's momentum is stopped as Haydn pulls free his trailing spike, cutting loose from the tangled cable and holding her back with his superior strength. Ihihei, got you now. Taking a swipe at her, Tayuya just makes it away as Haydn sets about chasing her. Where's all that confidence from before? Fight me. Ducking and weaving around surprisingly accurate strikes, Tayuya grudgingly admits that Haydn did in fact have some skill to go along with his otherworldly technique. I just want to see how pissed off you can get first. Blocking once with her weapon again, they both bounce away from each other. Maybe you burst a blood vessel and die all on your own. It was getting harder to get hits in now that he wasn't trying to use his scythe around all these trees. Keeping close with a crazed grin pulling at his lips, Haydn edges closer and closer to drawing blood in his flurry of attacks. He, I can't wait to hear your screams. Grunting as he overextends an overhand strike and Tayuya retaliates with a strong forward kick that sends him rolling away. he regains his feet just in time to watch her switch weapons. A flute now in hand, a single large monster appears behind her carrying an even larger club than she had. What the fuck is that? Frowning as she had been intending to summon all three, Tayuya set to work with her flute, watching as Haiden is put back on the defensive as her doki set to doing its level best to crush him into the ground. As she watched and planned, she grunted as it was steadily getting harder to control not just her summon, but her chakra as well. That meant putting her plan into action and ending this now. Cursing her body and her inability to be as patient as the others, from her back a single chakra chain slithered down the back of her legs and burrowed into the ground out of sight. Haiden weaved and dodged as best as he could, beginning to laugh as the monster trying to send him over the horizon was beginning to slow down. I have to wonder. Sliding between the monster's legs and slashing at an ankle, he was already away and watching the back swing that sailed through the space that he occupied previously. I've been noticing, your chakra has felt off since we've started fighting. Ducking another wild swing as the monster tried to rise again, another slash along the back disabled its weapon arm with a growl. In fact, if I didn't know better, I'd say it's a delicate time of the month for you, isn't it? Cackling as he made distance between himself and Doki that could no longer follow him, he considered retrieving his scythe to restart his dance with the weakening woman. Ignoring the music floating through the air as the Doki's mouth began to open, Haiden pointed a finger at the glaring woman. I'm right, aren't I? This is why women are weak. A little blood and you're out for the count. Urging the Doki on, the spectral form of the Chakra Eater slithered forth to chase after the gloating man. Tayuya would have laughed at how close but how wrong he was, but that would have wasted precious time she didn't have. Activating her seal and transforming in hopes it would buy her some more time, she frowns as Haiden retrieves his scythe. He took a precious few seconds to remove the cable from his scythe, not bothering to untangle it from the branches for now, thus allowing the chakra vampire to latch onto him and begin draining his physical energy. Satisfied finally, Tayuya allowed herself to relax a bit. Guess it's time to end this. By the time the Doki is done siphoning off your physical energy, you'll be long dead. Grunting at the thing latched to his side and upper hip, Haiden learned quickly that stabbing it did nothing. What? Who cares about my physical energy or chakra? Haiden gave her the finger. My Lord Jashin shall provide all the energy I need in order to kill you and continue his will. Suck all you want, I can keep right on going. Winding up, the scythe was thrown with a shout. Unable to move or dodge, the Doki's head was severed from its body, the ghostly form of the Chakra Eater dissolving shortly before the limp body despawned. Distracted as she was, Tayuya nearly missed the red spike leave Haiden's left hand while trailing a thin ninja wire. Shit! A second late and sluggishly dodging, the spike tore through her right side just along her ribs before retracting just as fast to Haiden already inscribing a seal on the ground in blood. Grunting and pushing a hand against the wound, dark eyes watched as Haiden was quick to run a pink tongue along his weapon, skin already beginning to darken and his form changing as his ritual began to take hold. And as it did, quiet and dark whispers entered his mind and with them knowledge. Oh ho ho ho! I was wrong. Jashin is pleased. So pleased. The best sacrifice of all is a woman with child. This is glorious. Thank you Lord Jashin for this great offering. Spike held high and pointed towards his navel, a mad gleam entered Haiden's eyes as Tayuya fought to move through a sudden surge of nausea. Watch you dumb bitch as I sacrifice you and your child to my dark low dash, freezing in place with a jerk, Haiden is pinned in place by a glowing orange chakra chain having pierced his back and burst free from his chest. What? Transformation fading away, his mind was full of confusion. Grinning and starting to walk forward, Tayuya eyed the seal, destroyed by the chain tearing apart the ground on the way up. You know, you talk too much. Chain picking him up before smashing him into the ground once, twice and then a third time for good measure, it was quick to at last fling him against a tree where he was ripped free and lost his grip on his weapon. Spike sailing away to disappear into the underbrush, Tayuya exchanged weapons again as more chains burst from her back to wrap around his limbs and kept him still. Sure, his spine was severed and would ensure he was paralyzed, but no reason to not prepare. I can't believe this. You cheating sow. You think this'll stop me? Come over here and I'll gnaw your fucking ankles off, you harridan. He pauses as the chains began to pull. What are you doing? Something my husband would approve of. With a thought, an arm went sailing away mixed with the screams of a dying man. I want to test just how immortal you are. So, let's see. With a grunt, his left arm met the same fate. Will blood loss matter? What about shock? Pain? Karen is into this sort of thing. I'm usually about the quick ends these days. Standing before him as he cursed and screamed at her, blood and spit splashing down his chin and soaking into the ground, she searched through her pockets for a soldier pill with her free hand and came out with a lollipop. Ha, leftover from one of her last visits with some school kids most likely. Popping it into her mouth and savoring the sugary sweetness, Tayuya grins with a mouth full of sharpened teeth. I wonder, will your god be merciful and let you die? I'll kill you. You. Your family. You friends. Everything. Screaming again as his legs were first crushed and then just as quickly ripped away, his torso was finally allowed to flop down onto the ground with a wet splat. Rolling over with work and effort, Haydn did in fact try to crawl towards her using just his chin. I'll kill with just my teeth. Raising a foot and pinning him in place, her kanabo was raised high as her chakra chains faded away. I did promise to turn you into paste, didn't I? Looking up at the dark-skinned and horned woman covered in blood, his blood, and shadowed by the sun high above him, something old and primal finally wormed its way into Haydn's mind. Was this fear? Was he afraid? How long had it been since he felt this way? Why had his lord's voice gotten so quiet? Lord Jashin will dash. Lord Jashin is a bitch. Tayuya's eyes seemed to glow. For threatening my unborn child and everything that I hold dear, you'll be calling me goddess by the time I'm done with you. And her weapon fell. B. Explosions rocked the area, trees fell in droves and Kakuzu's laughter filled the air as he watched his lightning and water masks keep the Jinchuriki busy in the air. Idling chasing after the long-haired blonde with several combinations of fire and wind attacks while hardened skin tanked weak explosions and kunai traps. Was this what the new generation had to offer? Pathetic. I hope you're enjoying this little game, girl, because when I'm done with you I'm still going to rip that monster from your comrade's gut. Fire and wind masks firmly seated on his shoulders, a combined fire blast tinged into the white spectrum erased a line of trees from existence. Yet still Naruto made it away, clothes smoking the only evidence that it was a close thing. Your luck will only hold for so long. Giving him the finger, Naruto considers her options. She needed to reserve chakra, which meant using every scroll and seal she had to maximum effect. While she wasn't equipped with some of their more explosive types, she still had plenty of variation. You're gonna eat those words, old man. Launching several kunai with modified explosive notes attached, she frowned as again his skin darkened and he tanked the blasts no problem. Damned earth chakra. Time to start ramping things up. Kakuzu himself was frowning further as he felt something was very wrong about the girl he was fighting against. Feeling out and touching his chakra against hers as they raced between trees, he finally figured it out as she yet again sunshined in order to avoid a wind blade that downed several trees. A clone? So you think I'm only worth fighting against a clone, do you? Well then. Stomping on the ground to raise up several earth pillars, he started a new chain of hand seals to begin a rock dragon technique. I'll hunt down your original and show her the errors of her ways. Such disrespect. Doton, earth bullet. Watching several large shards of rock launch to devastate an even large swath of land ahead of him, he mentally scoffs as a cloud of dust covers him for a moment. Kids these days think they can use clones and not encounter the danger themselves. Dashing in and laying several explosive notes all over his skin before continuing away from him and avoiding several reaching black tendrils, Naruto grins as she exits the smoke. I'm more than just a clone, grandpa. The ensuing explosion rocks the area, trees swaying in the shock wave while leaves are sent spinning through the air. But Naruto already knows it wasn't enough, and a quick kawarimi carries her away from another enhanced fire blast that incinerates yet more of the surrounding woods. Unsealing 2 scrolls, one for each hand, she hops through several trees to make her way back around before a plan begins to work in her mind. I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. Hope you have enough hearts to spare. Coming out into the open, she tosses a scroll his way. Turning at the sound of flapping cloth, a single blast of fire is already formed and let free. The scroll headed his way was burned to ash within seconds, and as the fireball snuffs out, a second scroll is already on the way. Fire mask recharging, he using the wind mask to blow the second scroll off course. Scroll turning black, a tendril of energy races for him and more specifically the wind mask containing one of his hearts. Breaking it free, Kakuzu jumps away to watch as the scroll releases a black dome that envelopes his wind heart in a sphere of energy. There's a moment of struggle before his captured heart is reduced to dust and the scroll crumbles with its job done. Sucking his teeth, Kakuzu goes back to searching for the girl who is already hiding away in the tree cover. I'm going to have to rip your heart out just for that. Mentally sighing and glad that while Naruto had promised to seal certain techniques away, she sure as hell hadn't. But she didn't have a reserve of many seals or scrolls to use of that caliber. Unsealing 2 more scrolls, she continues her plan to keep him off balance as she leaps away from her hiding place behind a tree. I'm going to torture you thoroughly. She doesn't miss a grand fireball reducing more of the tree cover to charcoal, smoke and fire beginning to engulf them both and reduce her available cover, but that was okay. She had already figured out that she didn't need to breath. This would only be another layer that hindered him. Watching her with a little more ease as she lost more and more cover, Kakuzu considers recalling either the lightning or water mask even if it meant he would have to fight the two together. I'll have to take that other girl's heart as well after we pull the beast from her. Maybe I'll make you watch. Fire mask settling in next to his earth mask, he began mixing the chakra natures together. Hope you're ready for what you've started. Chest expanding slightly, the earth and fire nature chakra building in his lungs, he sighted the girl attempting to make for the trees again and let loose, Yotan, scorching stream rock technique. Several small boulder-sized projectiles are set loose, sending Naruto dodging and evading for all she was worth while Kakuzu was given time to jump after her to close the distance. Caught off guard and losing a scroll in her haste, she unseals and palms another with a sigh. Of course the ninja with nearly 100 years of experience wasn't going to go down easily. Another Shunshin carried her just behind him, dropping a scroll and racing away to avoid his tendrils again. She frowns as her opponent performs a kawarimi as well, a burning section of log reduced to melting slime while she rethinks her tactics and hopes that Fu is having a better time than she is. Fu is having the time of her life, flying through the air while evading the lightning mask and the water mask with aerial acrobatics just above the tree cover. Not far away she could see smoke rising from a large area fire, but she was in no shape to check on Naruto. Her immediate plan was to put down the water mask, as both masks were attempting to combine attacks and she saw it was painfully effective as it had already reduced more than a few trees to cinders. But the water mask was the slower of the two, and it gave her an idea. Rolling over a combined water blast filled with lightning that impacted a tree like a thunderbolt, she was then further forced to dodge for all she was worth around several follow-up lightning blasts as the lightning mask closed distance with her. However, she finally saw an opening. Finally! With an outpouring of speed as she doubles back and races away from the lightning mask that was following too close to her, she's able to drive a kunai deep into the mask of the water heart. There's a weightless moment as her hands drive the kunai deeper and her feet contact the beast's chest, and as it spasms and blood covers her hands, the construct collapses on itself, the thread turning to a black goo that falls from the air and covers her hands and feet. Ah man! I just got these sandals. Naruto is gonna kill me. Wings flapping hard to carry her up and avoiding another lightning blast that would have sent her down to the earth, Fu restarted the chase between her and the remaining mask. Now with a little more breathing room. Though with that extra breathing room, it seemed that the pursuing mask was fighting that much harder without having to worry about collateral damage with its partner. Leave me alone. You're gross. She considered that at this point she was only talking to herself as the masks only seemed capable of combat and not much else. Looking back to keep an eye on it, she misses as she's driven a bit too low, clipping a tree and sent under the tree cover, flailing among the branches to crash and break her way further down below the canopy. The lightning mask was hot on her heels, a paralyzing shot flying faster than she could avoid to send her convulsing and screaming to the ground in a heap. Groaning and shaking her head to clear away the cobwebs, she has a blissful moment of freedom as her attacker has to circle back around. Gathering herself up, she notes the lightning mask charging up an attack that was approaching Kage levels of scary. Well shit. Biju cloak instantly forming around her, she dives to the side and races away as another lightning attack cleanses the area. Thunder follows that rocks the area and Fu mentally thanks Chome for lending a hand. Keeping low in order to weave in between trees as she thinks on a plan, she ignores the explosions of trees being hit by lightning and the superheated shards of wood that pelted off of her defensive cloak. Her blinding attack was out since this thing didn't have eyes, but she could attempt a web prison at least. Hands coming together as she flew, the light but sticky fluid of her webbing began to gather and stretch as she pulled her hands apart. Only one chance at this. Feeling the intervals of attacks beginning to decrease, she angles around a tree in order to see just how close the chakra beast has gotten. Seeing it less than a dozen meters behind her, she considers that it's either now or never. Flipping and landing feet first on a tree, she springs away directly towards her opponent. Not hesitating, a lightning blast greets her, but she's able to twist and ride just above it on momentum alone. Unable to dodge her, Fu stretched out her hands and released the webbing, capturing the beast and sending it into a tangle to crash through trees and land on the ground in a cloud of dust. Not assuming her binding will hold, she has a kunai in hand as she races after it. Roaring and twisting in the netting, the lightning mask twists up to meet her in an attempt to blast her a final time before Fu drives her kunai down to the ring into its heart. Shuddering and threads quaking, much like the water mask, it dissolves without any more effort. Standing in the puddle of black goo and frowning at the mess, Fu eventually stands and hops away with a sigh. Naruto really is going to kill me. Thinking about her chakra-formed girlfriend, Fu is soon back up and flying away to where she can feel the other battle going on. Covered in muck and dirt, she hoped Naruto wouldn't mind a bath together later. Naruto is on the run, fire blasts and earth spikes taking out trees and ground cover alike while she considers using a technique she wasn't happy about. Still, she didn't have much of a choice as a ball of literal lava sails over her head to burn through yet another tree. She needed something with a bit more kick and she was running low on scrolls. Another Shunshin carries her away from a blast of molten rock, and Kakuzu's voice fills the area. I've been around a long time, girl. Fought men and women much stronger than you. You're an insect compared to me. Willing up something a bit faster, he tracks the girl as she dances among the flames of downed trees. Beginning to form a Rasengan in her left hand before slowly adding wind chakra to it, she continues to evade the errant fire and earth attacks. Only an old man like you could miss such an obvious thing. It'd take her longer as she kept having to move, but already the blades of the Rasen Shuriken were beginning to form. Me? Miss something? Don't make me laugh, child. Seeing the girl be forced to stop at a downed tree that blocked her way, he was instantly forming another new attack. Chest expanding again, he decided an area cleansing fire would suffice for her now. Surrounding by the roar of fires and dense smoke, he missing a bell-like tone beginning to rise. Katan, great fire annihilation. A sea of fire left his mouth as his body returned to normal, and mentally he challenged the small girl to avoid this one. Seeing the devastation headed her way, Naruto winds up before throwing the fully formed Rasen Shuriken with all her might. Chakra string keeping it stable, she watches as it easily cuts a path through the sea of flames to surprise the elder ninja. Seeing his skin blacken with more earth chakra than ever, she gives him the finger as fire decimates everything on either side of her to leave her in a small but protected cone. You lose, ya bastard. Rasen Shuriken connecting, it expands quickly into its customary large white dome that this time pulls in the surrounding smoke and flames. Adhering to the ground with chakra, Naruto watches the flames and smoke mingle with the wind chakra of the deadly technique with some slight awe. So pretty. Technique finally dissipating and leaving the fires extinguished in the area, Kakuzu groans and coughs as the fire mass crumbles and breaks into nothingness on his back. Body suddenly heavy and feeling like lead, he drops to his chest like a broken puppet. What the hell was that? Hearing feet crunch on the cratered ground around him, he forces himself to look up at the grinning blonde that's already stripping off her jacket. Just what are you? Knowing the fight was over, Naruto folds her jacket, top, and then chainmail together. Placing them on the ground and shivering a bit at the air kissing her skin, she slowly begins to shift, something you should have left alone. And that attack? Watching her form shift and chest begin to split, he admitted that this was certainly a first for him. Wind-based attack that breaks the target down to the cellular level. Devastating stuff really. Chest beginning to open, she needed to finish this up fast before Fu found her. Watching the man laugh, she stalked towards his broken form. I was wrong. Cough, you were a good challenge. Well played. Closing his eyes and accepting his fate, his body is dragged into a teeth-filled warmth before he knew no more. Back on the road and jacket tied around her waist in order to bandage up her side, Tayuya continues to enjoy her succor while a bundle of scrolls are tied together and bouncing along on her hip. Cursing as again the bandage doesn't want to stick properly, she still can't help humming a cheery tune as she waits for the others. She didn't feel any massive outpourings of chakra anymore, but she could still feel Fu and Naruto, so that was enough to assuage her worry. Grunting and wondering if maybe she should just leave it alone as again the bandage soaks up blood and leaves her tossing it away with a huff, she's greeted with shuffling bushes before Fu and Naruto join her along the road. Both are in one piece and dirty, but happily alive. Fu however is quick to jump to her side, tearing the bandages out of her hands in order to help. Thanks Fu. No sweat. Guessing it was a close one? Fu's senses still told her something was still wrong, but her friend was alive. That was what mattered. Hissing as her wound was efficiently cleaned and then bandaged, Tayuya nods. Yeah. Haiden got a lucky shot in. Free hand patting the scrolls on her hip, she grinned. Got that asshole back though. Karen's going to have fun with him. Naruto raises an eyebrow at that. He's still alive? Seeing Tayuya nods, Naruto shudders. Jesus, that guy's fucking weird. You ain't wrong. Tayuya hissed again as Fu wrapped bandages around her ribs and partially bound her chest tighter. I need to breath, you know. Fu slapped her in the thigh. Do you want to bleed out? Seeing the other woman shake her head, Fu stood back and admired her work. Guess that's the best we're going to get for now till we get back. Tayuya nods and turns to leave. Good, I was tired on waiting on y'all anyway. Finish faster next time. Naruto shrugs. Oh come on, these are S-ranked criminals after all, we gotta get some leeway, right? Naruto eyes the scrolls that she assumed contained Haiden. What are you going to do with him? Shrugging, Tayuya considered it for all of a second. Scatter the useless bits in the Uzushio Sea, and give Karen the head to mess with. I'm sure he has some information we could use. She didn't want to consider just how he was staying alive. But it broke her mind less if she just decided to chalk it up as wizard ninja bullshit. Turning a little green, Fu sighs, that's horrifying. Naruto grins, any chance we can put him back together and do it again? She didn't avoid Fu's slap, what? That's disturbing. It's me. And? Point. Chuckling, Tayuya links her hands behind her back, careful not to stretch her ribs. I'm so going to relax for a day straight after dash, stumbling and slurring her words for a second. Fu catches her while Naruto supports her on her other side. Woo, guess I lost a little more blood than I thought. Naruto shook her head, idiot. Fu agrees, something tells me you shouldn't have been out here fighting. Tone not quite mothering, but Tayuya felt chastised all the same. Sorry, and yeah, you're right. I probably shouldn't have, but let's keep that between us, huh? Naruto slings one of Tayuya's arms over her shoulders, promise to keep to the desk until Naruto returns? Getting a nod, Naruto focuses ahead and down the road, then I guess I can shut up about it. Fu takes her other arm as she smiles brightly, we took down 2 more Akatsuki members. We're such badasses. Tayuya couldn't help but slump, woo. We need more energy. Come on. Woo. Tayuya reached over and poked Fu in the ribs, earning a squeak, I'll personally tie you up and leave you somewhere if you do that in my ear again. You're no fun. I might like that. Naruto was leering at her girlfriend who was beginning to darken. Nachan. Fu pouted and blushed, not in front of people. Tayuya slumped further and grumbled as the pair supporting her set about flirting back and forth, Naruto better hurry back, I need my cuddles. It was going to be a long walk back to Wave B. Having returned home and meandered their way through the city towards the tower, Hinata, Ino, Karen and Anoka have finally returned to Yuzushiogakure. Around them the city seems to be abuzz with news, an electric energy that wasn't there when they had left. Perhaps Naruto had returned? Greeting civilians and ninja alike as they made their way, they figured they would have their answer when they reached the tower and delivered their report. Paying their respects to the Uzumaki monument and noting the current deep red and blue flowers that currently surrounded it, they made their way inside with even more noise and activity. Karen and Anoka are the first to bid the others farewell, Anoka leading the way. We should get this scroll situated and stabilized until Naruto returns. Wouldn't want something crazy to happen. Winking at the others, Anoka is in high spirits. Karen nods, we'll take some time off after we place the standby under heavy seal. On my honor. Ino frowns and points at the pair as they make their way to the elevators, aha, and how are you gonna accomplish that? They better not be planning on taking turns holding that thing until Naruto returns. Karen's grin grew just a bit, chakra storage seals and chakra batteries from Spring. We can power a containment seal for the Biju for a few weeks at least, so we should have plenty of time until Naruto returns. They still had no doubt Naruto would be returning on his timeline of a single month of training. Chaotic he may be, but he held to his goals. Saluting the pair as they reached the elevators, Hinata smiled and let them go, we all need a good rest after this mission. We'll catch up later. Both pairs of women entered different elevators, and they were all off to their own destinations. Hinata and Ino headed up to the Kage's level to update Tayuya. I'm so tired. Ino nods and reaches up to rub her shoulders, you said it, that was a doozy of a mission. Fighting with herself before deciding not to unzip her top slightly for some relief, she contented herself with the knowledge that soon they would be home and able to lounge around and relax. Elevator pausing early with a ding, they both are met with a stoic-looking Niji while flanked by a happy-looking Kana and a tired-looking Jin. Look who the cat dragged in. Stepping in as Hinata and Ino gave them room, Niji bowed his head lightly, I assume your mission went well? Hinata nods as Ino pokes and prods at Kana and asks about her progress, which sent the other woman into a pout, well enough. Found the sandby and captured it, but we ran into some interference from Kumo. We did have to drop off some new immigrants with Tsunami though, one of which may be a good addition to the ranks. Niji sniffed at that, I hope you aren't picking up Naruto's bad habits. Hinata giggled, maybe a little. Ino leaned around to poke her friend in the cheek as the door opened, maybe a lot. Letting her hand be swat away, they file out and look at the flurry of movement here on the Kage floor as well. Do you have any idea what's happened since we left? Niji shook his head, no, we only just returned ourselves. Jin looks around with slow motions, something must have happened while we were away. Something big. Even the Undertow squads are all gone. Everyone wonders at that as they reach the office, being ushered inside quickly to a tired-looking Tayuya completing paperwork. Off to the side and nestled under the wall of weapons with a new triple-bladed edition, Koyuki and Kotoheim look up and wave to the group. Helping out with paperwork themselves, while a T-set sits between them, Niji and his team step forward first to give their report. Lady Tayuya. Seeing he had her attention, Niji nods, mission complete. Bandits all taken care of and eliminated. Great news. Taking the scroll from him and thinking about it, she begins to shuffle for another one quickly. I know you lot just got back and we normally mandate some rest time. But I have something urgent if you're willing. Niji nods right away, of course Lady Tayuya. Kana and Jin stand a bit straighter as they sense there is some urgency here. Anything for the good of Yuzushio. Nodding, Tayuya pulls free a scroll and hands it to him. While you were away, the Land of Sky attempted to attack Yuzushio. We threw them off easily enough. But we need answers, so we're on the hunt. The Land of Sky is a long boat ride, so rest up on the way. Niji bows along with Jin and Kana. We'll see it done. Are there any special orders? Tayuya thinks about it some more before nodding, just a bit. This is an information mission. However, initial interrogation has heard mentions of a great fortress. If you find it, great, relay the information to us quickly. However, if you have opportunities for sabotage or destruction without putting yourselves at risk, do so. Niji stands straight and grins. It'll be done. Behind him Kana groans as they turn away. No baths? Rest time? Warm food? Jin grins and nudges her. You're just mad you don't get to hound Taicho back at home. Duh, but you're not supposed to say that out loud. Grinning, Niji shakes his head and gives in. Just this once. We'll have plenty of time to relax on the ship headed to the Land of Sky. Who knows what can happen then? That has Kana's eyes sparkling. No fooling? Yes. Yes. Let's go. Hinata's voice does have them slowing down just a bit, her tone of voice worrying them. Tayuya, are you all right? Waving a hand to hopefully forestall any more questions, Tayuya puts on a grin. I'm just fine, look, never better. Pulling up her left arm to flex, she hopes everyone misses her flinch as her ribs protest the motion. As Niji passes Hinata to leave, they both share a firm nod with each other. Then the other team is gone, and Hinata and Ino step forward to sit in the chairs before the desk with some focus. Ino leading the way. Our mission was a success, Sanbai secured and sealed away, and Kiri is happy with the assist. Though Kumo tried to interfere. They're becoming a bigger problem by the day. Leaning her chin on a hand, Tayuya thinks on that. Iwa's also sniffing around. Things aren't looking good. Also, Ino braced for the news she was going to have to drop. The Mizukage was rather adamant that Naruto come and visit soon. Thanks in part to a certain hot head. I regret nothing. You should. All your brains went to your tits. She needed to be humbled. I'll humble you. Ladies. Grunting with effort, Tayuya sighed as Ino and Hinata turned to look at her. You egged on Mei and now she wants to ride the Naruto special? Seeing them both nod, Tayuya reaches up and begins to rub at her temples. Well, it's not the worst thing that could have happened. Anything else? Ino grins. Mei is absolutely bigger than Hinata. I will tie you up and make you watch Naruto and I next time he returns. Oh, scary. What if I like that? Hinata and Tayuya pause and stare at the leering Ino before Tayuya sighs and relaxes back. You are a complete degenerate. Just for Naruto. The wall chimes, catching all of their attention and forcing Tayuya to stand. Any chance that's Mei already calling to bug me? Seeing the girls shrug, Tayuya reached the wall where a dark monitor rests and presses a few buttons. Within moments the screen comes to life and they are greeted with the grinning face of Tsunade. Oh, long time no see. Hey there kiddos. Good to see you alive and well. You've filled out some, haven't you? Blushing a bit, Tayuya nods. Just a bit, Lady Tsunade. To what do we owe the call? Just checking in? Sighing and wishing that was true, Tsunade shook her head. Nope. I know Naruto is away for now, so I've tried to schedule it out a bit, but I've called for a summit of the 5 Kage. She pauses as the girls on the other side of the call all gasp and collect themselves. I'm of course sponsoring Naruto to attend as well. Hinata is the first to speak up as Tayuya leans against the desk. What are the chances the other Kage will attend? Shrugging and showing she wasn't too concerned about it, Tsunade ticks off with her fingers. Suna will. Kiri most likely will to solidify their newest Kage. Iwa will because Inoki is too traditionalist not to. Kumo, well, A will come I think so long as the rest of us do. He won't want to lose face. Tayuya nods as Hinata seems to think all of that over. We'll make sure to plan and head that way as soon as Naruto returns. You'll send us the details, yes? Of course. Current date is 3 weeks from now. If you have an issue let me know and I'll try to stall for time. Tsunade wanted to make sure Naruto was there. Most of the tensions she was seeing on the rise had to do with him after all. They could nip this early. Ino is grinning as she could tell the serious stuff was over and done with. So, when are you moving to Yuzu? We've got a nice little beach house all ready for you. Find me someone to take this hat and I'm there. All this political posturing is starting to wear me out. I want to act my age and spoil my grandchildren. Hinata giggles. Grandchildren? Shouldn't it be great-grandchildren by now? You want to comment on that? Of course not, Lady Tsunade. Good. Take care, girls, we'll see you soon. Call cutting, the Uzumakis were left alone in the office. Tayuya is already making back for the chair with a groan. Naruto better hurry up. I am not dealing with the other Kage. Ino nods, not like Naruto would want us to. He'd literally drag himself through glass in hell to be there. Mostly on the off chance he could punch out the rakeage, but he'd still be there. Hinata is still contemplative, seems like things are accelerating, aren't they? Shaking herself finally, Hinata turns firmer eyes to Tayuya, so, wanna update us on what else happened while we were gone? Tayuya sighs again but nods, sure. Let me tell ya about those Akatsuki fuckers. Hopefully they wouldn't pry too much. B. Tired, dirty, but finally on a ship, Kuratsuchi gives thanks that she's now on her way to Yuzushio. Her new friend Tobi has decided to tag along, but she's still mainly focused on her own goal of beating the tar out of the maelstrom. Just you wait, you blonde bastard. I'm coming for you. Tobi himself is leaning against the boat's rails as Kuratsuchi chuckles darkly. He's more than a little irritated with the IWA woman. From the land of bears, to the land of waterfalls and then finally to the land of frost. They has somehow hit every major biome on the planet as well. From forests and woodland, to wide open plains and even a desert. How the hell did they hit a desert but never cross into wind country? It made no sense. But it was finally enough, they were on a ship and on their way to Wave where hopefully he would quickly be away from this crazy woman and free to go to the land of water to track down the Sandbai. While this little distraction had taken up some time, he should still be on track to capture the beast and continue his plan. Kuratsuchi is grinning as she slings an arm over his shoulders. You know what, you're a good navigator. What do you say, why not join me in IWA? I could use someone like you. Tobi thinks Kuratsuchi has a wonderful talent for navigation all her own. Sending the girl smiling and playfully slapping his arm, he didn't mention that he had a mental bet going that she could get lost in a locked closet. At least someone acknowledges my greatness and womanly charm. I still need to get back at that Kumonin as well. Tobi had to bite his tongue before the comment of, "What womanly charms?" left his mouth. It would only delay his travel further. In the distance Tobi can see dark clouds, flashes of light are there, but no thunder reports as of yet, so it was a long way off. At least, it should be. Say, maybe you wouldn't mind helping me, see I've got this mission you know? Well, self-imposed, but it's a mission nonetheless. I'm going to be the future Tsuchikage after all. So dash. Tuning her out, Tobi had only one real thought on his mind at the moment. If they were hit by a storm, he was going to kill this girl. B. Time finally here, Naruto was finishing up packing his things and thanking the elder toads, more than ready to return home. Blue eyes taking in everything, he mentally thanks the stars that it all went well and mostly how he had hoped, with a few hiccups that ended up begin manageable. I'm off. I've got a job to do. Fukasaku nods, take care my boy. Don't overdo it, and take care of those girls of yours. I will Fukasaku-sama. Shima was next to him, patting his leg, make sure to eat plenty and rest when you get back. And come visit often, don't end up like Jiraiya boy you hear. Yes ma'am, I won't. Good. Bowing to them both, Naruto flashes away, leaving the elder toads to lean against each other. Shima speaks up first, should we have held him here longer? Fukasaku shook his head, from here on he has all the tools he needs. We aren't needed to help spur on his growth anymore. Grinning and gazing out over the misty mountains, Fukasaku nods, that boy is going to be fine. He better be. I'll pound you both into dust if he isn't. You worry too much. You don't worry enough pa. It was late at night when he returned to the human realm, but Naruto didn't care. Appearing back on the roof of the Uzumaki Tower, he breathes deep of the fresh air of his home. A month was absolutely too long to be away from here, and with the lull of noise from the slowly winding down city enveloping him, Naruto finally felt something inside of him relax in a way it hadn't since he had left. Everything seems to be okay and in one piece. Feeling out, he could tell that all of the girls were home as well, wonderful. It's a good thing, see, you worried over nothing. I'm paranoid, bite me. You're the one who keeps saying those girls are powerful and can take care of themselves. If you believe that, you shouldn't have to worry. True. Naruto grins and with a flash he's in his room. Seeing no one here, he dumps his bag on the floor and feels out more carefully. Seems like everyone's in the bath. Perfect. Quickly shucking his clothes and finding a plush blue robe to walk around in, Naruto makes his way to the baths. Think they'll be surprised? It'll be a contest to see who jumps you first. I don't think it'll be that bad. I hope it'll be that bad. Pervert. And? Naruto rolled his eyes, you know, now we're back in reality. Which means figuring out what to do with Kumo. Should we hit them first? hard and fast. Kurama lazily flicks his tails back and forth, powered up as we are, Gyuki is still no pushover. You go in hot like that and you'll be dealing with him and the Raikage all at once. And you know you won't sacrifice civilians like that. True. The other Jinchuriki is going to be a tough one, I just know it. You can take him, don't be a bitch. I'll tell him that when I see him. Taking his time to rinse off and wash up as he entered the actual bathing area, it's with a bright smile that Naruto walks out to gasps from the others, "Hey everyone. I'm home." He doesn't know who slams into him first, but several bodies eventually drag him into the water in a tangle of limbs. Feeling all the love and warmth of his family around him, Naruto finds his feet and stands with some effort. Hey, I need to breath you know. Wet hair covering his eyes and a good portion of his face, he realizes with a start that he had neglected it in his time away. Koyuki and Kotohime are given priority and allowed to crush into his sides while the others all back away but stay within easy touching distance as they all settle into the water. Says you, no more solo vacations like that. It was too long. Koyuki pokes him in the ribs while Kotohime has her hands and fists at chest level and nods quickly in agreement. First, it wasn't a vacation but heavy intensive training. I had to eat bugs and listen to Jiraiya's poetry. Also, Jiraiya wants to take me on a world tour. Ino shakes her head, no way. He'll turn you into a pervert like him. Hinata nods, you're the right amount of pervert right now, we can't let him corrupt you. Chuckling and relaxing into the embrace of the water and the women around him, Naruto sighs and nods, so, what's been happening? What I miss? Everyone looks to Hinata, who nods and gets ready to explain things. Karen however interrupts with a gasp as she points at Naruto's face. Your eyes. Blinking, Naruto looks at everyone as they all stare at him with slowly widening eyes themselves. What? Something wrong? What did I do? Kotohime reaches forwards to gently turn his cheek her way, such a pretty shade of blue. Hinata smiles softly, I thought we lost your blue eyes forever. Ah, right, he forgot he had full control of his eyes again. So much had changed. Oh yeah, my training saw the Rinnegan evolve and complete itself while I was away. Kurama chuckled, want to flex a bit? Show him what else we can do. We'd blow up the house, no dice. Spoil sport. Seeing everyone settle down, Hinata gets back to explaining everything. Well, we captured the Sanbai for the Mizukage. We plan on releasing it in the Uzushio waters with your help. That's amazing. I'm proud of you guys, that's great. Naruto was proud of them. Taking on a Biju and winning? That was badass. Ino preens as Karen and Anoka high five, yes, praise us more. We are wonderful battle goddesses to be worshipped. Naruto nods, damn straight. Getting giggles from the others, he motions for Hinata continue, what else? Ino picks up as Hinata suddenly didn't want to continue, your boob monster of a wife got in a fight with said Mizukage, and now she wants you to come and visit like ASAP. So you have a meeting to attend. He should have expected that one, but still turns raised eyebrows to a bashful Hinata, really? She deserved it. Really? Well, you see. Hinata looked into his eyes and suddenly she was that nervous genin girl in Konoha again, pressing her fingers together with worry, I'm sorry. Grunting, Naruto smiled in a way that he hoped was disarming, don't worry about it. What's one more huh? 'Cause I'm sure that's what she wants. Seeing all four girls that had been on the mission look everywhere but him, he could already feel his energy fading. Yay. Are you really complaining about another super hot woman wanting your babies? You know what, no. Naruto was not going to complain. Naruto was a good boy. Believe it. Tayuya held up a hand this time, we also had an attempted attack from the land of sky, which we held off and sent them to the bottom of the ocean. Though now we're hunting them down to figure out why they attacked us. Seeing Naruto become introspective, she continues, so far we know there might be some fortress out there for us to worry about, but not much else. We're still waiting on information from Niji's team. Okay, we'll keep up on that then. I think Niji has a Hiration tag, so he can call me if needed. Is he close enough to update him of my return by radio? Seeing the girls nod, Naruto grins, good. I wouldn't want to miss out on any of the fun after all. Now was the part Tayuya didn't want to get to. 2 Akatsuki members also showed up. Me, Fu and Naruko took care of them. All's well with us and Fu and Naruko are somewhere in the house, celebrating, still. Naruto's eyes were firmly fixed on her suddenly, and Tayuya began to fidget. Okay, yeah, I was hurt a little, but I'm fine now, see. Standing a bit and showing off clear skin with just a hint of scaring, Tayuya still was under Naruto's hard gaze. I wasn't reckless or anything like that. It was, just a lucky shot. That's all. Naruto was standing after freeing himself from Kotohime and Koyuki, who both gave her knowing looks. I have something else to bring up. Don't be mad. Naruto was within arm distance now and Tayuya was beginning to tremble. What if he was pissed off with her? She went and battled an S-rank ninja while her chakra control was shot. She knew better. She could have died. And he was hugging her gently, a warmth suffusing her and pushing all of her worries away. Unbidden, tears began to fall down her cheeks and she clutched at his shoulders. You don't have to freak out, I can tell. Tayuya nods and buries her face in his shoulder. I didn't want to believe it at first, though it was just the stress. That I was just worried about running the village. And then things started getting weird, and my control started getting worse and then I didn't have my monthly and... She embraced him harder as the girls around her had varying reactions of shock or in Hinata's and Koyuki's cases, knowing. I didn't want to say anything. I wanted you to be the first to know. To be the first I told. Naruto pulls away, blue eyes looking into her own brown. Okay, so? Let's hear it. I'm home now. Clearing her tears away and still failing, Tayuya clutches her hands together in front of herself with a bright smile. Welcome home, Papa. You're gonna be a daddy. The girls all erupt into cheers around her, Ino and Karen dragging her into the water in their excitement. But she doesn't care. The man she loved was looking at her with such acceptance, such love, she knew he wouldn't be going anywhere. Being pulled back up by Anoka while Hinata berated the pair, she kept her gaze locked on Naruto who had his hands on his hips and was smiling as well. Guess we're going to have to make another announcement then. I wonder how long the party is going to last this time. Koyuki smiled, considering the last one? Probably a whole week. Gently rubbing the bump that was beginning to grow in her belly, she wondered if she should who Tayuya her baby name list. B. Far away across the northeastern sea, a panting and drained Amaru is being locked in a cell. Dirty, bruised and mentally broken, she watches on as Shino walks away from her without a further care about her. You know, using an Uzumaki remnant in order to crush the rebuilt Uzumaki home nation will be some real interesting poetic justice. The world banded together to crush those know-it-all heathens once. I don't hazard to guess why they thought we wouldn't do it again. Shino turned a glowing eye back to the weakened girl, not that you should be concerned with that. And don't worry, I won't leave you alone here for long. Once I'm done with them, I'll be sending you to join them in the afterlife. Kumo wanted me to send you to them as a breeder, but I plan on wiping them off the map as well. A dark chuckle leaving his throat as he turned away, he waved over his shoulder as he walked. Farewell little Uzumaki. Know your sacrifice was the final piece needed to revive the great nation of the Land of Sky. Footsteps echoing off the stone walls long after she lost sight of him, Amaru lay weakly on the stone floor. Demoralized and beaten, Amaru silently prays for someone to help, to save her. Why was the world so cruel? Was her fate really to be the catalyst that ended her clan? Her people? That someone she looked up to and loved would do this, maybe she deserved to die this way. Shino's laughter fills the halls as he comes before a revived Zero Tails. With the revival of the Anchor Van Tian, the Land of Sky will have no one to fear in this world. While it is only a fraction of its former self, it will be more than enough to take on any nation on the planet. Grinning as the chakra beast turned to face him, Shino's smirk turned into something touched with more than a small amount of madness. I'll rule this world. Burn it to ash and rebuild it in my image. And you will help me, Zero. Omake. Far away to the east and within a shrine sits a lavender-eyed priestess named Cheyenne. Dressed in traditional priestess robes in pink and white, with red hakama, the young woman seemed comfortable and at peace for the moment. Being attended to by one of her handmaidens as she pens a letter, with a smile she hands it over and gives very detailed instructions. This letter is only to reach the hands of the fabled Shadow Kage himself. Naruto Uzumaki. I have a certain interest in him. The handmaiden takes this as a sign that maybe the priestess is finally beginning to mellow out and possibly beginning to take an interest in the opposite sex. She bows low to the floor with a secret smile. I promise my lady to deliver the letter with haste. Nodding and watching her leave, Cheyenne sighs as she considers the dream she had. A great black dragon demon facing off against blonde twins while she watched on. One had a deep void within them, while the other shone like a literal sun. She couldn't see more than a great flash of light, but her predictions had never been wrong before. She always predicted someone's death after all, that this time it was a Kage meant nothing. She had time to wait most likely. The demon, she could assume who that was. More than a month would be needed for the letter to reach him and for him to return himself. But that was fine, she was patient. She could wait. After all, no one can change their fate. Somewhere far away, Naruto sneezed. Leaning out from the bathroom attached to their room, Fu gave her wide eyes. Are you sick? I don't have lungs, I can't get sick. But you sneezed? Yeah, someone must be talking about me. Fu bounced her way, in a lot of ways. I'm sure it's all good. Naruto wrapped an arm around her. I'll show you something good. She'd put it out of her mind for later. She was still celebrating. Early in the morning though it may be, Tsunade sat at her desk and considered the team before her. Kakashi looked as bored as ever, but he was at least on time for this. Sasuke and Sakura looked more than a little irritated at being woken so early, but they were mission ready all the same. Unfortunately Tsunade could tell the whole team had an air of not wanting to be there. Something she would have to get to the bottom of later. Reports have it that the Sky Ninja have attacked Uzushio. Seeing all 3 members of Team 7 perk up at that, she nods grimly. Of course, word is Uzushio was able to ward off the attack, but now there's a race to find where the attack was launched from. So, because we are allies, we're going to lend a hand and help with the search. Time is of the essence here, so your currently mission is to head to the east where the Land of Sky is supposed to be located and provide support for Uzushio forces. If you can hunt and destroy the Sky threat yourselves, do so. At the minimum, providing information to Uzushio teams will be more than enough. Sasuke grunts. How far did Sky get? Anyone in Uzushio hurt? He was sure while Naruto was gone Yuzu was on high alert at all times, but it never hurt to ask. It was to be his future home after all. Tsunade shook her head. Complete destruction of the Sky forces before they even reached the fog barrier. So no injuries or property destruction. And we need to keep it that way. The Hokage shivered a little, emotion not lost to the team. There's rumors Sky is attempting to resurrect their former glory. I can't fully describe how bad that could be for everyone. Sakura shifts her weight a bit as she crosses her arms around her middle. We might as well get moving. This is a mission for Yuzu after all. Sighing and still feeling like something was amiss, Tsunade leaned forward to take the team in fully. Listen. I know things aren't great here right now. We're still on the rocks with Naruto and so much more. We can sit down and talk when you return, alright? I need you focused for now. Kakashi places hands on each of his students' shoulders. We'll keep that in mind, Tsunade-sama. We'll be on our way then. Getting a nod from the Hokage, Team 7 leaves quickly. Whether Yuzu needed the help or not, they would be there. While Kakashi pauses for a moment to say goodbye to Shizune, Sasuke and Sakura continue on their own towards the stairs. Sakura grins over her shoulder at the pair. I'm sure the supply closet is free this early in the morning, sensei. Watching Shizune blush and stammer, Kakashi waved his student off. Go prepare for the mission and meet me at the main gate, you brat. Giggling as Sasuke shook his head and dragged her away, Sakura was all smiles finally as they started to descend the stairs. That's always fun. The sun was just starting to peek over the horizon through the stairwell windows. It was rare to be up this early and not be cuddled in bed. He's going to stick you with babysitting duty for eternity, just watch. Sakura sticks her tongue out at that. I'll have our own kids to worry about. Getting ahead of yourself there a little. Sakura punched him in the side and missed his pained grimace. No, asshole. You said it, you agreed. As many kids as I want. That's what you said? Grunting and rubbing his side, Sasuke nodded. Yeah, I did. Bad joke. He had to be careful now. His girlfriend and future wife was strong enough to break bones these days. Absolutely. Standing tall and eventually slinging an arm around Sakura's shoulders, Sasuke frowned and fell into thought. Does Uzushio even need our help with this? If they could turn away one attack so easily. Never hurts to lend a hand. Plus, hopefully by the time things are settled we can meet up with Naruto. She had plans after all, and while she wasn't ready to retire anytime soon there was a lot she could do while pregnant. That would be nice. I owe him an ass kicking. He's a Kage, I doubt you'll get very far. Remember last time? Sasuke did in fact remember last time. I'll make Hinata do it. Now you're being smart about it. Still, I've been meaning to bug him about if he can transport the clan compound to Yuzu. If he can, then we move. Sasuke was of the mind and was sure Sakura agreed that this might very well be the last mission they ran for Konoha. He was a clan head after all, he could pick up and leave whenever he wanted. Why stay with the village that sacrificed his clan? Near the top of the Uzumaki Tower and sheltered happily within a darkened room with thick curtains drawn, Naruto slowly returns to the waking world. It takes more than a little effort as his was body sore in a pleasant but not painful way, and he gives thanks for blackout curtains as his eyes finally blink open. Senses stretching out to get a feel for things, he can tell that some of the others are already up and moving. He must have slept in a bit. Unable to move himself, he took in his surroundings. Tayuya was locked around his arm on his left and cuddled into his side, while on his right Kotohime did much the same. A much lighter weight of Koyuki took up his chest and seemed plenty comfortable with her choice of sleeping position. Naruto wasn't complaining about it. At least not yet. The bathroom door opens and light spills into the room. giving Naruto a full view of Hinata walking out while shrugging her jacket on over her chainmail and tugging free a long braid of hair. "Good morning, Naruto." Her smirk was infectious and Naruto returned it. "Morning. Where are you off to?" She certainly looked good in his colors. "Karen and Anoka have requested my help today. I was asked to let you know that they'll need your help this afternoon as well with the standby." Hinata winked at him. "Don't worry, I'll come and keep you company later." What kind of company she was offering was crystal clear to him with the look currently in her eyes. Naruto chuckles quietly but nods. "All right, I'll make sure to be available all day and to hunt them down when I get the call." Making several clones with a thought, one slides in next to Hinata to escort her properly. "I'll be down in a bit." Watching her wave and giggle as one of the clones set about flirting with her, his door is opened and closed silently and his room is plunged back into darkness. Those clones better take care of his Kage duties like they were supposed to. He wanted to give the girls plenty of attention for the next few days and didn't want to deal with unnecessary drama. Koyuki is the first to mumble and return to wakefulness, the rumbles of his chest finally disturbing her enough. Blinking the sleep away and hands sliding up and down his chest, the Spring Nation daimyo takes him in before smiling and leaning in to give him a sleepy kiss. "Mornin', Naruto." Naruto returns her smile. "Mornin', Koyuki. How you feeling?" "Now that you're back, wonderful. We missed you something fierce." Sitting up in his lap, Naruto could take in the beginnings of the bump showing on her tummy. "How are you? Is everything okay?" Giggling, Koyuki shook her head. "Don't worry so much. Everything is going fine and Karen checks on us often enough." Rubbing her stomach lightly, Koyuki gained a small smirk. "You're welcome to check out every inch of me, if you have the time." Mentally she knew she needed to get up, she had work to do today. Rolling his eyes and gesturing to his locked arms, "Naruto does at least drink in her form in the dim light. I'd love to, but we have a day to start." Booing. Rolling her eyes, they both are startled as Kotohime reaches up and slaps Koyuki on the behind. "Hey!" Dragging herself up and rubbing her eyes, she allows the sheets to pull off her frame easily. "You're both so loud." Grumbling and knowing her hair is a mess, she finally steadies herself with a hand on Naruto's chest. "Ugh. Today is going to be busy." Koyuki shrugs and draws some of Naruto's attention. "Isn't an airship inbound from Spring?" Kotohime nods. "Yes, two are in fact. One bound for here while the other for the fortress. The one coming here will be continuing on for Suna." News was that Suna completed landing pads and regular goods transports were to begin. Spring crops for Suna minerals and metals. Koyuki sighs and leans in for a quick kiss, shimmying her way off of the bed and sighing. "Can we catch up for lunch later?" She blushes a bit as Naruto nods. "Then, till later my lord." Disappearing into the bathroom to get ready for the day, Koyuki mentally switches gears and thinks of the day ahead of her. Kotohime shakes her head as Naruto watches Koyuki leave and pinches his nose. "You can admire the view later." Squeaking as he pulls her back into him, she enjoys his warmth freely. "I have nothing but amazing views right now." Always best to lay the flattery on thick. Get me, double pregnant, Mumbling in her sleep, Tayuya shifts a bit as Kotohime and Naruto watch her before chuckling softly together. Laying her head on his chest, Kotohime watches him quietly. "Do you have an idea of what to do with today? Besides spend time with all of you and catch up on everything I missed?" "No. I should tour the ninja fortress and see how the Zosensho are settling in. Then maybe check on the Yuki clan." Naruto figured both clan had had plenty of time to settle in and make themselves at home by now. Best to visit them and make a show that he hadn't forgotten about them. Kotohime nods, idling, running a finger up and down his chest. "I'd like to stay by your side today. If you don't mind." Kotohime points towards Tayuya. "I'm sure she would like much the same. Plus maybe he would give in to her food cravings." Still early, she had a desire for deep-fried mochi. "You know I don't have a problem with that. Stick with me all you like." Naruto was thoroughly enjoying her soft form pressed against his and admitted that he missed this. Home. Family. Love. Whipped cream. And the debauchery, he couldn't lie and say he didn't miss that. Watching as Tayuya began to stir in earnest, Kotohime and Naruto were greeted to a suddenly wide-awake Tayuya. Eyes wide and unblinking as she stared at Naruto's face for a long minute. "Morning, Tayuya." Hugging him tightly, Tayuya took a deep breath of his scent. "It wasn't a dream. You're really back." "Yup, that month sure went by fast, didn't it?" Digging a knuckle into his ribs, Tayuya shook her head. "Felt like the longest month of my life. It sucked." "Well, I'm home now, and I don't plan on leaving anytime soon." Shuffling herself into his lap, Tayuya places both of her hands on his shoulders to hold him down. "That a promise?" "Absolutely." "Good." Tayuya shared a look with Kotohime before both women nodded to each other. "Then I think, you have some more work to do." Kotoheim leans in as well, breath hot along his ear. You have a month's worth of husband duties to catch up on. Thinking quickly, Naruto flipped himself and Tayuya over, pinning her to the bed by her wrists with a smirk. Guess I better get started on that then, huh? His grin increased as strong legs wrapped around his waist. Kotoheim caressed his back as Tayuya blushed heavily. You better, we have a lot to do today. Coming from the bathroom fully clothed and ready for a new day, Koyuki takes a moment to watch the scene on the bed before shaking her head and heading for the door. I better get my own helping later. Hearing nothing but giggles in answer, the daimyo smiled as she left and started down the hall. Their husband had returned home. All was right with the world. Later in the morning and actually geared up for work, Naruto is currently exploring the ninja fortress with Tayuya and Kotoheim. Both women are keeping close, occasionally latching onto his arms, and Naruto lets them be. He had been gone for a full month and he certainly wasn't going to complain about the extra attention. Ahead of them, Karen is actually leading this little tour of the day. He was surprised by her new look. The high and tight bun complemented her well, he thought. We decided to set up the radio room and communication hub here as it is a more protected area. This also now includes logistics for ninja affairs, so soon the ninja floor within the Uzumaki Tower will be for lower-level missions only. A second Kage office is being built as well here, for more serious matters. Think a war room versus an everyday office. Naruto nods at that. It's great to see how much progress has been made without me here. Our people are as motivated as ever. Looking around at the myriad of faces flowing around them, even some younger children, Naruto wonders for a bit, I'm guessing the Ninja Academy has moved here? Karen nods. Yes, moved to the lower levels and deeper within the fortress. We're working towards a solid graduation standard that somewhat follows Konoha's metric. But we've decided all our genin should at least be able to wall and water walk before leaving the academy. We're sticking with the basic genin level jutsu as criteria, but allowing for exceptions for those that excel in other ways. Examples like if they have above average seal knowledge or impressive physical abilities. The Zosencho have also offered to instead start a naval academy for those who don't make it as ninja. Smart thinking. Just because someone can't be a ninja doesn't mean they aren't valuable as a person. Everyone is capable of something. Getting nods from the others, they make their way out of their hallway and into the Great Cove. Already Naruto beams as he takes in the massive concrete construction of the secluded port and shipyard. Whistling, he has his hands on his hips as he takes it all in. I really did think it was going to be huge. But seeing it for the first time, Karen nods as she turns back to him and adjusts her glasses. It is not 100% complete, but we're getting there. 3 shipyard bays are complete with 2 more scheduled. A ship is already under construction while the only mostly intact sky carrier was towed in for salvaging. The Zosencho are still out trawling the ocean floor for the other ship's remains. Waste not, want not. Kotoheim uttered as they started along the right wall, keeping out of the flow of main traffic as construction crews and supplies moved in a chaotic dance. Within the very rock wall of the cavern they could see buildings being carved out and rock being moved and used in other areas of construction. While some facilities were up and running, others were, bare bones at best. Naruto takes in the cranes, overhead lights, shipping containers and heavy machinery and the general just loudness of this port with an odd feeling. Having spent so much time recently on his nature chakra training, this industrial area was putting him off a bit. But still, it was good to see his people doing what they loved. For the Zosencho that seemed to be everything related to shipbuilding. They're really motivated. Have they built their own living quarters here yet? Karen nods. Yes, the Zosencho clan actually lives in a facility that they've dug out that's behind the shipyards. They have access to the surface through carefully managed hallways and further living quarters, but they plan on mainly living closer to the yards. They don't want to compromise security here. Karen looks back at him as they walk along. They were very determined to have their own living space. Naruto nods, again, good thinking. Waving to a few workers who address him by name and some bowing, the group continues on as they close in on the ship under construction. Allowed to enter the construction site unopposed, they take in the nearly 300-meter-long steel construct that right now included a keel and some lower decks and siding. Naruto let another whistle out. Now that's impressive. What type of ship are they building? He appraised the scaffolding-covered steel frame being erected and wondered at the possibilities. Karen looked around a bit, waving to a few workers who she knew as she searched for Tsuyoshi or one of his subordinates. I'm not entirely sure, Tsuyoshi said it would be a surprise. And it will be a grand one at that. A boisterous laugh had them all turning their heads as flanked by a dark-skinned woman of average height in construction clothes but bearing a clipboard and a muscular frame, and a dull-looking man even shorter than Karen but probably wider than he was tall. Tsuyoshi held out a weathered hand to Naruto. Good to see you, Lord Uzumaki. I hope your trip went well. Tipped off by his crew, Tsuyoshi had sighted the Uzumaki ground and had decided to come to them himself. Shaking the older man's hand firmly, Naruto grins and nods. Well enough. I see you've settled in easily. I'm glad for that. Everyone has been more than accommodating and have even pitched in. Least we could do was give it our all. Looking to his left and right, Tsuyoshi snapped his fingers and grunted. Right. Bad manners. This here is Celia and Jax. Both substitute as my second in command, though Jax handles the crew and Celia handles engineering. Celia has her hands on her hips as she shifts from side to side, more like the old codger gives me all the hard stuff while he buggers off. Gray t-shirt and overalls straining against both strong arms and a massive chest, Naruto considered that if she had access to chakra she'd be a real monster on the battlefield. Nice to meet ya. Jax grunts and nods, one hand fidgeting with a heavy-looking tool belt and the other scrubbing through thin brown hair. Nice to meet you, Lord Uzumaki. Heard some scary stuff 'bout ya. Naruto's eyes trailed to Karen, who had the decency to blush as she looked away. I'm sure it's been exaggerated for effect. Just what had his girls been telling people? So you didn't blow up a biju? Twitching, Naruto sighed. No, I did that. And you didn't take on a Sannin and win? Yeah, I did that too. Did you really threaten to blow up Konoha, the strongest village in the nations? I might have. He really had been on one before, hadn't he? Naruto considered that maybe he was prone to overdoing things. Maybe. Possible. You have no self-control. Kurama chuckled as Naruto mentally gave him the finger. I have plenty. Like a toddler. Sayla whistled low as Tsuyoshi cuffed Jax on the back of the head. Say, you sound like a real badass. Here she winked at him with a smirk. Wanna trade some stories over a drink later? Clipboard tapping against a thick thigh, she didn't miss the frown that grew on the three opposing women's faces. Tsuyoshi grumbled and waved that idea away. I'm sure Lord Uzumaki has a busy schedule. Speaking of, so, what's the nature of the visit today? Naruto turned to look back towards the dry dock and the ship slowly coming to shape there while missing the death glare Tayuya sent the grinning Celia. Just checking in and curious was all. I wanted to make sure you didn't need anything and I'm now curious about the ship. Well, a small hint. We're considering a new type of battleship. But, you'll have to wait to see it. Naruto nods as he can see the pride on Tsuyoshi's face. I look forward to it. Though I am curious why you decided to go with a battleship first. Well, the Land of Sky is to blame for that. Tsuyoshi could see everyone looking his way and pointed at the wreckage of the carrier on the other side of this dry dock and settled in the next. Sure, Uzushio can protect its waters. But what happens if multiple nations attack at once? Plus, we're eventually going to have a surplus of manpower and normal ships help with all of that. A state-sponsored ship able to protect our shipping lanes and borders is always a good idea. Tsuyoshi turned firm eyes to Naruto. Sometimes force is needed to defend ourselves. Hands on his hips, Naruto does agree with the sentiment. So long as the plan is for defending ourselves, I'm all for it. Plus I like the plan to give power to normal people without chakra. Everyone should be able to defend themselves and contribute to protect their country. Great to hear we're on the same page. Laughing again while throwing his head back, Tsuyoshi eventually settled down to turn determined eyes on the captured wreck. I'll admit, the idea of a carrier is giving me ideas, but I'm not sure if it'll go anywhere just yet. Celia nudged him with her clipboard. Sure you want to bring that up, boss? Not yet, but, well, Lord Uzumaki is trustworthy. The older shipbuilder winked at Naruto. Long and short of it, I want to adapt airplanes for naval ship use. Karen's eyes were suddenly wide, but I thought airplanes were still too flimsy to use in such a way. That's why we stick to airships and the like. Tsuyoshi grinned and held a finger to his lips. It's a secret, but we've got a few ideas. Watching Karen bounce on her toes with a smile, Naruto shook his head. I look forward to it. Next to him, Kotoheim's finger raised to her ear for a moment and drew everyone's attention. A few nods before she turned to look at Naruto's himself. Looks like Anoka is ready for you. Humming, Naruto turns to Tsuyoshi and nods his head. That's my cue to get out of your way. I've got more checking up to do. Tsuyoshi waves a hand to the shipyard. Don't be a stranger. Stop by whenever you want. I hear you're a good hand at construction. Naruto grins as he and the girls turn to leave. I'll swing by to lend a few hands sometime soon. Saying their farewells, Naruto and the girls take their leave. Behind them, Celia punches Tsuyoshi in the shoulder. Really? Had to block me like that? He's too young for you, woman. Go hunt someone else. He didn't miss the murderous aura from Lord Uzumaki's wives either. No, his clan did not need that kind of drama. Bah, he looked sturdy enough. And by the rumors had the stamina to match. Celia was more than interested. Jax turned to get back to his station. I don't think even a steel keel is sturdy enough for you. Come back here and say that to my face. Tsuyoshi watched them go with a sigh and considered maybe giving them their own team soon. Maybe it would mellow them out. B. Blazing sun and hot winds, Suna was one of those villages that screamed endurance and strength of will. And while the populace was happy with the direction their village was taking and the alliance their Kage had brokered with Uzushio, said Kazekage grumbled as he read over the letter he had just received. Temari and Kankuro kept him company in their respective places within his office as he tried and failed not to take the Naruto approach. Explosions were for enemies, the council was not an enemy. Well, his council wasn't at the least. Maybe Naruto would be willing to take a mission to blow them apart. Mumbling to himself, he isn't quiet enough to escape his older sister's notice. You know, I've been meaning to mention, but it sure looks like that Matsuri girl is hounding after you. You ever going to give her some type of answer? Temari was grinning as her brother grumbled even more under his breath. Score one for her as she lazed on the couch with one hand behind her head. I know she is, but finding love isn't a priority right now. Nor would it reduce his stress levels at all. Temari scoffed and balanced a kunai on her fingertip, maybe it should be. Holding up and waving the letter from the council, Gaara's eyes locked onto hers. Speaking of finding love, the council thinks it would be in the village's best interests to seek out a political marriage for you, dear sister. Eh? Toss it, I only have one man on my mind. More like one part of him at least. Kankuro lazily dodged the kunai that speared by his head and lodged itself in the wall behind him as he worked on his latest puppet. A recreation of Sasori's Hirako puppet. Just saying. You've got a lot of competition there. Taking the kunai from the wall, it was added to a launcher assembly in the puppet's mouth. I'll get there. The best fruit sometimes takes a little time to ripen. Gaara rolled his eyes as he dropped the letter to his cluttered desk. We're talking political points here. And who do we know is a big mover and shaker right now in the political sphere? Temari hummed at that for a bit before snapping her fingers. You know what, maybe the council isn't so bad. When do we call him? Gaara and Kankuro sighing in unison, the Kage relaxed back in his chair and wished in a lot of ways he could avoid this. This is a political marriage proposal. Do you really want that? Doesn't it feel like cheating? Temari was already mentally making plans. I wonder what sort of honeymoon we'll have. Should I start stocking up on supplies? Naruto has had so much practice, I'm sure he'll wear me out quickly. I've got to even up the field a bit. Mind falling into plans and plots, she misses her brothers both shivering. Kankuro does his best to tune her out, she's in her own little world now. I could deny it on principle. Do you really want to deal with an angry Temari? Gaara shuddered again. No. Not at all, no. He remembered what she did to Kankuro when he suggested in front of Naruto that she might be interested in some other guy. He still didn't want to figure out why Kankuro had burned his Karasu puppet and salted the ashes before burying them somewhere deep in the desert. Before all that, now that the airship landing pads have been built, we should be seeing some regular shipments between our nations from here on. Hopefully the Uzumaki come and visit so we can discuss things. Temari hears the words including Uzumaki and visit and springs to her feet. I need to prepare. I need a new battle dress and maybe I could polish up my battle fan. Oh, and new undies. I'm off. And then she was gone, door swinging back and forth on its hinges and leaving Gaara and Kankuro alone. Kankuro sighs, there's a reason every dude in Suna is terrified of her, and it has nothing to do with you. Poor Karasu. Gaara nods slowly as he sets the council letter aside and gets back to his more normal work. She's excited. Naruto is probably one of the few men she's met that isn't afraid of her at all. To him, she's completely normal. Does that say more about her or his mental state? Anyone who considers Temari normal is broken. Both brothers nodded once in unison as honestly in their opinion, that was pretty normal for Naruto. B. Standing among the somewhat calm sea between the Yuzu Islands, Naruto has joined Anoka and Karen while Hinata watches on from a ferry boat they had used to carry them out this way. Sighing and stretching this way and that, Naruto watches as Anoka explains the plan as her chakra chain shifts and grinds at her back to hold the sealing scroll. So, we're going to release the Sanbai and hopefully get the Biju to relax and not destroy our home. If we can get it to relax and somehow explain that we're only giving the big guy a safe place to live away from people, that'd be a job well done. Naruto nods and grins as his training was about to show its benefits. Got it. Just leave it to me. Hopefully things went well, he'd hate to have to seal the big guy away permanently. Karen can't help but smirk as she and Anoka start to spread out, ready to produce a new dome of chakra chains just in case. Leave it to you, huh? Glad to see you're as confident as ever. Anoka winks at him, maybe you could show us later how much of a leader you are, Can we focus, ladies? I'll give you a reward when this is over. Anoka turned and winked at Karen, who gave her a thumbs up. We've worked hard, so we hope the reward is suitable. Of course girls, now, let's get to it. Naruto crosses his arms as his Sage mode takes over, eyes shifting into his Rinnegan with new frog pupils with ease. Inside, Kurama grunts. Think you'll need me for this? Your power? Probably not, but you wanna have a chat with the big guy when we connect? Could be fun. On it. Exchanging a nod with Karen, who already has a dozen chains buried in the water, Anoka's own chain hefts the large scroll into the air before throwing it with all her might. Free of her chakra, it takes all of a few seconds for cracks to begin to form along its surface and the paper to smoke and smolder. As it hit the water 100 meters from them, there was an explosion of water and steam, and they were hit with a roar as the sandby reforms in front of them. Appearing to shake off its confusion after appearing in a completely different ocean, the sandby's eyes land on the Uzumaki girls, who wave at it casually. Hey there, big guy. Anoka held up a hand in greeting and a bright smile on her face. Karen grins, no hard feelings, right? The roar that answers them and blows hot humid breath and ocean water in their faces answers that question quickly. Stupid question, yeah. Jumping in a spray of water himself, Naruto quickly attaches himself to the sandby's head with his hand planted on its forehead as he hung down so he could grin into one of its massive eyes. Hey there buddy, let's chat. Sinking into his mindscape and connecting with the other Biju, Naruto and Kurama are met with the mental approximation of the sandby, who looked around with confusion. What? Kurama grinned, hello there little brother. Outside, Anoka and Karen heaved a sigh of relief as the sandby seemed to settle, the giant turtle sinking to its belly in the water as its tail sank below the waves. Not feeling like her chains were needed, Karen relaxed and dispelled them as Anoka walked to join her on the slowly calming ocean water. Think it'll work out? Anoka nodded, it's Naruto. Point. In his mental landscape that was much brighter and cleaner, Naruto watched as Kurama sat on his haunches with his tail swaying behind him. Aisabu, it's good to see you again. Caught off guard, Aisabu looked between Kurama and Naruto. Kurama, what is this? This. Kurama dramatically waved both of his hands out to motion to the large space, is the form Naruto's soul has taken. Some light, a little dark, but a good place in the end. No. I mean. Aisabu finally relaxed and sat a bit. I mean, you aren't screaming about fire and brimstone and killing everyone in sight. Grumbling about know-it-all brothers, Kurama watched as Naruto strode forward to hold a hand in the air. Hey there. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, current leader of the Uzumaki clan and Uzushio. I've got an offer for ya, if you don't mind listening to me for a bit. Best to be polite and courteous when facing off against massive chakra beasts that could eat you. Lowering his head to look at Naruto directly, Aisabu maintained eye contact with him for some time before nodding slowly. I accept. Naruto grins, okay, so. I was thinking we could dash. I said I accept. Kurama sighed and laid down himself, lazy bastard. Leave it to Aisabu to get right to the heart of the matter. Naruto scratched his head while confusion cluttered his mind. You haven't even heard what I have to say though? Aisabu closed his eyes as he nodded. You really are young, aren't you? Heh. A tail came up to wave in the air, the tip of which pointed at Naruto. This is the manifestation of your soul, yes? So anyone within it is touching your very essence, correct? Well, yeah, that's how me and Kurama can bond so closely. Aisabu's tail returned to a resting position behind him, and now I'm here. I felt you heart the very second you pulled me in here. I know the peace you hope for. I know you worries, fears, dreams. I know you want to provide a safe place for me to live without making me fight. A light grumble filled the air as Aisabu settled himself in. I'm more than content with that. I'll happily rest here and maybe defend my new home if it means I'll be left alone to sleep all I want. Kurama couldn't help but snipe at his fellow Biju. You're still just a big lazy turtle. Combat is your thing. Sleeping is mine. Naruto looked up to Kurama and eventually shrugged. Well, I guess we're done here. Chuckling, Aisabu reached forward with a tail and tapped a surprised Naruto in the head and nearly pushed him over, a small gift. I hope your real dream, comes true. Feeling something shift deep inside of him, Naruto eventually nods. Thanks. And then he was opening his eyes, Aisabu blinking slowly before Naruto jumps off of the Great Biju's head and returned to Anoka's and Karen's side. All three watched the Great Biju sink below the waves without a protest, while Naruto watched on in silence. Aisabu bows his head once, before soon he's gone and the waters begin to calm. Karen is the first to tap his shoulder. Do we want to know what you had to promise it in order to calm it down? Naruto shook his head. Aisabu didn't ask for anything actually beyond being left alone. They'll help out if something happens though. Anoka looked at the spot where the Biju used to be. How nice. They seem to be pretty nice, yeah, just lazy. Behind them Hinata is piloting the boat to their sides, waving with a bright smile on her face. Coming to a stop and watching the three come on board with a quick jump, Hinata greets them. Looks like everything went well. Naruto takes her in, seeing his old jacket folded over the captain's chair with her chain mail, leaving her in a bright orange tube top. Yeah, we're good to go from here. We just need to mark this area as Isabu's space so no one disturbs him. Hinata starts back for the wheelhouse. Okay, I'll get on the radio and let them know now. Turning away with a smile, should we head back to the main island? Naruto shakes his head as he rests against the side rails and looks out over the relatively calm waters. Nah. Let's go find the Yuki clan, I'd like to check on them. Behind him as he looks out on the ocean, someone taps his shoulder. Looking back, he has to fight the nosebleed that nearly erupts. Anoka is already stripped down to a blue and intricately designed bikini while Karen is in the process of the same though hers is red. You know, you did promise you'd spend some time with us. I thought, you know, that meant lunch, wander the city, something like a date. Anoka was already close, trailing a finger down his chest. Oh, so some fun under the sun can't be a date. Something tells me you already have something else in mind. Karen was looking at him from over Anoka's shoulder. Someone's feeling very determined now that Kotoheim, Koyuki, and now Tayuya are all pregnant. And while I still feel too young, someone else. Anoka already had him by the shoulders, an odd gleam in her eyes as her long hair swayed in the wind. You know what I want. Hinata called out from the wheelhouse. It's going to be at least half an hour before we reach the island where the Yuki clan lives. So we have time. Karen is already walking her way. Wanna switch? She ignored Anoka as she roared and Naruto's jacket slapped onto the deck. Hinata shook her head. Not yet. I don't mind waiting until everyone else has worked it out of their systems. Though, as giggles began to fill the air, it was becoming a harder thing. Well, maybe. Karen leaned against the doorway and enjoyed the mixture of hot sun and cold water spray on her skin. It's nice to have him home, isn't it? I did miss the chaos. Naruto was watching them both and pointed towards them. Karen, come here. Coming. Giggling and trailing a hand down Hinata's arm, Karen winked at her. Master calls. Hinata blushed as Karen left while mentally finalizing her own ideas. It'd be a few days yet before everyone else finally had their fill most likely. And then. Well. Who knew? Much as they had hoped, Team 7 had a relatively easy time of finding not only the land of sky, but the ruins in which a massive amount of chakra could be felt. It being the only reason they had found the ruins so easily, the team was looking over the massive expanse of stone and steel with a bit of worry. Sakura was the first to bring it up. Feels like something foul. Like Gaara back when he was all crazy. Sasuke nods. Yeah, it's definitely evil feeling. Kakashi nods and stands from their hiding spot among some tree cover. We haven't seen any teams from Yuzu, so it's our job to head in and see what we can find. Leading the way and making their way inside, Team 7 could already tell something was up with this place. While they could sense people, there weren't many. Not enough at least. But there was a flurry of activity as the team kept to the shadows and eventually made their way to a hallway out of the way. Kakashi points to both of them. We're going to split up. Recon, keep it quiet, and flare your chakra if you find yourself in trouble. Getting nods from both of his students, Kakashi gave them a thumbs up. Meet back here in 10 minutes. And then he was gone, leaving Sakura to grin towards Sasuke. Wanna take bets one who finds trouble first? Sasuke shook his head as he took in the worn stone and concrete around him. No bet. Somehow it'll be me. Sakura kissed his cheek quickly before running off. Sure thing Naruto 2.0. And then she too was gone around a corner, leaving Sasuke to wander off on his own exploration journey. Left with only one path to go, Sasuke made his way while keeping to the shadows and ceilings of the cooled hallways of what he was beginning to think was less a ruin and possible a running facility. Over time, however, with no hallway branches in his path, he realized this hallway was both curving and heading down. To where he wasn't sure, but he was ready to find out. Having shuffled into a seated position against the back wall, Amaru curls into a ball and hugs her knees as she reflects on what she could possibly do now. Her cell was Spartan, a stone slab for a bed and a hole in the floor as a bathroom, but nothing else besides the wall-length bars that held her inside. She considered what she would do if she saw Shino again and her heart twisted painfully. She was a tool to him, nothing more she had learned, and with that thought she felt even more drained than before. Staring at a spot just outside her cell, trying to will the bars to fade away with her mind, it takes her a moment to realize there's a shadow of a person there. Looking up and presenting her tear-streaked face to the intruder, she finds a man wearing black ninja attire with a white jacket and what looks like a sword on his hip. Shaggy black hair pulled back into a ponytail and dark eyes. Her only feeling that this might not be real was that he was on the ceiling. I've finally gone insane. Sasuke snorted but didn't leave his perch. Not likely. though I might not be the best judge. Looking up and down the hallway and not seeing anyone coming, he drops without a sound to stand before the auburn-haired girl. Why Ryu locked up? Don't you know? This is the fate of all Uzumaki one day. Burying her face into her knees, she closes in on herself tightly. I trusted him, loved him, all so he could use me and throw me away. Muffled though her voice was, Sasuke heard her all the same and sighed. Great, some new asshole abusing Naruto's clan. That wouldn't do. Uzumaki, huh? Well, I know the current head of your clan, I'm sure he'd love to meet you. Twitching, Amaru looked back up towards Sasuke. Who are you? Why should I trust what you say? At that Sasuke shrugged, not saying you should or shouldn't. Ultimately we all have to make up our own minds about the world around us. But, my brother made a promise to help me with my dream, and I promised to help him with his. If you're really an Uzumaki, then that means I'm going to help you and return you home, to your family. Already drawing his blade, he wonders if this counts as part of the mission. Naruto wouldn't stand for this, so neither will I. Blinking as the man before her sliced the bars to her cell apart like paper, he resheaths his weapon and two stride bring him before her. You're just going to use me as well. Take the last bit of me and ground it into dust. Feeling her body begin to sag, Amaru starts to let go of herself. I don't care. Do what you want. Rolling his eyes and hoping he was never this dramatic in his life, he reached forward and thumps her in the forehead with a finger flick. Hearing her hiss in pain, he grins. Look. I want to save you, but I'm not gonna put up with this defeatist mindset. Something bad happened, I get it. But it's not over yet. He pokes her a bit more gently in the sternum as she rubs her forehead and glares at him. I don't have time to help you put your heart back together. Not now. But after we get out of here, if you want some help, I'll be around. Why? Finally some emotion from her, Amaru slaps his hand away and ignores the smirk on his face. Why help me at all? Why pretend? Because I promised a friend. And you're a weakling in need. Sasuke shrugged at the cute frown on her face. I'm strong. It's the duty of the strong to protect the weak. And I'm doing that because I want to. So. Here he kneeled down, turning away from her and presenting his back. Take a small step yourself, and I'll get you out of here. Amaru blinked at the broad back before her. Did her silent prayer really come true? Was someone here to save her? Of course, it could be another trick or a trap. But he wasn't wrong. She had to decide. Certainly staying in this cell wasn't going to get her anywhere. With a grunt, she stood up enough that her weak legs collapsed and laid her on his back. He was quick to scoop her up, hands on her thighs as he stood and started to walk down the hall towards a destination only he knew. I'll probably regret this. Her words were whispered, but right in Sasuke's ear he had no problem hearing her still. Wanna tell me about it? Looking back at her and grinning some more, Sasuke gives her a minute before she nods and begins to explain. Following after her teacher, her feelings going from admiration to something close to love. Her village being attacked and feeling despair, and eventually being led here where Shino showed her the fruits of his labors. How he was the one behind everything, how he only used her to revive some ancient weapon. And now, thrown away, he was going to bring fire and death to the world to revive the former glory of the Land of Sky. In the end, the attack on Uzushio was nothing. Just something to stall for time and keep Kumo away from this place. Amaru had only barely overhead his plans before passing out last night. Not that she could do anything about it. These ruins were once a great flying fortress that ruled over the skies themselves. Sasuke nods at the information and grunts. You Uzumaki really do have both the best and worst luck imaginable. Feeling Sakura's chakra somewhere ahead, he picks up his pace slightly while keeping to the shadows of the dimly lit place. The hallway has opened up into a large chamber with many doors and offshoot hallways, but Sasuke trusts his senses to guide him. Above them along high walls are thin windows that let in small amounts of light, and Sasuke judges that it's just before noon. I'm Sasuke by the way. Sasuke Uchiha. Amaru Uzumaki I guess. She pauses as her arms finally come up to wrap around his neck from her place on his back. Can you tell me about yourself? Why you're really sticking your neck out for me? There had to be more to it than just a promise to a friend. Amaru huh? Sure. Sasuke thinks about his life till now, before shrugging and deciding that Angstfest didn't need a full telling. I was like you in that cell once. Stuck in a past that wouldn't return, waiting for something to happen. Though my thoughts were centered around more of a rage that never left me. But, someone dragged me out of it. Naruto. Your clan head. Chuckling Sasuke lets a more real smile tug at his lips. He's a hard-headed asshole and an idiot. But determined and a good man all the same. Sasuke chuckles some more as he takes a deep calming breath as he walks. He decided one day he wanted to learn about his clan, find more of them, and put his family back together. And he did it, rebuild his home, the works. Sobering up, he focused ahead as he chose a new path and walked down a hallway lined with thin windows that looked at nothing but dirt. Some part of me wants to channel even a little bit of that energy in my own life. I want to change my fate. My clan's fate. Break the cycle, you know? Looking back, he gives her a confident smirk that sends her heart racing. So if I can, I'm going to save you. Because I think you're worth it. So don't give in to those dark thoughts. Your ordeal is over. Looking away to hide her blush as Sasuke goes back to looking ahead, Amaru leans against his back more fully. I'm worth it, huh? Well, thank you. Sasuke Uchiha. Mentally she wishes she could have some of that strength of will. To form a goal and follow through no matter what. Could she be that way one day? Could she be like this dark and mysterious Uchiha? Don't worry. I'll make sure you get out of this alive and well. In the end, Sasuke was sure either he or Sakura had an emergency Hiraishin tag. So they could call Naruto and get her out of here. Hopefully at least. My team is just ahead. Sakura is a pink-haired girl and super strong, and a healer. So she'll probably snag you from me right away when we see her. And hopefully not assume the worst. He didn't need a concussion today. Coming around a corner and headed up a long flight of stairs, they exit out into another chamber, though not as large as the one previous. Round and having 5 other hallways besides the one he left, he was suddenly face to face with Sakura, who took one look at him and the girl looking at her over Sasuke's shoulder and snorted. Sasuke wouldn't admit to pouting, but he easily let Sakura take the girl from his back without protest. Whatever you're thinking, stuff it. Assuring the girl she was a friend, Sakura ran glowing green hands over her body, sure thing Naruto 2.0. Sakura winked at the girl. She had settled down on the ground and looked up to Sasuke. So, who is she? Amaru Uzumaki, betrayed and used by some Land of Sky leader who wants to relive the glory days or some usual nonsense. Sasuke crossed his arms and kept watch as Sakura worked. Apparently these ruins are actually a great flying fortress. Sounds like something someone we know would have an easy time tearing apart. Sakura winks at Amaru and finishes her work. Helping the girl into a seated position, Sakura turns to look at Sasuke. We should call Naruto. Probably yeah. Feeling chakra signatures approaching, Sasuke runs a hand along the hilt of his weapon. Company. Stow your weapon Uchiha, there are only friends here. From another hallway and veins bulging, Neji and his team show themselves. Long time. Relaxing, Sasuke nods to the group. Yeah, good to see you too. Guessing you're here for all this craziness yourselves? Neji nods while behind him Kana and Jin lean against a wall and wait for orders, watching the other exits much as Sasuke had been. Yes. We have been tracking the Land of Sky here, but when I spotted you I decided we should group up. Is Konoha after something here? Snorting and shaking his head, Sasuke accepts Amaru from Sakura who answers for them. Konoha can get stuffed. We heard Uzushio had been attacked and decided to lend a hand. Plus, we need to have a chat with Naruto. Jin frowned, very familiar with Lord Uzumaki there would dash, pausing as Neji held up a hand. He watched his leader shake his head quietly. This is Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha, Lord Naruto's former teammates and still very close friends. Neji quirked an eyebrow at Sakura, or is it Sakura Uchiha finally? Blushing the medic brawler shook her head. No, not yet at least. Sasuke sighed and motioned a hand around them. Have any good information on this place? Neji shakes his head. Very few remaining Sky Ninja are here, barely 3 squads. But there's a chamber not far from here that is radiating massive amounts of energy. Kakashi is nearly there. We should meet up with him then. Sasuke turned to Amaru. Can you walk? Not wanting to look weak in front of all these people, Amaru nodded but kept her eyes on him. Yes. Good, stick with Sakura, things might go sideways. Sakura grunted. Might? Things always go sideways with us. Curse of Team 7. Neji chuckled as he motioned for his team to follow and they lead the way for Team 7 and Amaru. Maybe that's why Lord Naruto's luck is the way it is. Sakura and Sasuke both shuddered. Oh no. His luck is its own thing entirely. Sakura put that feeling to rest right away. She didn't want to think about having Naruto's luck. Ever. Around them the ruins begin to shake and groan, like an earthquake has hit them and hit them hard. Stumbling and catching themselves on the hallway walls, Sasuke steadies Sakura and Amaru as he looks around while feeling a sense of vertigo. There's no way. Neji nods with a sigh. We're ascending. Time to move? Time to move. Both teams raced ahead, Sakura putting Amaru on her back as they prayed they could stop whatever just started. Lazily walking along and following the flow of dark chakra he had found, Kakashi saunters his way into a wide and open chamber that's well lit. Idly gazing at the rows upon rows of seals upon the walls and ceiling, Kakashi is quick to figure out that this room itself was a great seal. In front of him is an older man with graying hair wearing dark red and gold robes over blue pants, who is offering his hands up to a pulsing cocoon held aloft by tendrils latched to the ceiling and walls. Ha, well that's creepy. Shino turned to see the ninja before him. Frowning at the Konoha headband, he decided it didn't matter. Congratulations on finding me, but you're too late, Konoha scum. Our time is at hand. Anchor Vantion will rise and the land of sky will once more rule the world as we were meant to. Sighing and coming to a halt before the old man, Kakashi shrugs, old despot looking to rule the world, check. Looking around, he considered what he knew and sighed harder. There wouldn't happen to be a princess around here that needs saving, is there? Ah, that's what you're after? The Uzumaki brat? I don't need her anymore, you can have her if you think you can leave here alive. Yup, princess needing rescue, check. Groaning and beginning to push up his headband to uncover his eye, Kakashi really hoped Naruto didn't show up out of nowhere. You know, you've just challenged my students, who will be more than happy to rip this place apart one stone at a time if necessary. Looking left and right, Shino finally draws himself up to his full height, and just where are these students, You're all alone here, and I think you'll find yourself very outmatched. Headband up but eyes still closed, Kakashi did not want to deal with this, but that shuddering from earlier told him he was now on a time limit. Look, I've got more important things to deal with, like condo prices in Yuzu and a girlfriend who's way ready to settle down. So why don't you shut this down, give it up, and we can all go about our lives. Okay? Mentally shifting as his link with the Zero Tails takes hold, Shino frowns as he calls on the body rebirth technique. Hair coming back in as dark brown, muscles beginning to grow and bulge under his clothes, the old man began to gloat. Oh no. I think I'll be ending yours right here and now. Cracking his neck first left and then right, Shino grinned, you should have left when you had the chance. There's nothing for Konoha to plunder here, only death. Kakashi opened his Sharingan eye, slowly and purposefully shifting it to its Mangekyo form. No. Stance lowering a bit as his right hand came up and began to arc lightning between his fingers, Sharingan. Kakashi shook his head, I think I need to teach you a lesson. Hand jerking and a full-strength Chidori bursting to life, Kakashi smirked behind his mask. You say there's only death here? My eye sees a lot and right now, it's yours. Life had been going pretty well for Hatake Kakashi. His team grew stronger by the day and his former student was a Kage and leading a nation. More recently he had found love and was even considering finally settling down and enjoying a new lease on life. Finally able to focus on the future and not his dark and blood-filled past, the scared but determined Leaf Village Jonin had a new and improved outlook on life. Things were well and truly looking up for him. Dodging away from a blast of dark energy that easily melted through a stone pillar and reduced it to molten slag and lava, Kakashi was wondering if maybe he was under some curse that afflicted him when he began to be happy. Why was he fighting against some dictator with legendary powers bent on taking over the world? This was Naruto's job, not his. If he lived through this he was spending a week laid up with Shizune after this. A quick substitution with a loose stone saved him from another attack from the cackling Shino, and Kakashi focused fully back on his battle. You're making a wreck of your fortress here. It'll all be restored with time. Time that I will have plenty of once I kill you. Deciding distance wasn't helping him any, Shino dashed into close ranks and beat the heterochromic ninja into the floor with his own hands. Kakashi is the more seasoned ninja of the pair, and easily keeps just out of range and dodges away from the black and red energy attacks. Hold still. Yeah no. I choose life. Blocking a front kick by crossing his arms over his chest, Kakashi is sent away towards a far wall and grins at the distance made between then again until he sees Shino charging up another even more massive blast attack. Shit. Pinwheel eye blazing, Kakashi gathers his chakra just as the attack is launched. Kamui. While no amount of training was helping speed up his Mangekyo Sharingan, at the least it wouldn't drain him to use it a few times. Dark chakra disappearing as if it wasn't there, Shino is left stunned as the rift in space between them closed with an audible tearing sound. Kakashi had a way to counter his larger and more powerful attacks then, did he? Fine, he could keep this close and personal then. Dashing in once more, Shino was all grins, so this is interesting. Want to clue me in on how you did that? A massive fist crashed into the ground where Kakashi had been standing, a crater forming and loose rocks tumbling through the air. No respite here however, Kakashi is again forced to block and evade as Shino went on a fast and ferocious attack pattern fueled by the Zero Tails chakra. I could give you an up-close demonstration if you'd like. Kakashi would like nothing more than to teleport either part or all of Shino away into the Kamui dimension, but they were moving much too fast back and forth across the floor of the temple. Under the watchful gaze of that sealed-away chakra, Kakashi wasn't going to be slowing down Shino just yet. Plus, would killing him or disrupting the chakra bring this place down? He needed his student safe first before killing his opponent, so he would stall and delay for now. Lightning again arcing off of his fingers, he leans to the right as Shino attempts an attack with a strong left hook. Watching a fist covered in that vile black chakra slide past his face, Kakashi thrusts up with a lightning-covered hand. Chidori! Arg! Screaming as his arm is suddenly engulfed in pain, Shino continues forward and turns a few paces away to regard his adversary with caution. Between them his arm twitches on the floor, blood pooling from the stump where it used to be connected to his shoulder. Panting and clutching his empty socket to slow the blood flow, Shino grins as his life fluid seeps through his fingers. Should have known better. You should have, yes. Watching the larger man drop to a knee, Kakashi adopts a looser stance. Might as well give it up, before I really do have to put you down for good. Kakashi frowned as Shino began to laugh darkly as his hand came away from his shoulder, black tendrils shooting out from the wound to collect and return the severed arm to its previous position. Tendrils pulsing and writhing, with a grunt of pain Shino reattaches his lost limb and gives it a few test movements. Well, that was horrifying to watch. You won't see it again, that is the last time you will touch me. Beginning a small chain of seals, Kakashi begins to mold chakra in his chest, fine by me. Katan, Grand Fireball. Fire technique expanding and growing as it closed the distance between the two, Kakashi missed Shino bringing up a black wall of energy to block him and protect himself. He does not miss the flurry of dark energy balls racing his way at the end of his attack. Forced back into dodging and evading, the stone floor and walls being blasted and leaving craters of crumbing support pillars with each, Kakashi's stomach lurched as it felt like the floor sagged a bit with the loss of more support structures. Wonderful. Are you beginning to tire, Kakashi? You're starting to get slow. Pressing his advantage, Shino continued his attack. After I kill you, maybe I'll drop your body in the center of your village before I destroy it. Seeing an opening as Kakashi paused, Shino prepared to launch another larger blast of energy. I've won GUH. Grunting in pain as a sword burst from his chest, Shino looks down at its edge covered in his blood. What? Looking around the large man, Sasuke offered his teacher and squad leader a smirk. Anyone ever tell you that you talk too much? Pulling his sword free in a spray of blood, Sasuke roundhouse kicks Shino away to crash into a wall, rattling and shaking the room as he turns to his sensei. Maybe you're getting too old for this, Kakashi. Grunting and offering his student a frown, Kakashi does have to concede he has a point. Keep it up. I'll leave you to fight him alone if you think you're such hot shit. Can't be worse than fighting Naruto. Nothing is worse than fighting Naruto. Because not only would Naruto blast you silly and beat you into the dirt, he'd joke around and have fun while doing it. He'd humiliate you before sparing you. Talented little shit. They both however watched as Shino rose from the rubble that had fallen on him, grunting and dusting away his pants while his jacket and shirt fell away from him in rags. Sasuke frowned a bit at that. I get he's big, but I pierced a lung. He should be down. Kakashi sighed and nodded. He's apparently tapped into that massive chakra cocoon and is wielding dark chakra with no ill effects. It's like fighting a biju. Wonderful. Chuckling, Shino stood at his full height again. Perhaps I underestimated you. I'll need even more to put you down. Sprinting away to stop just below the bright cocoon, Shino connects his chakra even more deeply with the Zero Tails. I offer all of myself in order to crush my foes and bring this world under my heel. Shit. Kakashi prepared to jump in while Sasuke did the same. Bad news? Very. The cocoon breaks, the room shuddering more as the deep red and leech-like form of the Zero Tails surrounds and protects Shino as it faces him directly. Blank no mask staring into the madly grinning face of the man who could no longer tell his mind was fading, the Zero spoke to him. I shall eat your soul for this. So long as the world burns and my foes die, I care not. 5 hair-like tendrils growing from the mask to wave in the air, Zero's mask pulls into a wide smile. So be it. There is light and heat, enough to push Sasuke and Kakashi back from where they were, before as the smoke clears Shino is standing before them alone again. Cackling madly, they take in his bright and completely red eyes as this new entity addresses them. I'm going to eat your souls as well, little ninja. Sasuke sighs as lightning begins to dance along his sword as he makes sure Sakura and Amaru are keeping a safe distance. Why do we always get the crazy chakra monsters? Want my theory? Does it involve Naruto? Not specifically, no. Maybe later then. Appearing between them in an instant, Shino/Zero has both arms outstretched with black energy gathered in its open palms. Don't take this so lightly. Words seeming to be spoken with multiple voices, both men substitute away from the chakra blasts that follow. You'll just die tired. On the attack now, focusing mainly on Kakashi while Sasuke dashes in to either attack Shino or support Kakashi, the pair hold off the combined monster with some effort. Sasuke has begun to notice as they fight across the space that as fast as he can make new wounds on the monster, Shino seems to heal them and push on even faster than before. More frustrating for the Leaf duo, he seemed to be shrugging off their attacks like they were nothing. Fireballs, exploding tags, lightning. Nothing beyond their best seemed to be doing anything beyond annoying him or slowing him down momentarily. Which, for Sasuke as he noticed Kakashi's eye shift back into its base form, meant they were on a real time limit now. Any ideas? Kakashi nods as they swap places, Sasuke dashing it to hack and slash his way forward, floor beginning to be painted red with Shino's blood. Go for the head? Rolling his eyes, Sasuke grunts as Shino avoids a Chidori Nagashi from him. Was he getting faster? Certainly felt like it. Behind them Team Neji, Sakura and Amaru watch on. Kana and Jin have both rifles in hand, Jin on a knee while Kana stands just to his left. Both are trying to track Shino and seem to be having a hard time of it while Jin finally grunts. Too much movement. It's too hectic and there's no way we can join in like this. Jin might not be as good of a shot as his other two team members, but even Kana nodded at his assessment of the situation. Should we stand down, leader? Neji shook his head as he stared forward, flexing his fingers tightly. No. Keep pacing them for now. I'm going to jump in. I know these two and should be able to work in and provide some assistance. Grinning, Neji flickered once and was suddenly at Shino's back. Faced with a third opponent, the tide began to shift. Left behind, Sakura searches through her pockets while Amaru watches on. Pulling free their emergency Hiration tag, Sakura considers what to do. Was Naruto's training complete? Would he be able to respond? Next to her, Amaru sees the concerned frown pulling at her face and voices a question. What's with the seal? Is it important? Sakura nods as she watches Neji twist and bend under a chakra blast that Sasuke deflects away with his lightning-covered sword. Kakashi launches a brace of kunai with attached exploding notes, which Shino reduces them to ash in another chakra blast. Neji is kept at a distance, he juken useless for now until one of them could make an opening. Sakura turns to Amaru. That chakra monster is something normal people aren't meant to deal with. Naruto, however, is almost built for this. Turning back to the fight and considering all of the fighter's abilities, Sakura mulls it over more. I just don't know if we'll need him. Kakashi-sensei should be able to just Kamui his ass away if given some time. Kana speaks up as her rifle continues to track the fight back and forth through the temple chamber. Byakugan eyes hard and active. Your sensei looks worn and chakra is low. Perhaps he's used some massive techniques before we arrived. Doubt creeping in, Sakura watches Kakashi and noticed that Kana is correct. Kakashi is moving a bit slower than normal. Seeing those large chakra blasts melt stone, she considered that he might have been forced to use the chakra-intensive Kamui a few times already to defend himself. The hybrid Shino/Zero, full of rage and hatred as he throws around dark energy and does his level best to kill the Konoha Nin, slips up and overextends as Sasuke aborts a sword slash abruptly and instead slips away to his right. Turning in an attempt to crush the smaller man, he misses the pale-eyed ninja at his back. Several chakra pulses spear into his back before he can turn to address this new threat, but Neji is already jumping away, avoiding a downward axe kick that obliterated the floor where he was once standing. Damned Konoha trash. Neji grinned and gave him the finger. Yuzushio, actually, best get it right. Neji's grin widened as Sasuke finished off his attack, lightning-encased sword piercing the rest of Shino's tenketsu and cutting off his chakra. And that's that. Seeing Shino's body begin to bulge and tear oddly, Sasuke backs away quickly. Don't think so. Seeing the others do the same, they're all gifted with the sight of Shino literally bursting at the seams. Dark chakra washes over them and sends up dust and stone into the air. As the dust clears before them is left not Shino but the several meter long and sinuous body of the Zero Tails. Rapidly grown and taking up more of the space, Zero looks down on them all from its blank mask. I'm going to have to devour you all. Slowly. To make up for this. Deciding within a breath, the Zero Tails dives for Kakashi. It is immediately kicked away by Sasuke while Neji peppers one side of its long body with juken strikes. Well, this is useless. Neji grunts and dashes away from several hands that form to chase him from the Zero's body. And disgusting. Being chased by his own set of dark-fleshed hands, Sasuke hacks them away and watches as more grow to take their place. If only we were outside. Laughing at them all, Zero gloats while the three men do their best to kill it while ignoring the gunfire from the supporters. You can't kill me. You all who have darkness deep within your hearts, as you fight you feed me. Heal me. It's a cycle you can't hope you outlast. Tail easily swatting away Kakashi while Sasuke cuts a good section of it away in retaliation. Zero focuses on Kakashi and chases him about the room. Look at you. What hides in that heart of yours, Hatake Kakashi? You know my name, creepy. Kakashi easily cut away chasing hands and long boneless arms, but still the mask was there, always a step or two behind him. I know many things. You failures as a teammate. Killing your first love. Your worries about measuring up as a sensei, and now, will this new life last? A dark chuckle flowed on the air and entered Kakashi's mind to cut deeply. In the end, your biggest fear, that core of darkness, wonders if you'll fail in the end. Be the failure you know you are in your heart and soul. Sprouting more hands in an attempt to capture the silver-haired ninja, the no mask stretches into a smile. That darkness is oh so delicious. Why don't you let it out? Perhaps it could help you. Protecting his sensei by cutting away the seeking arms and hands, Sasuke grins as Kakashi preps and fires off another grand fireball that crashes into Zero and sends it away to writhe in the middle of the room. You've picked up a bad habit. Talking too much. Again batting away Niji, who uses the strike to propel him towards his team. Zero focuses on Sasuke as it renews its attacks, some hands now launching chakra blasts that carve into the walls and ceiling. Oh, the Uchiha Avenger wants to step in, does he? Tell me, boy, how has your life been? Allying yourself with the village that murdered your clan? Chasing an elder brother that tortured you over your slain parents' bodies? And deeper, nestled right inside your very soul, that ball of rage and hate that wants to tear down life itself. Body moving to coil and protect its mask as the Uzushio ninja begin using explosive ammunition. Zero continues as Kakashi and Sasuke run from the ever-seeking hands. A life and world that seems to want nothing more than to see the Uchiha fail at every turn. And a jealousy for a friend who seems to have it all, while you have nothing. Inhaling and blowing a fully white grand fireball, Sasuke clears the space around him while he considers the damaged ceiling. You know, yeah. I was all that and then some back then. I did hate life. I did want vengeance. I wanted to hit back at this world that kept taking everything from me. Watching the Zero Tail scream in rage as more of its hands get burned away, Sasuke grins, but I made a friend. A new family. A new life. I have a new light in my heart. I'm fighting against that darkness and you'll find you have no power over me. Not yet, but I wonder what will happen if that light is snuffed out. Faster than before, a chakra blast is charged up and fired towards Sakura and Amaru, who is just behind her. Caught off guard, they nearly miss Sasuke appearing in front of them, eyes spinning wildly into a new form as black fire is breathed into existence to fight back the attack. Black devours black, before the otherworldly fire overtakes it and snuffs out the Zero's efforts. Screaming in rage and pain as some of its flesh burns and melts, Zero thrashes about the floor, crashing into walls and beating against the floor in attempts to put out the inhuman flames. Panting and eyes bleeding, Sasuke cancels the technique with some effort. Wonder if this is what Naruto used to feel like when he forced his eyes to do crazy shit. Sakura comes up to his side as the black fires fade away, idly checking his eyes before sighing and firming up her resolve. You're being too reckless. Sasuke nods and turns to look at them, smiling. Sorry. Can't let my new light get snuffed out so easily now, can I? Shaking her head with a smile and a blush, Sakura pushes the seal tag into his hand and steps forward. Take a breather, I want to get a few hits in. Cracking her knuckles, Sakura dashes forward as the enraged Zero turns back towards them with a roar of pain and anger. Winding up, Sakura balls up her right fist and gathers chakra there. Let's do this. Fist colliding with the mask of the beast, there's a tremor that shakes the room before the chakra monster is launched away to crash into the back wall, heavily damaging it and raining rubble down on its damaged but slowly healing body. Looking back towards Sasuke, Sakura gives him a thumbs up. I'm not so fragile, you know. Your light won't fade away so easily. Nodding as Amaru fusses over his condition, Sasuke returns his eyes to their normal Sharingan before holding up the tag and adding chakra to it. Time to call in the big gun, I think. Sakura nods as Kakashi lands next to her in a grunt. Yeah, this thing has more chakra than all of us together. Shaking her hand, she hoped she didn't break anything there. That beast was tough. Seeing the tag begin to pulse, Sasuke sticks it to the ground before jumping back into the fight with Kakashi, the fight a bit more even as the Zero seems to have gotten a bit slower. We'll buy some time. Sasuke calls out to Sakura, who nods and returns to watching over Amaru and Team Niji. In a silent move, she feels new chakra appear. About time. Turning to look at her friend, Sakura smiles while next to her Amaru looks at the newcomer in surprise. You wouldn't believe what we've been putting up with. Naruto nods, taking in the scene and noticing Team Niji providing firing support where they can. Grunting, he turns to Sakura fully. What's happened? In short? Guy wanted to take over the world and is using some ancient chakra spirit to power a flying fortress with enough power to wipe out villages. We've beaten the guy, but now we're fighting the chakra monster that seems to never run out of energy. Could really use some explosive help. Nodding shortly, Naruto saluted Sakura. Okay, got it. I'll tell the boss. And then it was gone, and Sakura sighed. Right, smart to send a clone first, just in case. Amaru's eyebrows raise dramatically as the room shakes around them as the fighting intensifies again. That was a clone? She couldn't even tell. Sakura nods as she watches Sasuke and Kakashi combine a great fireball and a gale palm into a truly monstrous fire technique that burned away hundreds of seeking hands and sending the Zero into more rage-filled screams. He's really good with them. With a thump, new people appear again just over the Hiratian tag. This time Sakura's own surprise can't be held back, eyebrows disappearing into her hairline while next to her Amaru blushes a deep scarlet. Wah 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 dash. Naruto grins, shirtless and in just black pants and already striding forward with a strong gait. Hey there Sakura, long time no see. On one side of him Karen is adjusting her glasses while dressed in light shorts and a bikini top and jacket. On his other side was Anoka dressed in what looked suspiciously like his jacket all closed up, and finally behind him Hinata looks mostly dressed though her new wardrobe has Sakura reminding herself that the shy and introverted girl was long gone to memory. That however, left Sakura with teasing material as all three women seemed very flush. Oh ho, did we catch the Uzumaki at a bad time? Hinata is the one that answers as Naruto is still continuing towards the fight, saving family always comes first. Here she did blush and some of the shy Hinata poked through, though yes, we were busy when you called. Karen and Anoka race ahead, chakra chains blazing into life to arc out and entwine and tangle the Zero tails with ease. Locking it down to send it crashing into the floor, the fight was done in an instant as the sealing chains did their work suppressing the chakra of the evil spirit. Panting and retreating, Kakashi gave a bored look to Naruto. Chakra monsters are your thing, not mine. Probably because I'm a chakra monster myself. Sasuke grunted, you aren't that bad yet. You have no idea. Naruto put his hands on his hips as he came before the Zero tails and stood before its face while Anoka and Karen kept it locked down from separate sides of the room. So then. You're Zero then. Naruto's head tilts as he takes in the blank no mask, just like the Uzumaki Zero mask. Careful Naruto, this thing isn't like us. I know, I won't play around. Straining, Zero latches onto Naruto's gaze with its own, damned Uzumaki. A plague that continuously meddles in affairs they have no business with. Shrugging, Naruto studies the being before him. It's a talent I have to say. Eyes going from blue to purple as he's shifting into the Rinnegan, Naruto began to frown. Now what to do with you? No simple explosion would do here. This thing was more than just a collection of chakra, something more was at work here. Zero began to laugh at the perceived frustration from Naruto. You can't seal me away, my chakra will eat away at anything you attempt to put me in. I have real freedom and I'll have no problem finding a new host in this bloody world of yours. There was no shortage of people in pain here. You aren't wrong. I can't seal you away. At least, not easily. Naruto's eyes begin to glow as the answer comes to him and he snaps his fingers, but thanks to a certain scarecrow, I have a different option. Right fingertip beginning to glow, Naruto begins to draw on the very air around the Zero tails. Killing you is something you deserve, but banishing you to an entirely different dimension is completely possible too. Back to the spirit realm for you I think. Struggling against the glowing chains and body refusing to move, Zero's mask pulls into a frown. This is a grave error you're making. One day I'll return, I'll be back. Humanity will always carry darkness within its heart. And I'll be there, to take it, mold it, make it my own. You and that half and half whelp can't stop me. I will be the one to plunge this world into darkness. No one else. Not that weepy woman and certainly not you. Walking around the beast and drawing seals that burned the air and etched their way into the Zero's flesh, Naruto nodded. Yeah, everyone says they can't be stopped until they are. Listen, why don't you tell me something interesting? Like say, what's the origin of your mask huh? Or who this weepy woman is that you've mentioned? I'm very interested in that. Foolish whelp. Do you think yourself above darkness as well? Oh I can feel it, taste it. So vile, so cruel. What you carry with you could feed me for centuries. You are no more enlightened than the next murderer who calls themselves a ninja. Naruto nods again, finishing his walk around the chakra being and drawing his last seal, joining the dozens of others that now floated around the beast like a halo, maybe. Or maybe your perception is just all wrong. Naruto snaps his fingers, the seals beginning to glow yellow as a pillar of light burning through the ceiling in a perfect circle and seems to melt the very flesh of Zero, eliciting rage-filled screams from it. Both Karen and Anoka release their chains then and Naruto give him the finger, come back as many times as you want. Someone like me will always be here to put you in your place. One day Uzumaki. In this world or the next. I vow I'll find and devour your very soul. Body beginning to melt and fade, its rage increases as Naruto only gives it a jaunty wave. Your fate was sealed the moment you encroached on dash, cut off mid-word, the seal completed its work and the Zero tails was gone, spirited away to another plane of existence while Naruto sighed and turned back to everyone gathered. So, what did I miss? Naruto gave them a cheeky grin as Hinata came forward to pinch him in the arm. Ow, what? Read the room. Said room began to shake and rumble violently as Neji and his team rejoined everyone. Neji himself bowed lightly to Naruto. In short, we're thousands of feet in the sky and you just removed this fortress's power supply. Everyone suddenly began to feel a sense of vertigo before weightlessness began to settle in. Amaru and Sakura even began to float off of the floor before Sasuke caught them. And we're falling. Making enough clones for everyone, Naruto nodded and smiled brightly. Well, guess that means no scavenging ancient flying city technology for me then. Time to go. Everyone flashes away, missing a single clone that had been given special orders. Placing Hiraishin tags everywhere it can as the city falls from the sky, Naruto was actually interested in the city itself. If some of it did survive the fall, he'd back. B. Collapsed in a heap on an island very far away, Naruto turns to address everyone as they adjust to the sudden bright sunlight and sandy beach they now found themselves on. Welcome everyone to Uzushio, specifically the Yuki district. Those that hadn't been here before looked around in some amazement at the clean beach and ocean waves. In the distance they could just make out Uzushio's capital city, though that was hard with the misty waters. Sakura sighs and relaxes on the sand for a moment while Sasuke helps Amaru up from where she fell. Geez Naruto, whatever luck you have that you passed on to us, you can have it back. Sasuke chuckles and nods while as he turns away from the blushing Amaru. I feel like normal ninja don't fight this many once-in-a-lifetime opponents. You've jinxed us. Jinxed nothing. The world just recognizes that we're awesome. Awesome? You. Those girls of yours have been hyping you up too much. I'll need to settle in here and check your ego a bit. Sasuke grinned as Naruto easily rose to the challenge. Says the emo who was too cool to be normal. What's with the white jacket now? Trying to be me. More like the better version. Who ends up saving princesses all the time again? Naruto looks at the wide-eyed Uzumaki behind Sasuke. I think that's you this time. Sucking his teeth, Sasuke walked into that one. Still your fault. What? How? Sakura sighed and stood as the boys bickered back and forth. Easily grabbing both by the ears as everyone watches on, she smashed both of their heads together. Will you two quit it? We haven't been together in ages and you pick a fight now. Naruto and Sasuke rubbed their heads while Sakura watched on before grinning at each other. Naruto fist bumping his brother with ease. Still got it. Sasuke nods. Yup. As easy as ever. Sakura looked between them as they grinned at her, before finally, something in her mind clicked. Wait a minute. All those fights in the past, the posturing, the egos? I think she's just figured it out. Took her long enough. And I thought she was the smart one of Team 7. Well, it certainly wasn't you. Remind me, who figured out how to invert a storage seal and turn it into a bomb again? Explosions will be the death of you. More likely my wives, not the explosions. A vein pulsing in her forward as she held up a first, Sakura felt her chakra soar. You've been fucking with me this whole time. This whole time. I'll bash your heads in. Run. Naruto was already sprinting away, though Sasuke tripped him up as he passed him. Better you than me. Naruto was soon just behind him while Sakura chased after them. You ass. That's your wife, not mine. You want to get punched by her? Fuck you. Fuck you. I'll kill you both and settle the argument. Kicking up dust and sand, Sakura gave chase to the laughing pair. Watching the team bond and continue on, Kakashi shook his head slowly and seemed to sag in on himself as he lowered his hitae to cover his eye. I'm definitely getting too old for this. Feeling the ground shake as Sakura pounds the sand with a chakra-covered fist, Hinata smiled and shook her head as she turned to Neji and his team. I know your team has done 2 missions now back-to-back. There's a ferry boat not far away that we used to come here. You should use that and return to the main island to report and take some time off. Neji nods and bows to her along with his team as Anoka and Karen introduce themselves and chat with a still wide-eyed Amaru. We will take you up on that offer, Lady Uzumaki. Hinata sighs and gives Neji a chastising look. We've been over this, cousin. We have, Lady Uzumaki. I'm sure we'll go over it again as well another time. With another bow the team turns to leave. It will be good to have some time off, I think. Kana is instantly at his side. I could really use a back rub when we get home. Jin sighs, more like a cold shower. Say that again, you bastard. How can a member of that prim and proper clan talk like an old farmer like you do? It's jarring. I'll jar that head of yours. Neji gives his cousin a tired wave before the team is gone in search of the ferry boat. It was going to be a long ride home more than likely. Not far away and having collapsed on the sand together, the three subordinates of Team 7 stared out at the sea and watched the waves crash into shore while the others walked to catch up with them. Sakura leans in to lay on Naruto's shoulder while Sasuke punches him lightly in the arm. "We've got a confession to make." Sasuke's voice interrupts the peace. "Naruto is quick as well. Sakura's pregnant and you're moving to Uzushio so we can properly merge the clans." Sakura wanted to punch him, but at the moment she really couldn't muster up the energy. "Well, you got one of those right." Naruto again was quick with it. "Great. So I'm thinking if it's a boy you'll name him after me, of course, because I'm so awesome. But a girl maybe pick from one of the girls? Oh, or maybe Naomi, that's pretty right?" He accepting the twin slaps to the back of his head with grace. "Wrong guess?" Sasuke nods. "Yup. Naomi, huh? That wasn't a bad name. Think you can transport the Uchiha compound all in one piece?" Naruto nods. "No sweat, just need a team of clones and you to make sure I don't miss anything." Sasuke nods. "Got it." Not far from them Amaru is getting to know the Uzumaki, something close to awe overtaking her as she watches these strong women talk about what they have done and the city they've rebuilt. "It's amazing. You're all so powerful, you took down that chakra monster with such ease." Karen shrugs as Anoka smiles and takes a pile of string and fabric from Hinata with a grateful smile. "I'd like to say we're the strongest, but that's actually Naruto. He's the one that goes toe-to-toe with Biju and Kage on the regular." Karen watches as Amaru's gaze turns to Team 7 to take in the group, though her eyes trail not on Naruto, but the darker-haired male instead. Hinata catches on to that while Anoka disappears to go change back into her swimsuit. They are very close. Team 7 that is. Seeing she had Amaru's attention, the Uzumaki by marriage smiled softly. "One of Naruto's goals is to save all the Uzumaki and bring them all home. But I'm sure considering the circumstances an exception or two could be made." Looking away in embarrassment at being caught, Amaru shakes her head. "I didn't say anything about that. Just some food for thought." Hinata smiled as another group was spotted walking down the beach towards them. "Ah, the Yuki clan." Urging his friends to stand, Naruto grins and greets Hana as they come within speaking distance. "Hey there Hana, sorry for rushing off like that. Had an emergency to deal with." Hana and her group of 6 clan members all pause and bow deeply to the young lord. "Fret not my lord. It gave us time to prepare." Hana stood up straight as she took in the small group. "Your visit was cut a bit short, but now your group seems a bit worn out. We would like to offer lodgings for you and yours for the next few days. Call it a test run for when we open our resort for the rest of Uzushio." Naruto turns back to the others, not seeing any disagreements there before turning back to Hana and her group. "Sounds like a great idea to me. Let's do it. Some downtime masked as a clan inspection wouldn't be so bad. He'd have to make some clones later to grab the other girls so they could join in. He'd catch some real hell if he enjoyed a hot spring without them." Kakashi watches his students with a smile as they begin to walk and follow the Yuki clan up and into the hills through a forested area of the island. For the first time in a long while, his family was whole again. Well, it would be if he could convince Naruto to grab Shizen later. In Uzushio itself Ino and Tayuya are visiting with Yujito. Nestled happily in a bright and open hotel room, the older woman was placing a tray of tea and snacks on a table between 2 soft-looking couches and offering them to the visiting pair before sitting on the empty plush couch opposite them. Dressed much as before in blue robes and flowing pants, Yujito radiated an aura of comfort and peace. "I have to thank you again for the increased freedom here in this hotel room. It has given me some enjoyable time to myself to just reflect and think on my life. And the view is something of a wonder." Looking over to a corner which held a painting easel with now several paintings scattered around it and then to a pillow chair surrounded by books next to a bay window, the girls could tell that Yujito had thought of not much else besides relaxation. "It has been freeing in a way I can't describe." Ino was easily caught up in the mood, smiling happily with Yujito. "I'm glad to see you're settling in. But I have to ask, what's next for you as things progress?" Seeming to think it over, Yujito finally shrugs. "I don't know honestly. I don't want to fight anymore. With all this time away from my village and availability to just sit and think, I've decided that at the least I want to be at peace. Sure, being cooped up isn't all that fun. But I'm free." Snorting at that, Tayuya looks around the room a bit more. Sure, the beige walls full of artwork and clean counters and furniture was nice, but there were still ninja guards just outside the door, and there was still a suppression and locating seal on the woman. A hotel room isn't very free in the end. A gilded prison is still a prison. "Well yes, of course you're right." Yujito bows her head in Tayuya's direction, "But there are worse ways to be locked away, don't you agree?" Tayuya does agree, there are worse ways to be locked up. Much worse. "You've taken to art with some real energy, didn't take you for the type." Yujito shrugs. "I didn't either. but I'm searching for something. So I'm trying a little of everything. As the two women talk back and forth, Ino watches and takes in everything she can about Yujito. The way she lounged comfortably, the expressions playing across her face, the general vibe of the room around them. Here was a kunoichi who honestly looked and felt like she was entirely tired of that life. Someone who wanted something different. Something new. It was that feeling that settled a decision in Ino's mind. You know. Interrupting the pair and gaining their attention, Ino continues. I don't think she's a flight risk. So I'd like to offer her a choice. Tayuya leans back on their couch, nodding and motioning towards Yujito with a hand. Well, on you then. Right. So until the situation with Kumo is resolved, we obviously can't let you leave Yuzu just yet. But, under guard, we can let you have free roam of the city, I think. Maybe too, we can set you up with an apartment of your own. Even if it's temporary, sometimes it's nice to be able to have your own space. Yujito sits up straight while her hands fidget together. A place of my own here, Tayuya leans over to Ino. You're sure this is wise? Yup. Ino relaxes back into the shorter couch, as she waves a hand to a window overlooking the city. As far as surveillance goes, this is probably the best place for her to be. You know that. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes Tayuya had to take the step back and remind herself that seals were a scary thing. The border monitoring staff did a lot more than just watch their borders after all. Yujito wasn't just sitting quietly in thought. In her mind, she and the Matatabi were thinking it over together. To which, the Biju made her position very clear. I don't care where we are so long as I get my fix. And warm naps. And good food. Though I guess some time to go out and stretch would be nice. Seeing the sights would be good as well and dash. Okay, I get it. Yujito sighed and gave in to the Biju. Take the deal and go from there then? Yes, absolutely. Don't forget. You owe me. Yes, I understand, I won't forget. And only answer once, that's rude. Yes, I understand. Yujito looked up and saw that she instantly had Ino's and Tayuya's attention. Yes, I believe I could agree to this. Some time to make a space for myself would be enjoyable. Yujito does hold up a single fingers. I do, however, want to make sure of one thing. I want to live as a civilian, not as a ninja. I really am done with the fighting. Tayuya nods first. That's a promise. Yuzu will not require you to fight against Kumo or anyone else. She holds out a hand, which Yujito takes and shakes firmly. Then we have a deal. Hearing a yell of rage in her mind, Yujito sighs and offers them a lopsided grin, and, please don't forget my Biju's own request. Ignoring the groan from Tayuya, Ino nods though her smile is a little strained. We haven't forgotten. We'll make sure it happens. Seeing things were taken care of, Ino and Tayuya stand and prepare to leave. We'll make sure someone comes by later to help you pack and move to a new apartment. Shouldn't be more than a few hours, so best to start preparing yourself. Yujito stands and bows deeply to them. I will prepare myself accordingly. Waving as the pair leave through the front door, Yujito looks around to her various paintings. Guess I have some work to do. Outside of her door and making their way via an elevator down to the ground floor, Ino and Tayuya continue to chat. Well, that takes care of Yujito for now. It's up to her from here on whether she integrates with Yuzushio or not. Tayuya nods as she leans against the elevator wall. Yeah, is it weird that I understand where she's coming from? Ino shakes her head. Nah. It's a place that one day all of us are supposed to reach. Ino motions to the various equipment they both wore, from the weapons and scrolls to their armor and forehead protectors. This is a bloody and stressful life. Sooner or later, we all crack. Ino motioned upwards as the doors opened and they stepped out. Some break. Tayuya nods while trying not to think of her own past. Focusing instead on her future, including the little life growing inside of her. I'd rather not get so far gone that I break. I still have some things to do, but one day, I could see an end to the fighting. Ino nods as they rejoin the afternoon crowds. That's what we all want. It's what we've built this city and this nation around. For a time where one day we can enjoy real peace. Naruto's goal had slowly become all of their mindset. Seeking peace. One day at a time. Now though, we have to deal with Sai and Kabuto. And that freak Haiden. Tayuya groans as they begin to weave through traffic towards the tower. They could hop on a trolley that was ambling through the center of the road that way, but walking felt nice. Sai wants to return to Konoha, doesn't he? Yes. It's the only home he knows. And my professional opinion, that's very important. He's trying to rebuild himself and having something familiar to latch onto is invaluable. Tayuya smiles and waves at a group of children riding along on another giant crab following along the trolley tracks. That's fine. With Danzo dead, Sai isn't a threat to anyone anymore. Especially us. Maybe he can learn how to be a normal person one day. Here's hoping. Ino ticks that subject off in her head with a relieved sigh. I'll get in touch with the Konoha team and have him return then. No point wasting one of ours for that. Maybe we can just call Tsunade directly. Good old Megatits? Let Naruto deal with her. Tayuya had a low opinion of all of the Sannin, even if of the three she was the most tolerable. Speaking of Naruto and work, I need to have a word with him about Kabuto. Still want to kill him? Yes. Quickly. Completely. No trace left. Tayuya didn't care that Kabuto seemed content to just sit and wait in his cell calmly. That snake was always thinking, planning something. It would lead to something dangerous for sure. Ino nudges her friend and fellow wife in the shoulder. Think you might be a little paranoid because of your history with anything related to Orochimaru? Maybe. Doesn't change the fact that even caged up that man is dangerous. Tayuya sees Ino nod and they both turn to focus on returning to the tower. They still had work to do today. Resting somewhere in the wilderness between the land of Claw and the land of Fire, Yugo and his girls have set up camp as evening approached. Their last mission finally resolved, diplomatically for once with no violence, they were happy to soon be home and back with their friends. Having made a fire while Yugo was busying about putting up their shared tent, Kin was returning from setting up traps while Sasami went about making food in a cookpot over the fire. Kin was grinning as she saw the orange-haired girl bent over the fire with her hair tied back and out of the way. Looking very domestic there, Sasami. You wanna eat? You're the oh-so-wonderful and talented Sasami-sama. That's what I thought. Both girls shared a giggle as they settled in to relax and wait for food to be finished. This has been nice. No fighting, time to just ourselves. Peaceful even. So far removed from the life they had used to live. Clawing and fighting for the rejuvenation of their clan. All under that snake Orochimaru. Kin nods, it has been nice. Lots of time to think on things. Plan. Sasami sends her a smirk as they both look towards Yugo before looking at each other. Going your sister's route? Thinking of babies and diapers? Chuckling and swatting her friend, Kin shakes her head. No, well, not yet anyway. I love what we're doing now. Cleaning up bandits and bounties. Traveling the world and seeing the sights. I've seen so much since joining up under Naruto's banner that this life. I shouldn't have it. I should have died. Sasami leaned gently into the girl who suddenly went quiet, but you didn't and you're here now. Quietly she hugged her friend to her, and I certainly wouldn't have it any other way. Kin returns the hug, I know. Neither would I. One day, we'll have to do something, to thank Naruto and his family. Sasami hooked a thumb towards where Yugo was finishing up the tent. Well, he does really plan on being the Uzumaki family retainer. Guess we're in for the long haul here. Guess so. Smiling and embracing the peaceful atmosphere around them, Kin gave thanks for knucklehead blondes with a love for explosives. Walking over to the pair now that their talk seemed to be done, the larger Yugo sat down on the opposite side of the fire. We have to remember to ask Lord Naruto about Jiraiya-sama when we return. He needs to travel to the land of Claw to settle the dispute. Kin nods, we won't forget. Say, think we should hunt down a bounty or two on our way back? There's a lot of open country between here and home. Wasn't there some obscure clan out and about in this area? The Tsuchigumo, if she remembered correctly. Another clan like her own that had been so great once upon a time. The Tsuchigumo clan might be in the area. Sasami frowns at that. What does the Tsuchigumo have to do with hunting bounties? Well, from what I remember, the Tsuchigumo are rumored to have a technique that's very valuable to certain people. Kin can already see the disapproving looks on Yugo's and Sasami's faces. Just a thought. Yugo shakes his head. That doesn't sound like the type of mission Lord Naruto would be okay with. Unless that clan is full of assholes. Sasami snorted, it's so weird to hear you curse. Blame Lord Naruto. Kin nods as that thought had entered her mind as soon as she suggested it. I know. Just thinking out loud I guess. Not far off, one of her bells rings. Funny that. Sasami and Yugo are instantly on alert, the taller male already feeling out with his senses. What's the word, Yugo? Not hostile, no killer intent. Sasami shrugs, hand straying to the scroll holding her weapon, doesn't mean it's not a threat. Kin shrugs, hand bell already in hand, why don't we wait and see While her bells were tuned specifically to a frequency only she was adept at picking up, it wasn't a perfect system. But it was better than accidentally killing some innocent civilian who wandered their way. Kin leaned back and stretched, easily eyeing the blonde girl who stumbled through the bushes and froze at the sight of them. Well hello, got lost tonight? Doing her best not to be threatening, Kin knew most people didn't consider a hand bell as a weapon. Well, until their organs ruptured at least. Hello. The girl was on the shorter side, dressed in a purple sleeveless top and black athletic shorts. Ninja sandals with shin guards completed her look, but currently no visible weapons that they could see. I don't mean to intrude. Sasami sighed, picking up the slack for the wary Kin and the quiet Yugo. No worries. Wanna join us? You look a little worn out. And she did, like she had been up for a few days at the least. We've got plenty here, and we don't mind swapping stories if you're looking for some friends right now. Caught off guard and not wanting to pass up a chance to relax in her search, the girl bows to them. Thank you. I'll take that offer. I'm Hataru. The now named Hataru stepped further into the firelight. I was searching for my master and got a little lost. Watching Hataru sit down between them, Sasami nods slowly as she comes forward to continue stirring the pot. Well, sad to say, we haven't seen anyone else besides you out here today. Which was true, not even a faint whiff of chakra either. Mood falling at that news, Hataru considered what to do from here. It had taken so long to convince Utakata to train her and take her seriously. But finally she had done so. But now, when he promised to train her properly, he vanished. I don't know what to do. Wanna talk about it? It was Kin who leaned forward, elbows on her knees and hands holding her cheeks. Sometimes that helps. Having nowhere else to go and feeling like, for the moment, she could trust these strangers if it meant there might be a chance for some help, Hataru decides to give some information while she thinks up a plan. My sensei, he was a bit of a loner, really quiet, honestly didn't even want to be my sensei at first at all. But still, he was kind to me. He treated me well and taught me things so I could survive on my own. He saved me. And after a lot of things happened, he finally agreed to take me on as a student. Here she had to pause to take a deep steadying breath. We were traveling, and some guys in black robes found us. Wanted to speak to him and only him, and he seemed to recognize them. So he asked me to wait in a certain place, and he would return to me. He didn't seem worried, or threatened at all. But now, it's been a full day and I'm starting to worry. Yugo and the others all looked at each other. Black robes, huh? Yugo now focused on Hataru. Black cloaks with red clouds? Seeing her nod, Yugo frowned at that. Was her teacher a Jinchuriki then? What else would Akatsuki need with her sensei, unless they were looking for new recruits? Your sensei, he wasn't a wanted man, was he? A nuke nin? Affronted at the thought, Hataru frowned and shook her head quickly. No. Never. He was from Kiri, but he had met up with some hunter nin and they mentioned because of a new alliance they had that he was free to do as he pleased for now. So I don't know why anyone would want him. Yugo has an idea already. That Kiri would let him go because of an alliance. That must mean their partnership with Yuzu. Only someone of Jinchuriki status would get that kind of pass-off nowadays. It's been a day, you said? Yes. Hataru could see that the large orange-haired man knew something. What is it? What do you know? Is my sensei in danger? Yugo turns to Kin and Sasami. We need to return to Yuzu, quickly. Something tells me this is information we need to pass along. Yuzu? Yuzushio? Are you really Yuzushio ninja? Hataru could see all of the others tense up and she quickly waves empty hands in front of herself. No threat here. I've heard stories is all. A Kage that could level villages and see through people's lies. Several elite teams capable of taking on Kage-level ninja all on their own. A city that was already on par with most of the major nations. It all sounded so amazing. If you are, I'd like to make a request. Kin raises an eyebrow as the others shrug about it, and eventually she nods to Yugo. You're the boss, your call. Would Naruto take a request like this? Some worried woman stressed about a sensei that might or might not be a fellow Jinchuriki. Sighing as Yugo knew that Naruto absolutely would, he nods to the girl slowly. If we can help, we will. On a knee and kneeling before them quickly, Hataru bows her head to them. Help my sensei. Track him down and bring him back to me. If you do, if he's safe and alive, my clan will pledge its loyalty to Yuzushio. It might be a little hard to convince them to do so, but for Utakata, she would make it happen. And, what clan is that? The Tsuchigumo. Yugo turns to Kin who rubs the back of her head and shrugs. Some luck, wasn't it? Kin does point a finger at him. We did just finish our mission, and we do have some spare time. Though, we might want to at least call in some backup. We can take a look at this list, gather information. We don't know who is involved, but, if it looks like a situation Lord Naruto needs to address himself, then we call him. Sasami sighed. This is Akatsuki we're talking about. Every one of their members is some scary famous nuke nin. Kin grinned and rung her bell once, filling their area with a calming but firm tone. We aren't pushovers ourselves anymore. Hataru looks up at that from her position on the ground, a hopeful look on her face. Does that mean you'll take the mission? Yugo sighed again but answers her slowly. I have to warn you. These Akatsuki members are all powerful ninja in a class all their own. There's a chance your sensei is already dead. Shaking her head and standing, Hataru finally has a smile on her face as hope fills her. No way. I'd know if my sensei was gone. He's super strong, stronger than anyone that I know by a lot. All three members of Riptide Team 1 look at each other before quickly getting into their food. Kin grinning and offering the girl a bowl of their stew, better eat up. It's time for Riptide to move. She didn't have the heart to tell this girl that it didn't matter how strong a ninja was if their opponent was purpose-picked to counter them, but it was best to keep her hopes up. Lord Naruto would do the same. B. Dumping the beaten body of Utakata on the ground, Itachi and Kisame settle into wait within a quiet and empty Akatsuki base well within the wilds of the Land of Fire. With less members around, it would be a while before they would start extracting and sealing away the six tails, but at least they had him now. Plus they got to relax and wait in some comfort without that weirdo Zetsu poking around. He wasn't that much of a fight though. I had high hopes with him being a Kiri ninja and all. Grumbling at the perceived weakness of the six tails container, Kisame nudged him with a foot, getting a groan out of the man. I couldn't even get warmed up to shave off some flesh. Sighing and looking around the main ceiling cavern they found themselves in, Itachi shakes his head as he finally spies the entrance to the hallway that would lead to the living quarters and holding cells. Need I remind you this isn't about you getting a good fight in. We capture tailed beasts and seal them away. Bah. The only reason I'm with Akatsuki is to get into crazy fights with super strong opponents. I don't give a damn about world peace or whatever leader wants. Kisame finally sat on a nearby rock, putting his feet up on the downed Utakata's back. Hey, you think that blonde brat has gotten any better with his weapon? Maybe it's time for a rematch. Turning away to hide a grin, Itachi fakes ignorance, who knows? You might have a surprise waiting for you. Not far from them in the middle of the space, a hologram appears. The ghostly visage of Konan forms, quietly waiting and taking them in as they focus on her. You have an update for us? Itachi nods, we've captured the Rokubi. Konan looks down and spies the down ninja, nodding with approval. Good. For now lock him up and play seals on him. Until Toby returns with the sanbai we are to wait. Pick one of you to stay with him at that hideout in the meantime. The other will have new orders. Kisame jumps on that right away, sounds like a chance for action. No way am I staying here. Come on Itachi, have a heart, let me go have some fun. Rolling his eyes though he did relax, Itachi shrugs, fine. I'll stay and watch over the Rokubi. Konan makes a note on a clipboard and turns to Kisame, head towards IWA. The five tails has already returned to his village, but the container of the four tails has not. Track him down and bring him in. Face set into a wide grin and showing off his shark-like teeth, Kisame is already standing and stretching. I wonder if that old man will put up a decent fight? I feel like I've been stagnant for ages. I caution you, Kisame. Remember that his power is over lava and fire. You aren't the best matchup for that. Smirk still in place and patting Samahata on his back, Kisame was still full of confidence. I have other skills to fall back on besides my chakra and ninjutsu. They don't call me the human Biju for nothing. Turning to leave through the entrance, Kisame waves over his shoulder, don't get too lonely without me Itachi. I'll be back before you know it. HN. Watching his partner go, Itachi takes a moment before turning back to Konan, will there be anything else? Konan looks at him completely now, giving him a once-over before relaxing just a tad, are you well? Oh, so she was that observant was she? Itachi forgot that sometimes, well enough. I think my time might be coming up soon. A pity. Konan nods as she was sincere about it. It was a shame such a young and talented ninja like Itachi would eventually succumb to of all things a disease. If only you could return to your village, I'm sure that Kage of yours could heal you. Perhaps, but I think, this is my proper fate in the end. No use fighting it. So you say? Wanting to say more but refusing to, Konan finally nods to him as her hologram begins to fade, live well, Itachi Uchiha. And then she was gone, leaving Itachi alone to finally sink to the floor and sit comfortably while he waited and decided what to do. Might as well get the Jinchuriki locked up and suppressed. Idly he wondered what his little brother was up to? That foolish boy, was there any hope for their clan? Were the hopes he placed on his younger brother worth the effort? Omake. Hanabi liked to consider herself very observant of things around her, more so than most. Not just because she was a Hyuga with their legendary dojutsu, but because she was brilliant and talented as well. Not just her father told her as much, but the rest of the clan attested to her abilities on a regular basis. That said, life had changed since the Branch family had left. The Hyuga adjusted as well as they could, now having to perform the duties of those they deemed lesser than them. But of course, they would not show weakness to the village and took to their tasks as they should. Though even she could quietly admit that the food wasn't as good and some chores took a bit longer, but they would persevere. They were the strongest clan in Konoha, they would weather this. Plus they were already hearing rumors about random ninja to the south flaunting Hyuga eyes and had sent out hunters. It must be those stupid branch family members who didn't know any better. They must have holed up somewhere finally and felt safe enough to show themselves. Sure, there were rumors that they had gone to Yuzu as well, but they had an alliance. Surely Yuzushio would mention it if the branch family had gone there, wouldn't they? Speaking of that alliance, today the young heiress of the Hyuga clan was in her room, packing in secret as the evening wore on, and her mind raced with an idea. Something had been wrong with Konoha ever since her sister had left. So, in her mind things would return to normal if she could convince her weak sister's idiot husband to return. In her mind that should be an easy thing to accomplish. Her father regularly ranted and raved about how much of a fool that Uzumaki could be, and a prodigy and genius like herself should have no problem finding this Naruto and making him see things her way. She wasn't her sister, she would make a name for herself by her own deeds, not riding the coattails of some powerful but idiotic husband with more power than brains. Now, her first real decision of the night. Just how was she going to sneak out of the village? Within the Yuki district, as it was coming to be known by the family and the Uzumaki clan, Hana had made sure their resort would be the talk of not only Uzushio but also all of the elemental nations if she could help it. So they had painstakingly worked not only with Naruto but also the Chinoite clan with customized furnishings, large inviting baths and comfortable and luxurious rooms fit for nobles and world leaders from every corner of the world. They still planned on only offering their services to Uzushio and their allies for now, but one day who knew? Maybe they would have the chance to open up to even the 5 great Kage? Today they had settled the Uzumaki clan within what they had dubbed the Shadow Suite. Large and open-themed, it featured multiple rooms, a large sitting and greeting area, and a nearly swimming pool-sized outdoor bath naturally decorated with sitting rocks, bamboo sidings, large bath-side seating areas and what looked like an outdoor shower. The master bedroom also features a smaller indoor bath for a more intimate setting, but considering who they were building this room while thinking of, they had no doubts that it would be used by no less than 5 people, ever. So while the bathhouse at large was still mostly empty save the Uzumaki and Team 7, the Yuki still treated it as a dry run for when they opened for business. This also meant, thankfully for the Uzumaki, that they could continue their traditions for the day. This is the life. Naruto was relaxed in the large outdoor bath, something he was finding he would never be able to give up if he could help it. From street kid to national leader. Some glow up for him, huh? Next to him Sasuke sighed and sank down to his shoulders, arms linked behind his head as he sighed with his eyes closed. You said it. To think you've been enjoying this while you were gone. You've been holding out on us. Well, now you're here. So bust my balls later. Sakura rolled her eyes from where she and many of the Uzumaki women were sitting together and relaxing. Trading stories and catching each other up on what they had missed in each other's lives. To think you both are powerful shinobi and clan leaders. Hinata giggled from next to her. Something to think about, isn't it? Sakura accepted a drink from Karen, who then went on to serve Anoka. Right now? They give off too lazy of an air for me to believe it. Relaxing and taking a sip of her drink, her eyebrows raised at the fruity sake she had been given. Her eyes trailed to the still relaxing Naruto. What did you do with Kakashi-sensei? You mean after I sent a clone to go pick up Shizune? They buggered off to who knows where. The Yuki clan is taking care of them. Naruto wasn't selfish. He wanted all of his family and friends to relax and have a good time. He had extended an offer to Tsunade, but she had declined for now. He'd get her here eventually for sure. I did tell him he and Shizune could hang out with us. Sasuke shook his head, eyes still closed as he enjoyed the hot waters. You know Kakashi wouldn't join us. A hand waved lazily to the group of women before them, especially with everyone here. Sakura nods, plus, I'm sure Shizune-senpai wants some alone time as well. Hopefully with some time here in Yuzu it would be another point towards helping convince their joint master Tsunade to migrate with them. Leave Konoha behind in their old ways. Besides, we have some catching up to do anyway, Genin Naruto. Grunting, Naruto finally looked at his teammate. I have a bad feeling about how you addressed me. Sasuke couldn't help but smirk. While you were away, we took and passed the next Chunin exams. No issues this time, almost like a certain idiot jinxed us. Like I had anything to do with Orochi team crashing our exam and letting Shikaka loose on Konoha. Naruto grumbled some more before grinning at them, but congratulations all the same. You both earned it. Sakura nods as the girls next to her chat about baby names. Ever think about taking the exam yourself? You're still technically ranked as a genin. Shrugging, Naruto could admit that he hadn't thought about it at all since leaving Konoha. What use was a ranking when he regularly smacked the shit out of everyone him came across? I'm a Kage, who cares what my official on paper rank is? Technically I can cheat the system and change it myself. Crossing her arms under her bust, Sakura grunted at that. Now that's just not fair. Why not make yourself a jonin while you're at it? Maybe I will. I mean, you think the Sannin are going to admit that they got their asses kicked by a genin? I think I'm safe. Naruto chuckled with his friends, before his ears and senses prickled as a small group walked into their room. Hey Ta-chan, Ino-chan. Koyuki, Kodoheim, welcome. You have Amaru with you? The mentioned group walks out, most clad in towels while Ino was happy to flaunt herself. The group currently in the water greeted everyone while Amaru hesitated and took in the view. When the girls had convinced her to come along, she hadn't expected to find the men here as well. They had explained Yuzushio's tradition for bathing, but seeing and living it was a different thing. Tayuya was already working her way into Naruto's free side, shucking her towel and tossing it away with a happy sigh. You owe me for dealing with prisoners today. Hi, want a back rub later? Absolutely. As the rest of the girls made their way into the waters, Amaru came to the edge of the pool. Don't want to intrude. Ino, having been caught up by Hinata over the radio earlier, pulled the girl into the water with a smile. Nonsense. Your family, so you're more than welcome. Come on, you can tell us all about what you've been up to, so long as it isn't too hard for you. We've got more than enough tales to keep you occupied for days. Kodoheim giggles, that is putting it lightly. As the girls get to including Amaru into the fold and introducing her to everyone else who hadn't met her yet, Sakura grinned Sasuke's way. You know Naruto, since you were gone Sasuke has been having to pick up your slack. Saving a princess, talking his way out of a conflict even, all he has left to do is start using large and flashing techniques and you both really will be brothers. Naruto grinned with her as they both leered at Sasuke. Oh ho! So you're trying to take my spot, are you? So should I become the broody silent type from now on? At his side Tayuya pinched him in the ribs and made him jump. I joke. No emo in this family. Tayuya mumbled as she relaxed further into his side. Sasuke however wasn't having it. Keep talking, I'll drown you if I have to. Think you have what it takes, bro? I know I do, bro. Sakura looked up into the heavens and shook her head. Oh Kami, not this again. A clone taking his place for Tayuya, Naruto was up in the same motion as Sasuke, one-on-one. I'll put you down. Sasuke was grinning as he flexed a lean muscled arm. I'd like to see you try it. He was not the talker type. That was Naruto. Sasuke was the cool and collected man of mystery and he would defend that title. The two come together and begin to wrestle, drawing attention from everyone there before they both disappeared under the water with a splash. Sakura sighed as she leaned into a giggling Hinata. Why do I feel like my boyfriend just got stolen away from me? Stifling her giggles but only just, Hinata shrugged and pulled Sakura towards the larger group of women. I've heard that the best male friendships sometimes make others question if the boys love each other too much or not. Watching on in awe, Amaru can't believe that her savior and Akage were wrestling like children in the bath next to her. Blinking once, she watched a towel fly off into the distance. Is this normal? Koyuki has settled in into a nice and comfortable spot under a overhanging arc of bamboo, for us? Absolutely all the time. You'll get used to it. Floating over to the newly rescued Uzumaki, Karen offers her a cup and an option of sake or juice. After pouring the requested juice from an ornate jug, she motions to everything around them. Guess it's best to get you caught up on everything so far. Clan rebuilding. What we've accomplished with Yuzushio so far, those kinds of things. As Amaru sat and listened, taking sips from her cup as Naruto's and Sasuke's laughter filled the air, finally settled down after Sakura threatened to pound them both, she considered what she wanted. The Uzumaki clan sounded amazing, and what they had accomplished so far was only the beginning. 4 nations directly under their control in Rice, Frost, Wave and Hot Spring. Mutual allies with Suna, Kiri, and Konoha. A growing capital city, so many plans and options. It was all a little overwhelming. But she sat, drank, and took it all in with quiet focus. This was her family. This could be home. Again her eyes drifted to the dark-haired man that saved her. Anoka had floated next to Karen, her closest sister wife of the lot. All in all, you can take your time. Relax and acclimate to the city and the family. You're free to do as you please really. We just want to see you happy and healthy. Anoka herself would like to see Amaru make a home for herself here with the rest of the clan. But as their numbers were growing, she knew that not everyone would want to stick around permanently. Why, Naruto's sister plans on traveling with her girlfriend for some time even. Amaru nods at that. I do have some other interests, at the moment. But I would like to get to know you all, know my clan. Just. Everyone turns to see Sasuke and Naruto, arm in arm and laughing about something though they both now had a bottle of sake behind them on the ledge. Hinata picks up on the real concern easily enough. Well, something to think about. Sasuke most likely will be moving to Yuzushio permanently as well. He and Naruto had made a promise to join their clans one way or another. Among other things. Itachi was a sore subject still, though Naruto had promised to update Sasuke about him next time they met. You might have some work to do. All eyes turned to Sakura, who seemed to freeze at being put on the spot for the moment. She in turn looked Amaru up and down, seeming to weigh what she wanted to say before shrugging. One of her dreams was helping Sasuke restore his clan. That certainly wouldn't happen with just her. It's not like you're trying to take Sasuke all for yourself. So if we can share, I'm alright with it. He's obviously the better choice of the two. We beg to differ. That all of the Foxden girls said so at once only slightly unnerved Sakura, but she grinned all the same. So, wanna explain the matching fox tattoos? They're cute. Ino chimed in, left hand coming up to caress her own tattoo along her right ribs. Let's introduce you to Foxden then, and a little project we have going on. Taking a break and passing their bottle back and forth with each other, Naruto and Sasuke watched as the group of girls seemed to huddle even closer together, hushed whispers and giggles filling the air that made them both shiver even though they were relaxed back down in the hot waters of the natural hot spring. Should we be worried, Sasuke? Nodding once as the bottle was passed back to him, Sasuke took a sip. The women are involved, so absolutely. Sasuke in particular was focused on his girlfriend, who now had a friendly arm slung over Amaru's shoulders. Think Sakura is going to get us back for all those times you and I teased her when we were starting out as a team. You're the last of your clan, it's not like she'll kill you. Naruto flatly ignored the glare Sasuke sent his way as he leaned back and looked up into the darkening sky. Well, not intentionally anyway. Honestly, you should have expected this eventually. I suggest big meals and energy drinks. Grumbling as he settled in next to his best friend and brother, Sasuke nodded. I did, eventually to me meant a few years. I'm not you. Sighing and taking another sip of the sweet drink, Sasuke handed the bottle back to a suddenly tired-looking Naruto. One love interest is more than enough. Agreed. Both boys fist bumped before lowering into the water to their necks. Naruto idly watching the first stars beginning to appear in the sky. I swear the girls are taking bets on who can make me collapse from exhaustion first. It's not like I planned on having everyone together like this. Overhearing him, Hinata looked at him from over her shoulder. Stop being so yourself and saving damsels in distress left and right, and things like this won't happen. It's hard work vetting all your potential love interests. Karen pokes her in the boob. Let's not forget who got into a fight with May and really sealed the deal with her. Mao, Karen, we're not supposed to talk about that. Puffing out her cheeks while some of the others laugh, Hinata splashes some water the glasses wearing girl's way. Turning towards her boys, Sakura points at the blonde. Please tell me you aren't really courting the Mizukage. It's not like that. Really. Karen leans in with a grin. It's absolutely like that. Pouting as the group of girls laugh and return to their conversations, Naruto slumps. It's not fair. Sasuke nods and agrees. Price of being Kage and a clan heir, I guess. You gotta keep me sane through all this, Sasuke. Yugo and Niji are the closest male friends I have. Heh, so long as you do the same for me, buddy. Sasuke slumps with Naruto as they both go back to stargazing. They sit in silence for a short while as Sasuke's mind meanders on topics before settling on something important. Say, can you help with moving the Uchiha compound? Absolutely, anytime. I just need you and a team of clones to map things out. And you'll need to decide where you want to move to. Either near the city or on one of the smaller islands. Huh? Sasuke turned to look at his friend. Where are the Uzumaki staying currently? Naruto sat up a bit straighter, lowering his voice to a hushed whisper. About that. We've been living in the Uzumaki Tower. The upper levels are a mansion. But, I've been secretly building a clan compound on an island not far from here actually. It's a surprise for the girls. I wanted to give our future family more room to grow. Tazuna had been thrilled and had nearly completely designed the place all by himself. Liberal clone usage was making construction a quick thing, however. Sasuke takes that news in before a quiet grin grows on his face. Say. Is there room for another clan on this island? Seeing Naruto grin and nod, Sasuke got to planning with him as they decided to make this move as soon as possible to hopefully surprise the girls. On the other side of the barrier, listening to the happy voices and laughter from the Uzumaki and Uchiha group, Kakashi and Shizen leaned into each other with happy sighs. Enjoying a much smaller and more intimate room and bath, Kakashi gave thanks that today got to see his team whole again and his family complete. He honestly couldn't ask for more and hoped that this peace could last. Next to him, Shizen trailed a finger down his chest. You're in a good mood. Wanna share the secret? Smiling and leaning down to kiss the dark-haired woman on the lips, Kakashi wiggled his eyebrows. I'll get right on that. Life was good indeed. B. Enjoying a full week relaxing, planning and generally being teenagers with too much free time, Team 7 with Shizen were back in Konoha. Standing before Tsunade and giving their report of what had transpired and the destruction of the land of Sky Fortress, they were also describing some of their dealings with Uzushio as well. That included Sasuke's and Sakura's intention to move. Taking it all in and at least noting that the team seemed to be in better spirits, Tsunade finally sighed as they finished up and sat waiting for her reply. Every day she wondered if she could bring back Sarutobi and beat some sense into the old man. So, what's the game plan then? Konoha's going to lose the Uchiha as well then? Shizune had been in very high spirits as well when she had returned, nearly dancing to her desk to return to her work. She was sure to be hearing all about how great Uzushio was later on from her subordinate. Maybe that would put her in a good mood before dealing with the council. Sakura and Sasuke looked to each other before Sakura nodded to him. Sasuke turned coal-black eyes to the elder with something that looked a lot like understanding. Understand, Lady Hokage, between the dealings with the Uzumaki, and now our own information of what Konoha did with the Uchiha, there's no chance I could stay here. The third ordered the destruction of my clan, and Danzo took it one step further and harvested everyone he could with a Sharingan eye. I can't let that go. Ever. Best thing we can do is go our separate ways and hope for the best. Kakashi saw Tsunade looking his way and shook his head. We've had this talk extensively among ourselves. Reasoned with it from every angle. And they can't see any way for the Uchiha to stay in Konoha any longer. Kakashi was fighting between the home he knew and his students. But they all assured him that no matter what he was always their sensei and they bore him no grudge. He had lost more than enough as well after all. And with some coaxing from Sakura and Shizune, well, the condos in Uzushio weren't all that badly priced. Sighing and seeing this was a battle long lost, Tsunade nods and leans back in her chair. All right. I won't press the issue. Sasuke being clan head of the Uchiha makes it so I can't really argue with him about it regardless. Her eyes trailed to her rather motivated apprentice. I guess I'm losing you as well? Nodding, Sakura grinned sadly. Sorry sensei, but I have goals of my own to complete. Waving the girl off, Tsunade instead tossed her 3 rather thick scrolls. Don't apologize yet, you still have some time to go before you catch up to me. So you better continue your work. Winking at the girl, Tsunade turned to Sasuke. I'll call a council meeting in a day or two to announce the Uchiha's intentions. You'll need to be there. Here she leveled hard eyes towards him. I repeat, you need to be there. Don't make me come drag you from whatever hot spring Naruto sticks you in. Chuckling and knowing that that was exactly his and Naruto's plan when they had finalized the deal, Sasuke rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah. I'll be there. Gave him and Naruto time to move the compound at least. Hayashi will more than likely be happy about this. Makes room for the Hyuga to officially be the oldest clan here. Like that asshole needs a bigger stick in his rear. Tsunade grumbled as she shuffled papers on her desk. Just do me a favor. Seeing the 3 ninja before her straighten a bit, she smiled softly. Take care of yourselves, will you? Sakura smiles, of course. Besides, this isn't goodbye. We're still gonna convince you to come and retire in Uzushio one day soon. She had plans after all, big ones. Heaving another heavy sigh, Tsunade finally waves the team away. Go on. You're dismissed. Report back to me tomorrow morning. I'll have the council meeting scheduled by then. Seeing the team salute her and walk out, Tsunade turns to look out over her village. Yet another sacrifice I'm forced to bear. And a heavy one it was. Walking out of Tsunade's office, Sasuke turned to their team leader. So, should we go and get some food or dash? Shizune was already pulling Kakashi away. Sorry, but I need him for a little bit. You don't mind, do you? Sakura shook her head quickly and started pushing Sasuke through the office full of people who were giving the group bemused looks. Not at all, we'll see you around, senpai. And then they were alone, easily making their way out of the tower and out into the village proper. Soaking in the early afternoon sun, Sakura links her arm with one of Sasuke's and they walk along towards his home. This is nice. It is. Sasuke looked around at the happy faces around them. Konoha was a peaceful place where the civilians were allowed much more freedom than some of the other villages, Uzushio not counted among them. Think you'll miss it? After some thought, Sakura shook her head. I'll miss certain people. My parents, the Konohamaru brats, some of the hospital staff. But the village is just a place. What's important, I'll always have that with me. Sasuke nods as he entwines his fingers into hers, holding her hand tightly. I get it. Besides, not like we won't be able to visit. Konoha isn't going to war with Uzushio anytime soon. More like ever. Naruto would flatten this village in an instant. Sakura waves to a happy-looking Anko, dragging a tired-looking Irika along though he was smirking himself. Besides, he likes having Konoha around. I think he likes messing with the council and stealing away Tsunade whenever he wants. Sasuke shakes his head as Udon and Moegi race along without Konohamaru. Strange that. I think he likes reminding her he can kick her ass whenever he wants. We really gotta convince Hinata and the others to rein him in. Fat chance of that. Sasuke knew better. Controlling Naruto was like trying to stop a rampaging Biju. It could be done, but there would be a lot of fire and death involved. The pair walked along, taking in the sights and pointing out several spots within the village that they either remembered fondly or hoped to forget. Naruto's rebuilt apartment sat waiting for a new tenant, no one willing to move in there even now. The bridge crossing over one of the few rivers running through the village where they used to meet up as a team. They waved to Tucci as they passed his ramen shop, the evening rush just beginning. And as they walked, they held each other and thought of what the future could hold. A bigger city, a path towards true peace in their lands, and a new start for the both of them. Together. Making their way finally to the Uchiha compound and away from the crowds and hustle and bustle of the village center, here Sakura pulled free a Hiraishin tag and added chakra to it. In a quick flash there appeared Naruto between them, grinning in his usual black and orange attire though his jacket now reached his ankles. One hand in his pocket, the other saluted his team, yo. Sasuke shook his head and looked out over the empty district, welcome to the Uchiha ward. Population us. Chuckling though he noticed both Sakura and Naruto seemed more somber, Sasuke sobered up and started walking. Come on, you can spread clones along the walls while I bring you to where there's something really important. Naruto did as he asked, making dozens of clones that ran off to complete their work before falling into step on Sasuke's right side while Sakura walked on his left. As they walked, Sasuke took in his clan's home and relived memories. It's weird to think that once upon a time this used to be so lively a place. Full of laughter and love and just humanity. And now? It's been nothing but a graveyard since that day, since my brother and Konoha decided the threat of the Uchiha was too great a danger to bear. Thankful that his friends were willing to let him talk and vent, Sasuke took a steadying breath and continued, that there's a chance we can bring that back. Bring life back to my home, even if it's just little by little, I'm happy with that. Smiling as Sakura squeezed his hand in a show of support, Sasuke turned to look at the oddly quiet Naruto. Just don't go filling the place with crazy explosion using Uzumaki children right away, will you? Keep that to your home. Naruto chuckled and walked with both hands in his pockets. I'll just have to corrupt your children with the beauty that is explosions then. Accepting the light punch to the shoulder, Naruto looked as the buildings gave way to a temple of some sorts. By his guess they were close to the center of the compound, maybe off by just a bit. Where are we? The Naka Shrine. Where our elders would meet to discuss clan politics, among other things. Sasuke led them on, ascending the steps and leading them inside, past the entryway and deeper inside to where the secret basement opening was located. 7th tatami on the right? Mumbling to himself, he followed his own directions and removed a tatami mat to reveal a trapdoor that he easily opened after removing himself from Sakura's warm embrace. Probably one of the best-kept secrets of the Uchiha clan. It wasn't until well after the massacre and running into Itachi again that I found this place. Leading the way down into the dark and dimly lit basement, Sasuke lit torches with low-level fire jutsu as they walked, Sakura and Naruto close behind. And it wasn't until I unlocked the next level of my Sharingan that I could finally read what was down here. Though bits and pieces are still hidden to me. Here Naruto snapped his fingers as they came upon a stone tablet that appeared much like a gravestone. Eyes shifting into the Rinnegan, Naruto grinned, I remember this. Sighing and nodding, Sasuke stood next to Naruto as they both looked down at the Uchiha tablet. I'm going to assume that your Rinnegan is able to read this writing in its complete form? Naruto nods, reading what he can and comparing it to what the Uzumaki text said. I can. Is this why Naruto left me Danzo? Most likely. Should I wonder why Naruto knew about this place? Naruto shrugged at that, because even he didn't have an answer for that one. His and Naruto's memories weren't the best from that time. Probably tortured out of Danzo. Maybe. Hopefully. In any case, what I've been able to read from this doesn't paint a great picture. Sasuke stood in silence for a time to allow Naruto to read on his own in silence. Sakura stood off to the side, waiting patiently as the tablet looked like nothing more than random squiggles to her. Naruto, however, was beginning to frown. Odd. Naruto pointed at a section towards the middle. In the Uzumaki text our history is pretty much the same, except for here. How so? That was perking Sasuke's interests. Yours says that the Uchiha will be saved by the infinite Tsukiyomi, which I have to say does not match up with the Uzumaki text. Naruto's face turns grim as he wonders what the difference means. Who is being manipulated here? The Uzumaki or the Uchiha? For what it's worth, the Mangekyo can read most of the tablet, but not all. And considering how my family ended up, I wouldn't put it past someone tampering with the stone in order to get the result they wanted. But why? Naruto continues to read before eventually sighing, at the least, your texts have a name I've been missing. Whose? The progenitor of chakra, the true progenitor at that. Kagaya. That the Uchiha tablet mentions her at all is interesting. More like someone left it on purpose. But why wouldn't the Uzumaki name her specifically like this? Sasuke is now set to thinking about the problem they faced. So what, someone has been tampering with our historical texts then? Which is the truth? The Uchiha or the Uzumaki? Sakura chimed in now, book brain in full swing. There's a chance both texts have portions of the full history of ninjutsu, just two halves of a story. Naruto nods and points at her, that's possible. We know that someone has been manipulating the Uchiha after all, and someone wanted the Uzumaki completely wiped out as well. Seeing Sakura's confused look while Sasuke continued to frown down at the tablet, Naruto spelled it out a bit clearer. Someone worked their hardest to get the Uchiha isolated, and then shunned, and finally executed as a clan, leaving behind only a few living members. But the clan is functionally dead at the moment. The same with the Uzumaki. Isolated, shunned, and executed in mass. That so many of us got away was probably both luck and some preparation. Sighing, Naruto turned away from the tablet. Why would someone want our clans out of the picture though? You texts depict the Tsukuyomi as the Uchiha's last hope, while the Uzumaki texts warn against the end of the world. Sasuke turns away as well, having spent hours before poring over these texts backwards and forwards. That the Uchiha could be saved by any single technique is ludicrous. It would negate all of our hard work and achievements towards rebuilding ourselves up until now. Even if that's just myself and my brother. And why would my clan be willing to overthrow the Konoha leadership if they had something like this in the wings? I think you're correct, something is all wrong with this. Naruto nods, as Sasuke starts to lead the way back to the surface. Naruto does make clones to include this area in the transportation seal. None of it makes sense. Your texts also include information about someone named Madara and recreating the Rinnegan using a combination of Senju and Uchiha cells. It's like someone is leaving a roadmap towards something, not actually saving the Uchiha. Sasuke has to agree, the portion about Madara striking a chord within him. Why would the text have information about his clan's greatest member, or most infamous depending on who you talk to? In the end this temple must come with us. Tablet and all. This information is important. Leaving the temple and coming back to the surface, they all stand and stare back at the imposing space as Naruto returns his hands to his pockets while his mind races with ideas and new knowledge, piecing together a puzzle that was still just out of reach. I don't know what's coming, but it's bigger than anything we've dealt with so far. Sasuke nods, turning to face his friend. You won't do anything reckless without us, right? Of course not. Naruto turned and fist bumped Sasuke while accepting a hug from Sakura. Give me a day or two, but we'll transport the compound and then you'll be full-time Uzushio ninja. Naruto winked at them. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, you crazy kids. Laughing as he flashed away, trusting his clones to finish his work, Sasuke and Sakura were left alone on the street. Sakura leaned into Sasuke. That gives us pretty much everything we can get up to, including threatening the council. Still tempted to do that. Please don't. I'd like to come visit my family from time to time. Even if I hate the council as well. Sakura sighs and leans into him, looking up as the sky begins to darken and evening sets in. I know this was hard. Do you need to talk about it? Shaking his head and taking a deep breath, Sasuke puts an arm around her waist and pulls her into him. No. I might have doubted at first if this was the correct thing to do, but now I know. For sure. This is the best course of action. If Naruto and I are correct and someone is trying to manipulate us, the first thing to do is to come together and pool information and resources. Understand just what that path is leading us towards. He smiled down to the stronger than she looked Kunoichi. Besides, I have you to keep me on my path. You won't let the ghosts of the past pull me backwards, will you? Of course not. Turning to hug him fully, Sakura sighs in his arms. I'll always be here, to beat some sense into you. It was going to be a long few days, but at least they were moving finally. Naruto settled back into paperwork and Kage duties with relative ease after a week of caring exclusively for his wives and helping Sasuke and Sakura move to Uzushio full-time. Dispersing his workload to lower functionaries while focusing on approvals and reports that specifically needed his eyes, he was finding that being more efficient with his work was freeing up his day tremendously. Of course, that only gave the girls more time to try and weasel information out of him. He hadn't told them about his latest project on the small island between Yuzu's main island, the Fortress Island, and the Yuki district. But they were starting to get suspicious all the same. Every morning he left to making literally thousands of clones, and every morning they were worried about his being a little low on chakra because of that. Hopefully they would forgive him for the secrecy. Maybe. Today as he sat in his office while off to the side Sasuke and Sakura lounged about and adjusted to the new city life. Both now proudly wearing Yuzu headhands, Naruto could only smirk and mentally tick off another goal of his as complete. Still planning on getting that monster woman here as well? You know it, partner. She's going to break your spine in half when she finds out you're poaching her ninja. She'll get over it. I have a villa built all for her with enough sake to get even Gamabunta drunk. Your funeral. Shaking his head as Kurama faded back in his mind, Naruto signed a paper allocating more resources to the ninja port and put it in his outbox. Sakura was reading through the Uzumaki texts while Sasuke lazed about with a more normal book, though even he was beginning to get bored. Somehow I expected you to be blowing up your paperwork or screwing off to get ramen by now. I can be serious, you know. Sakura snorted, not looking up from where she was reading, forgive me, whose usual mantra for solving problems is more explosives. Sasuke nodded, pointing a finger at the sour blonde, or at the least, I'd expected one of the girls to be in here serving you lunch in a bikini. Naruto considered that one, why hadn't he thought of that, maybe tomorrow. Karen would absolutely make it happen. Hinata too actually. I'm surprised you haven't gone to explore the city today, finally tired out? Nah. Just wanted to relax a bit today. Sakura and Sasuke had taken Naruto up on his offer to stay with him and his family until things were complete and finished. The idea of boating to and from the Uchiha compound every morning wasn't necessarily a good one. Plus the Uzumaki mansion had plenty of room and thick walls. Besides, seeing you actually focus is new. Sakura did love having new information after all. Everyone acts like I can't be serious or sneaky. I'm going to have to fix that one day. Sasuke chuckled and went back to his book. I don't think any of us have seen you do sneaky. I can be sneaky. Like a rhino in a china shop maybe. Everyone paused as Naruto's intercom buzzed alive, Naruto hitting the button to answer it. What's up, Hinata? Patrol Team 3 is here. Send them. Waiting and watching his door open, a team of 3 ninja came in. All members of the Hataru clan, Naruto waited for them to come before his desk. Anything new? The leader, a long brown-haired woman in her 20s, shook her head. No sir, Northern Islands are quiet, no movement at the former Summon Research Lab, though volcanic activity has restarted. She handed over her report to him and bowed. Any other orders, sir? Naruto shook his head as he flicked the report into a cubby on the wall with ease. Nope, take your mandatory day off and relax a little. You're dismissed. Your will, Lord Uzumaki. Performing a smart 180, the team was back out of the office and on their way while an exasperated Naruto grumbled under his breath. I keep telling them, it's Naruto. Naruto. Is that so hard? Oh, quit your whining, you big baby, you're a Kage. People just want to show you the proper respect. Sakura piped up without looking up again. I'd prefer being informal. Going back to his paperwork, a new form requesting a team of low-level ninja for a demonstration at the academy. That was an easy approval at least. Stamping it and moving it to his outbox, his intercom buzzed again. Yup. Team 9 here, back from their frost escort. Hinata still seemed very chipper over the speaker. Lucky her. Send them. Naruto watched as a rough team of 3 ninja from the Chinoite clan walked in. 2 rather burly men following after a taller but fit woman with short-cropped black hair. He'd need to see about getting some of the teams and clan mixed together like Niji's team. How's Frost doing? The team leader stepped forward, handing over a scroll with a wink. Gosu and the others primed them pretty well. They don't give us lip when we're there. But rebuilding efforts and aid are being distributed as requested. Though the Spring Ninja and some civilians have concerns about Frost refugees' continued health. Naruto nods and he quickly scans the report, noted, I'll make sure to update Koyuki and maybe send another team with a specialist to see if we need to take action there. They're our allies now, no need to leave them to fend for themselves. Naruto looks up to them and grins, you know the drill, missions outside our borders mean 2 days off, mandatory. Tayuya will be very cross if you lot try to get around that, again. The Chinoite clan was very big on proving themselves, and tried their hardest to take multiple missions back to back. Tayuya had put her foot down a few times with hilarious results. Shuddering, the team all shook their heads quickly, no need for that. We'll rest and recuperate and report back in 2 days. Saluting him, they left the way they came without another word. Sasuke watched it all with a grin, leadership is good for you. You handle it well. And wasn't that a surprise? Sure, he updated them with letters and popped in when he could, but being here full-time and witnessing it was a different thing altogether. Wish we could have been here for all of it. Don't get bummed out. You're here now, and you get to see all the crazy stuff from now on. Naruto didn't want to focus on what they had dragged their feet on in the past. There was a lot there. He wanted to focus on the future, making things better. Having a lot of fun throughout the whole process would be a nice bonus as well. Before any of them have any warning, his door bangs open, a grinning Koyuki and a more sedate Kotohime walk in, both focused on him while Hinata waves from her desk. "Hello Lord Naruto." Kotohime was quick to lean against his desk while Koyuki came around to sit in his lap, interrupting his work. "We have news for you." Koyuki giggled as Naruto tickled her lightly. "We'll be leaving for Suna on the airship. I have negotiations for trade agreements I need to finalize in person. We wanted to give you a heads up." Naruto nodded as he held his daimyo wife. "Maybe I should send a team with you. You know, for protection? Just in case." Kotohime shook her head, still smiling at his antics. "You're such a worrywart. This is Suna, our ally. What do we have to worry about?" "Well, yeah, okay, maybe I worry too much. But better safe than sorry, right?" Koyuki looks up to the ceiling as she thinks about it before nodding resolutely once. "Maybe one of the other girls can go with us. We don't need to take away a team that could be performing a mission after all. Plus they wanted to relax on this trip. Dealing with stuffy old men was always troublesome." Naruto thought about that one. Who would want to go though? Plus, that would just make him worry more. 2 of his wives who were pregnant, plus another wife? No. He had to remind himself that these women were all powerful and capable. They didn't need to be handheld like this. "Fine, I give. Who do you want to take?" Mentally cheering, Koyuki makes a show of thinking about it. Karen would be a good fit. She's wanted some up-close time with the airships anyway. This would be a good opportunity. Naruto considered that it would get the girl out of the basement and hopefully not working so much. He still needed to break her of that habit. "Okay, approved. Just be safe and keep a tag on you, okay?" He accepted a kiss from Koyuki easily with a smile. "Don't do something I would do." Standing and coming back around his desk while Kotohime leaned forward to capture his lips with her own, Koyuki chuckled, "So no exploding old men or getting into fights with super-powered ninja. Got it." Kotohime stood and joined her sister wife. "We'll be on our best behavior." "Aha, and tell Gaara to come back and visit sometime, he needs some time away from that desert." Watching both women make their way out of his office with a smile on his face, he's only a little distracted by Sakura's giggles. "What? You're so cute with them. It's like your personality changes." It was sweet really. Naruto was so tender with them. Completely at odds with the berserker in battle he could be. I guess, things change. Naruto considered that. Things had been so easy, calm really, once he had settled in and most of the hard work was complete. Sure, they still had a lot way to go, but his life was so much better than it had been in Konoha. And now that his 2 closest friends were here? How could life get better? Before more time could pass and he could get comfortable back into his work, Hinata strolled in, followed by Fu and Naruko. Fu is humming a light tune while Naruko has her hands on her hips, a feral grin on her face. "Oh man, you should see some of the stuff Isaribi has patrolling the Uzushio waters. It's crazy." Naruto nods. "Yeah, I keep telling Karen and Anoka to stop making her new toys, but it's almost like they're making a contest out of it." Naruto's eyebrows raise as Hinata hands him a letter personally, wondering why she hadn't opened it. "What's this?" It was addressed specifically to him. Odd. "We checked it for traps and came up empty, so to you it went." Hinata and the others watched as Naruto opened it and read through the letter quickly. The silence stretched on for a few minutes until Naruto's shoulders began to shake. They began to worry as a dark chuckle began to leave his throat. "Oh dear. What's this about Naruto?" Naruto looked up and waved the letter in the air before them all. "Myself and my sister have been requested specifically for a mission in the Land of Demons." "The Land of Demons?" Sasuke looked up as Sakura finally started paying attention to the conversation. "Why did I just get a chill?" Sakura grumbled. "Things are back to normal already. Who requested the mission?" "A head priestess Cheyenne." Naruto hummed at that before he looked directly at Naruko who was grinning. "Ready for a road trip?" Seeing her nod and high-five Fu, Naruto keyed his radio at his hip. "Mr. 9 for Silken Fist, meet me at my office would ya? Over." Hearing an affirmative reply, Naruto returned to focusing on the room around him. Standing and stretching he turned to point at his team. "What say you, wanna see the world?" Sasuke grinned. "Can't miss whatever craziness you're about to get dragged into. We're in." Sakura nods. "Can't get rid of us so early, we just got here." Hinata however is worried about something else coming up soon. The Land of Demons is quite far. Don't forget, the summit is coming up. Naruto nods at that, mentally calculating how long it should take to get to the Land of Demons. Coming back would be easy with Hiration. We should just make it back in time. I'm thinking 2 weeks at the most. Naruko puts in her own thoughts, happy to get out of the tower, anything to not be cooped up here. It's nice and relaxed sure, but a girl's gotta stretch her legs, you know. Fu nods, I'll be right there with you. They had promised to travel together after all. Naruto shrugs, sure. Just keep it down, would ya? I wanna be able to get some sleep this trip, alright? Teasing the pair and causing Fu to blush. Naruto gives him the finger. What we do is our business. As loud as you are, you make it everyone's business. Naruto scored one for himself as Naruto blushed finally. Put up a silencing seal or something, you know how. Arg, shut it. Just turn your ears off or something. I can't do that, you idiot, they don't work that way. Sure they do. And only idiots call someone else an idiot. But you just called me an idiot, you idiot. Moron. Ditz. Fight me. Fine. Both twins came together and began to roll about on the floor in a mad frenzy of violence while everyone else watched on with mixtures of amused and ashamed looks. Sakura and Sasuke couldn't help but sigh, Sakura speaking up for both of them as the blonde pair rolled away from them. Great, now there's two of them. Fu looks on with wonder in her eyes, is this how all siblings are? They're so passionate. Sasuke thinks on that one, well, my older brother tortured me into madness. Hinata thinks on that as well, coming to a grim conclusion, my younger sister hated me and would use full-powered juken on me during spars. All of them turned to the wrestling pair of Uzumaki knocking over chairs as they neared Naruto's weapon wall. Sakura heaves another sigh, are they really the most normal siblings that we know of? Hinata raised a finger, what about the Sabaku siblings? Sasuke sighed at that, right? One of them was a crazed murder boy with a psychotic monster sealed in his gut, the older brother has a thing for makeup and dolls, and the sister is a super violent tsundere. Hinata thought some more on that before sighing, point taken. From the doorway there's a low whistle and most eyes turn to see Tayuya relaxed but dressed for work. What did I miss? Up instantly and tossing his sister to Fu who scrambled to catch the surprised blonde, Naruto was grinning with his hands on his hips. You've got the chair for a little while. I've got a special mission to take on. Wait a minute. Tayuya wailed and came up to start poking him in the chest. You said you weren't going anywhere for a while. You said it yourself. Your lips. Seeing his eyes not changing, she pulled out her newest weapon. Pouting. Come on. You can't leave your newly pregnant wife all alone. You have to stay. Eyes wide and watery for full effect, Tayuya was not giving up without a fight. Rolling his eyes and sweeping Tayuya off her feet and into his arms in a princess carry, Naruto grinned and pecked her on the forehead. How about this? You hold down the fort while I'm gone, and when I return you get all the pampering and love you want. He leaned in to whisper in her ear, you know I'm good for it. Blushing as he whispered a bit more into her ear, too low for anyone else to hear. The redhead gave up the fight. He wouldn't leave if he didn't feel like he absolutely had to after all. Okay, fine. But you better hurry back. I'm sure Hinata warned you that the summit is coming up, and I am not attending that. Kissing the woman fully on the lips while Naruto gagged, Naruto let Tayuya down and thumped his chest with a fist. Don't worry, I won't be missing that summit for anything in the world. I have something to do there specifically after all. Sakura pumps a fist in the air, road trip. Fu leans over to Naruto, she seems like fun. Naruto grins, you have no idea. Sliding up between Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto slings her arms over both of the teens' shoulders. We're all just bundles of fun, aren't we? Naruto sighs and prays that this isn't a sign of things to come, please don't flirt with my friends. Flirting? I'm not flirting. Naruto grinned as she pulled Sasuke and Sakura closer, not yet at least. Sakura was blushing as she tried her best to get out of the surprisingly strong grip, I blame you Naruto. That's fair. Naruto was the reason Naruto was around after all. Well, mostly. This was shaping up to be a long trip. B. Stumbling upon a cave system in the middle of nowhere, Riptide Team 1 has found the Akatsuki hideout where they believe Utakata is being held. It had been days of tracking, chakra sensing, and some good old-fashioned luck, but here they were checking over their weapons and making sure they were as ready as they could be. They didn't know who they would be encountering inside after all. Yugo turned to Hataru as Sasami unsealed her Kusarigama and checked the chain links for damage while Kin checked over her various Sanban and ninja wire. Yugo was most of all worried for the fretting blonde, no matter what, if things go wrong you are to leave right away. Head for Uzushio, give them the code that we gave you, and you will be able to entreaty with Lord Uzumaki. Hataru nods slowly, I'll do as you say, but let's not have it get to that. Her goal was to find her sensei, rescue him and leave as quickly as possible. Fighting wasn't on her to-do list if she could help it. Nodding and turning to take the lead, Yugo leads them into the rocky and humid cave. Dark save for a few torches every dozen meters or so. There are 2 chakra signatures ahead, one is weak, while the other is a bit odd. It's hard to place. Kin nods, so long as they're human I can liquefy their organs. Sasami shook her head. We really need to get you a different weapon. I think it's great. You sound like a sociopath. You sound like you need a new career. Yugo sighed and raised a fist. Ready? Feeling more than seeing both girls nod, Yugo steps out into a large hollowed-out chamber. Most of the floor was flattened earth, no features save another entrance on the far side away from them. It was there, sitting patiently on the floor was a black-haired man in a black cloak with red clouds. A slashed Konoha headband rested on his head, and Yugo's heart rate spiked as he knew exactly who this was. Someone feared by even Orochimaru. Shit. Itachi opened his eyes slowly, looking up at the group before him. Uzushio? Interesting. Did Naruto send you? That would be an interesting development. Yugo shakes his head, body tense and ready for the first sign of hostility from the elder Uchiha. No. We received a request from a student worried about their master. Not something we could ignore after all. Itachi nodded at that. Big heart you have. Would be a shame to crush it for something so trivial. Eyes hardening, Itachi pointed a finger towards the path they had entered from. Best advice? Leave. I'd hate to kill you over something so meaningless. Meaningless? My sensei's life isn't meaningless. Hataru's anger burned hot, and she answered without even thinking about it. Suddenly she was very ready to fight with everything she had. Sighing heavily as if being great put out, Itachi lowers his hand to his side. I won't warn you again. You start this, and I will kill you. Yugo saw Kin and Sasami ready themselves and did the same. We will not abandon a mission that was given to us. That struck a chord with the older ninja, and Itachi finally actually focused on the group. Your mission? So be it. Just be aware, you're many years away from being even close to measuring up to me. And then his eyes shifted. Omake. Hanabi knew leaving the village was going to be a trivial matter. Finding a merchant's wagon bound for Wave was easy, and hiding herself away among his stock was trivial for a genius such as herself. A letter carefully hidden back home but that would be found by her father in a few days had been pinned so that he wouldn't worry overmuch. Hopefully she could reach her destination long before he tried to send a search party. But she felt pride as her plan was going perfectly. Well, she would rather not be stuck between a barrel of cabbages and a bag full of potatoes, but the ends justified the means for this mission. If she had to put up with some hardship to achieve her goals then so be it. As the wagon bounced and shook along the road and she settled in for a long ride she leaned against the bag for some comfort. Why was the bag so warm? Poking it and hearing a grunt, Hanabi blinks as a brown mass of hair pokes out from the top of the bag, followed by the grinning face of one Konohamaru. What was this imbecile doing here? Why are you here? Following you, duh. Konohamaru didn't follow clan politics often, but even he knew something weird was going on with the Hyuga recently. And to see the prim and proper Hyuga princess sneaking into a wagon in the early morning? Something was definitely up. Wanted to see what crazy hoity-toity stuff you were getting into was all. Well, this is a little sophisticated for you, but I'm on a mission of great importance. It would be best if you return to the village. Sure of herself and her goal, she had no qualms about sending the brat away. She didn't want to chance him ruining everything for her. Look, I saw you sneaking out, and no one who's on an official mission does something like this. Maybe I should run back and warn the guards, huh? No, don't. They both hunkered down as the merchant looked back before grunting and shrugging his shoulders. Voices now in harsh whispers, Hanabi pointed at Konohamaru. I'm going to find my sister and her stupid husband and drag them back to Konoha. Grinning as he got an answer out of the girl, Konohamaru nods. Well, if that's all, I'm coming with. I miss Big Bro too, so if this gets me to see him, I'm all in. You can't, you're a former Kage's grandson. The village will be in an uproar if you're lost. Like the Hyuga won't tear the village apart looking for you? Look, if you're going, I'm going. That's final. I'm a heiress, I have an excuse that I'm on official business. Knowing her argument was a bit weak, Hanabi finally relented and turned away, face flush. Just don't get in my way. Wouldn't dream of it, princess. Don't call me that. Sure thing, princess. Konohamaru could tell, this was going to be a long journey. But he'd make it fun at least. The Hyuga needed to lighten up a little. Panting as he moved, Yugo sprinted in an attempt to flank the older and more experienced Itachi as Sasami tried to keep him in check with close-range attacks and Kin was holding him at bay with her hand bell. Even now as Yugo watched, she rang it once and a tone sounded. In an instant a furrow dug its way through the earth where Itachi had previously been standing, back flipping away and out of harm's way with Sasami hot on his heels with her Kusarigama, chain and weight shooting towards him with a flick of her wrist. Idly Yugo noted Hataru working her way around the battlefield, trying for the opposite hallway they had seen upon their entry to this place. It was the only area her sensei could be and her duty was to find him after all, not fight. Itachi worked to keep a small grin off of his face, using one chakra-filled kunai to keep the sickle end of Sasame's weapon away from him easily. He had to admit, she did have some talent, and given a few more years she might just offer a challenge to him. But today was not that day. Leaning away as again she launched the weighted end towards his face, with a spin he buried a foot into her midsection, sending her away and clearing the space around him. Senses tingling as chakra gathered, a quick kawarimi carried him away as the area he had been standing in was reduced to a crater. Ears ringing from the blast of sound, he wondered how a hand bell could become such a devastating weapon. Was she a former sound ninja perhaps? Seeing the black-haired girl smirk, Itachi lazily flicked a pair of kunai her way as he dove away from an arm that had been transformed into a living scythe. Again more earth was reduced to rubble, and he noted that Kin was able to flip away and maintain her distance from him. Sharingan blazing, he considered his options as he was yet again engaged in close combat by the orange-haired Sasami. He couldn't find fault in her focus at the least. With a thought he began to mold chakra in his chest. Ducking low to the ground in a split, Kin let a low-yield fireball sail over her head before spinning back onto her feet. Molding chakra and performing a shunshin to get away from Itachi trying to close the distance with her, Kin launched a few sanban along the ground, bells tinkling as they landed as she quickly came to the conclusion that Itachi was playing with them. He may not be smiling, but he had an air of lazy boredom. Molding chakra through her bell and mixing in wind nature chakra, she again launched another supersonic sound wave in his direction. She watched as he flipped away with ease, before another fireball was sent towards Sasami, who was forced to abort her attack in order to escape. Yugo had no such problem this time. Skin dark brown and thick, he powered through the fireball to engage Itachi with heavy hammer-like hands. Massive blows cracked and cratered the ground, but the agile Uchiha weaved and dodged around them with all the ease and finesse of a dancer. A short sequence of hand seals and Itachi palmed a hand on the ground, a wall of earth rising up to slam into Yugo's gut and launching him into the air to give Itachi room to move. With some breathing space, several shuriken were launched Sasami's way, forcing her back to dodge and weave to avoid the unpredictable storm of weapons. Kin waved her bell again with a ringing tone, sound wave dispersing the weapons, before launching more sanban towards the Nuke Nin who was now looking her way. A kunai flashed up, knocking away her weapons before being launched her way in return even faster. A kawarimi with a rock saved her, but frustration began to fill her being. Were the three of them really no match for the Uchiha murderer? Completing a final evasion and landing next to Kin, Sasami was frowning as she brought up her weapon into a defensive stance. He Jewist might be out of our league. It felt like she was getting tossed around like a rank amateur. Kin began to increase her hand bell tempo, going for more low-powered sound blasts instead of the massive area-destroying type. You worry too much. Building up sound waves and amplifying them in a cone in front of her, she finally captured Itachi in a resonating space, the ground beginning to crack and break around him. Smirking as Yugo landed next to her, she began to pour on the chakra as her bell chimed nearly constantly. Now, see now? Winking at Sasami, she turned to focus on Itachi. You're stuck here, Uchiha? You better give up before I rattle your organs into mush. Bell now almost a constant ringing, she worried that her chakra might not hold out for the full duration of her attack. Stuck in the cone of sound-based destruction, Itachi finally smirked as he looked at them. Cloak whipping about him and hands coming up slowly with some struggle, there were suddenly kunai in each hand before in a blink he was between them. A roundhouse kick caught Kin full in the chest, folding the young woman and sending her away to immediately halt her attack. Before her body even had a chance to return to the earth, Itachi was already turning to attend to Sasami. Remember, you brought this on yourselves. He was forced to dodge around several enraged attacks from the orange-haired girl, alternating between a furious dance with her chain and heavy slices from the kama. Quirking an eyebrow as the girl still couldn't seem to get the hint that close range with an Uchiha was a bad idea, he finally let her overextend an attack, tripping her up and weaving around to her back. Almost delicately but faster than most could follow, he drove a kunai into her shoulder to the hilt. Watching her drop like a stone as her weapon dropped from slack fingers, Itachi considered actually finishing her off but decided against it. Instead, with a kick he picked up her body and held her in front of himself and against his body, a single eye focused on the enraged Yugo who had transformed again into a hulking mass of muscle. Keep it up, and I'll snap her neck. Watching Yugo freeze and maintaining a line of sight with the downed Kin, Itachi nodded once as he felt the woman in his grip tremble. Now then, since you're so set on continuing this, I have questions for you. You're in no place to refuse. Waiting and seeing Yugo nod once, body visibly trembling, Itachi hides another pleased grin. Are you really here on your own, or did Naruto send you? Yugo shook his head, watching Sasami's blood drip on the ground. Naruto did not send us. Will he come if you leave? He does not know you are here, so that's unlikely. Itachi thought about that one. Even if Naruto did find out his location, by then he would most likely be long gone. Do you know, has Sasuke rejoined Naruto and Uzushio finally? Sasuke was closest with Naruto after all, it was only a matter of time before he left the leaf. Yugo shook his head, he has not done so yet. At least, not when we left on our mission a few weeks ago. Another hum leaving his throat as he traced a kunai along Sasame's throat, Itachi considered again if he should just end them. Truly such folly. Attacking a foe so much stronger than yourselves, and for what? I am no threat to you after all, nor your country, at least not yet. Grunting in his grip, Sasame can feel a trickle of blood beginning to form from his kunai digging into her neck a bit. I promise, we're just full of surprises. A thin chakra string still connected to her kusarigama, with a twitch of her fingers the weighted end is sent towards his head. He evades and then deflects it easily, though he is forced to let her go in the process. Watching her turn in an attempt to continue her attack as Yugo roared his way, he stepped in to drive a front kick into her chest. Feeling ribs crack and maybe break as he sent her tumbling away to land in a heap, he was put into a backwards evasion as Yugo went full force into attacking him head-on. Arms changing on the fly, Itachi marveled at just how many forms they could take. One moment, 2 giant arm blades, the next a pair of clubs, and a third saw one arm become a shelled shield that blocked a kunai from him, while the other became a spear in an attempt to impale him. And yet, for all the forms and ferocity, Itachi still had no problems weaving and dodging around all of Yugo's attacks while looking no more pressed than if he was out for a jog. You can see this is futile, yes? Itachi leapt as a heavily muscled leg drove down into the ground he had been standing on, a wide crater forming before Yugo launched himself even faster after him. Surely you all see this? You can't kill me. Hurting me is off the table even. Getting no comment from the enraged teen, Itachi leveled a bored look his way. Perhaps I am being unkind. What kind of mental state must you be in after seeing 2 people so obviously important to you nearly killed? Ducking as another spear raced by over his head, Itachi put much more force and chakra into his next strike. A rising kick buried itself into Yugo's chest, this time absolutely feeling ribs shatter before his body is sent to crash into the far wall in a shower of dust and rock. Sighing and taking up a lazy stance, Itachi considered the field before him. The leader was now down, body returning to normal as he groaned and collapsed to the ground. The orange-haired girl was dragging herself towards him. What she hoped to accomplish was a mystery to Itachi, and the blonde looked like she fled. Best option for her really and easily showed herself to be smartest of the group. The black-haired girl, the support, was just now struggling to her feet, breath labored and legs shaking as around them bells tinkled and chimed. I see. You just aren't going to get it. That's fine. Let me drive the point home. Raising a hand, Itachi snapped his fingers and reality shifted. All 3 members of Riptide found themselves back where they started, standing before Itachi, who looked as if he had never moved. Who now was watching them with pinwheels in his eyes. Kin's bell vibrated in her hand. What? Sasame's eyes were wide. The whole fight? Everything we did? Itachi nods. Was nothing. The moment you made eye contact with me was the moment I trapped you. Around them the world shifts again, color bleeding away into grays and whites. In here, you have no hope. In here, there's no one coming to save you. All 3 suddenly finding themselves tied to a cross, Itachi was standing before them all. In here? I'm God. And though I have no need of you, you could be useful bait for who I really want. One Itachi for each of them, they all had a black rod pointed towards their hearts. The only question is, do I need all of you alive? Chuckling and still feeling a connection with her chakra, Kin maintained eye contact with Itachi. Kami, you really are a wordy one, aren't ya? The Itachi in front of her gently rests the black spear above her chest. Itachi frowned as he looked up to her. What's so funny, girl? Tell me, what's the last thing you remember hearing? Grinning as a bell tolls high above them, Kin gives him the finger, suddenly not tied down like the others. Genjutsu is most effective by either the eyes or the ears, 2 senses tied directly to the brain. Consider, sound waves too low in decibel to be noticed. Around them, the Tsukuyomi begins to crack and Itachi's eyes begin to widen in surprise. This wasn't about winning. This was about stalling, asshole. Watching the technique fail, the inverted world shattering around him, Itachi's eyes opened to an empty cave. Interested as someone finally figured out a workaround for the Tsukuyomi, he felt out with his senses. There certainly wasn't any chakra in the area anymore, so the team was long gone. Turning and sprinting towards the holding cells, racing down dark hallways and empty rooms, there is a sense of agitation as he sees in fact that they made off with the Jinchuriki. Well, now they had his interest. But in the meantime, this body no longer had any use for him. Taking out a kunai and turning it on himself, with a thought he drove it into his neck to the hilt. Gurgling blood and dropping to the ground, Itachi blinked and was no longer in that dark and useless cave. Blinking again and coming out of his meditative trance, Itachi considered the false body technique such a useful tool. Now he had information and some potential targets. That anyone had a method for breaking the Tsukuyomi was troublesome. That was something to deal with sooner rather than later. Standing with a groan and stretching, he did have to hand it to them. The Uzushio ninja were smarter than he gave them credit for. Now however it was time for him to go. With this last mission, Akatsuki was functionally a dead end for him now. Which meant he had one last self-imposed mission for himself. It was time to hunt down Sasuke. Sprinting away with all the speed of a team who knew their worst nightmare was right on their heels, a worn-out Riptide team carried the frantic Hataru and the weak Utakata as they made their escape. Low on chakra but alive, they gave thanks to Kin's carefully executed backup plan. Kin coughs up blood as they run through the trees, body not used to forcing so much chakra through one technique. She was mentally happy though, now able to say she outsmarted an Uchiha with Genjutsu. Beat that. That was close. Wiping her mouth free of blood, she focused what chakra she had left on running. Sasami shook her head. We were lucky. Extremely lucky. Body still shaking, as even a few seconds within the Tsukuyomi had nearly drained her of her chakra. Let's not do that ever again. Adjusting the not-so-light Hataru on her back, she too focused on running. Yugo shook his head as Utakata groaned on his back. It wasn't luck. Seeing Kin and Sasami look his way as they jumped through the trees, Yugo nodded once. For someone as skilled as Itachi Uchiha, that we got away was because he let us. No more, no less. Using one hand to fish free a soldier pill to toss to Kin, who thanked her, Sasami frowned. What makes you think that? Why would he want to let us go? Yugo shakes his head again. I don't know and I don't want to speculate. Let's focus on getting as far away from this area as possible. As far away from the Akatsuki as we can. Seeing the team struggling and weak, Hataru firms herself and speaks up. My clan home is not far and I gave my word. We will follow you for this, so the least we can do is allow you to rest within our home. The Tsuchigumo village is not far from here. Sasami holds up a hand and gives the girl a thumbs down. No can do. If there's a chance we're being followed, we only have one place we trust to go for safety. Especially with a threat like Akatsuki. Kin finishes taking down the soldier pill before grinning. It's straight to Uzushio for us. Just hope Uzumaki-sama isn't mad at us for this. Yugo sighed. He really is rubbing off on all of us. Kin grinned as she flipped through the air to look at him. You worry too much. Sasami could already feel the lecture coming from the blonde leader of the Uzumaki clan. You don't worry enough. It was going to be a long journey home at this rate. B. The ocean was calm and the waves low as a merchant ship made way for Kiri. Today was bright and sunny, cheery-looking clouds floating above them as their ship was followed by a small pack of gulls. This close to land, they probably assumed this was a fishing vessel, but they would find no easy meals here. No, instead the captain was offering food to their two castaways. Tobi and Kuratsuchi had been found and rescued by the helpful ship who had seen their signal fire. Well, he had assumed it was a signal fire, such a large construct of wood and dry leaves had to be such. So how did you find yourselves on that island anyway? You're nearly at the northern edge of Uzushio waters. Tobi sighed as he considered that the only reason they had been saved was because Kuratsuchi burned down their only shelter. What incredible luck, really. It's a really long and somehow impossible story. But thank you all that same. Not even having the energy to keep up his playful persona, he was happy to finally be back on track. Hopefully he would be rid of this infuriating woman soon, and maybe he wasn't too far behind in capturing the Sanbai. You said you're on the way to Kiri, correct? Yes, with the borders open again it is a very good time to be a trader in these waters. Of course. Here the captain, a fairly round and bearded man of average looks, grinned. Rumor has it that it's thanks to Uzushio for Kiri changing its ways. They have an in with the Mizukage apparently. Scoffing and cradling a warm bowl of soup, Kuratsuchi looked down into it as if it held all of her answers. Kiri was in the opposite direction of where she needed to go, but at least she was off that island. She would be grateful and charter a boat back to Wave when they arrived. I doubt such a small nation would have any chance of influencing one of the major ninja villages. More like Kiri is using Yuzu as a cover for something. What that something was would be the real mystery. If she had time, maybe she could uncover it before completing her personal quest. Shrugging at the thought, the captain leans against the wheelhouse wall. You must not be from around here then. Yuzu was quick to become a big deal in these waters. And thanks to their leader and his family, they've entrenched themselves into many a big pot. Men and women like me are trying to get a hand in while we can. This perks up Tobi's interests. Their leader, do you know who it is? Tobi hadn't been paying much attention to the nation of Kushina's dead clan. It was doubtful enough of them had survived to pull off a feat like this. Well, a lot of it is rumor and second-hand of course. It is a ninja city and anyone not of Uzushio are hard-pressed to get any concrete information out of them. But word is that the Uzumaki are rebuilding, and doing it fast. Toby freezes in place as Kuratsuchi begins to ask more questions about that. Mentally thinking about Kushina again. His former sensei's wife, there weren't many Uzumaki left. The dregs that were had most likely been captured or killed by now. So who could be free enough and have enough influence to pull this off? Or maybe, did she survive somehow? Did her brat still live? After retrieving the sanbai maybe he would have to go and take a look himself. This was certainly a mystery to figure out, quickly. Any collection of Uzumaki could ruin everything. Kuratsuchi was once more focused on her own task. Uzumaki, have you heard of the Maelstrom then? You have any rumors about that guy? Lost and stranded as they had been, she needed to get up to date as quickly as possible. Looking at the young girl oddly, the captain shrugged. I don't know if he still goes by the Maelstrom anymore, but last I heard he is actually the Yuzukage. Getting to him these days is just about impossible. Of course, many a person still tried from what he heard, mostly women. Suddenly the girl's interest started to make sense. Kuratsuchi is not privy to his thoughts on the matter, don't you worry about that. I'll find a way. I just want to have a chat with him. Said chat would most likely involve kunai and various high-powered jutsu, but oh well. He brought it on himself. Nodding sagely as his thoughts seemed to ring correct, the captain gave her a knowing smile. There certainly are a lot of young ladies traveling to Yuzu for a chance with the Lord of Endurance. I wish you luck. I think having a story about getting stranded on an island for a chance to see him might carry you far. Blinking and letting his words sink in, Kuratsuchi quickly started to shake her free hand back and forth. No, not like that. No. I'm not interested in that guy like that at all. She couldn't come out and say she wanted to kill him. I have much higher standards. There's no way. Ignoring the protesting going on behind him as he walked away to enjoy the ocean waves going by, Toby sighed and leaned against the railing of the modest ship. Empty bowl hanging from one hand, Toby mentally plans while hoping the woman with cursed luck didn't set him back too much. He had a schedule to keep now. Naruto wanted to say traveling with his team was just as amazing as it was when they first formed up. Team 7 was back together and ready to raise some hell. However, he now had to include his not-quite-human sister and her girlfriend. While Fu was a bundle of energy and easy to get along with, Naruto was her own collection of issues. Said girl was jumping through the trees with them, nestled nicely between Sasuke and Sakura as Naruto and Fu led the way. So, still a no-go on some fun time? Sakura really wished she could toss the girl into low orbit. Once again, no. I'm not sharing Sasuke with anyone else. Amaru was a special case. That was more than enough. Naruto leaned in a bit closer to her. What if I was more interested in you instead? Seeing the pinkette blush and edge away, Naruto scored a point for herself. Fu certainly can vouch for my talents. Rolling his eyes as he could hear what sounded like a battle going on ahead, Naruto looked back to his friends. Knock it off, Naruto, we have work to do. Ah, you're no fun. Catching up and bounding through the trees next to Fu, Naruto gave her brother the finger. You can't say you haven't considered it. I can say, absolutely with 100% certainty that I have not thought about banging my best friends. Naruto sighed and shook himself, focusing instead on the noise they all could now hear ahead. We don't have a lot of details right now, but we should be coming up on the shrine holding Cheyenne and her people. Sasuke nods, coming up to just behind Naruto's right shoulder. If she dies, I'm pretty sure we can consider that a mission failure. Smirking as they broke the tree cover to find a large compound designed much like a daimyo's mansion under attack by what looked like a detachment from a local army, Sasuke begins to pull his sword free. This looks fun. Naruto nods. Naruto, Fu, take on the army and help where you can. We're going to find Cheyenne. Fu cheered and formed her wings with her Bijuu's help. On it. Clasping hands with a grinning Naruto as Naruto and the others raced away and went up and over the defensive wall. Up into the air Fu went, now within distance to see that the attackers weren't alive at all, but instead stone golem of some sort. Naruto was already frowning about that, a finger to her chin. They don't look as advanced as the golem Karen and Anoka can make, but there sure are a lot of them. And the chakra is weird. Something within Naruto was pulsing, resonating with the chakra in the air. That small part of her she had started to ignore, the part that screamed and raged that she should be able to generate chakra, was suddenly awake and curious. Let's put them down quickly and get back to the others. Unsealing several smaller bomb scrolls, Naruto was ready to fight. Fu noticed this and nodded, winding up and tossing the long-haired blonde forward. Give em hell notch on. Her explosions were always such pretty colors. Over the wall and homing in on a grouping of strong chakra signatures, Naruto and company flew over tiled rooftops and surprised guards. Ahead of them was what looked like the inner sanctum, where they could see a group of 4 ninja standing over 2 downed men and 1 pale woman who looked more than a little afraid. Eyes shifting into the Rinnegan, Naruto dug into his power, thrusting a palm forward quickly. Shrine Tensei. Watching the 4 ninja rocket out of the rear of the shrine, blowing through the wall in a shower of dust and debris, Team 7 alighted upon the floor and stood over the wounded. Naruto stood over the pale-eyed woman, wondering if maybe this was Cheyenne. Sakura was already kneeling, beginning to tend to the bloody guards while Sasuke walks up to stand next to Naruto, watching the hole in the wall for the return of the enemy ninja. Any chance they take the hint and run for it? Sasuke couldn't even keep a straight face, smirking as Naruto chuckled and shook his head. Does anyone ever take the hint? True enough, the enemy team returns through the wall, all 4 standing against the 2 of them with hate in their eyes. Naruto took them in, all 4 of them wearing thick white robes that covered most of their bodies. There were 3 men, and 1 lone woman, who was sporting a rather bloodthirsty grin at the moment. One of the men, sporting white hair and a muscled frame, was chuckling and walking forward to stand at the front of the group, while another with longer pink hair grumbled too low for Naruto to hear, making the last man, a stern-looking guy with long blue hair, to chuckle a bit. All in all, Naruto wasn't ready to consider them a threat at all, but they did attack his client. Look, I don't know who are you, but you can leave. I have business here, and Uzushio doesn't take kindly to anyone interfering with that. So leave peacefully, or die. Eyes shining as sage chakra began to course through him, Naruto couldn't help the smirk that tugged at his lips. Either option works for me. Kusuna had considered this an easy mission from Lord Yomi. Attack the shrine, kill the priestess, and return to help unseal the Morio. Easy enough. Her guards weren't ninja after all, and the stone army would keep everyone else busy. But now they had some nobody here to get in his way. Sorry friend, but we have a mission to complete. He'd figure out how the guy knocked them all away later. Probably have to pull the information from his corpse in the end. Jitai, take them. Chuckling, the white-haired man cracked his knuckles and nodded, got it. Chakra swelling up to upper Jonin levels, the very earth responded and a giant dragon of earth began to build just outside the wall behind them. I'll bury you in an instant and then we'll kill the priestess. Knowing they had a moment, Naruto turned to Sasuke, wanna shoot for it? Sasuke rolled his eyes but nodded, sure. Holding out a hand, they both pumped their fists 3 times, Jan, Ken, Pon. Both hands fell, Naruto putting down a paper while Sasuke smirked at his scissors. Gotcha. Definitely not pouting, as real men didn't pout, Naruto powered down and let Sasuke step ahead, hurry it up. You don't want me to get to board. Sasuke nods, turning to take in the frustrated-looking ninja ahead of them. Yeah. I'll make this quick. Jitai was nearly foaming at the mouth, his technique finally finished building. You dare mock me? I'll show you who will make this quick. The dragon flew over his team's heads, straight and true for the 2 ninja opposing them and hopefully the priestess as well. He'd get credit for killing her in the end. Sasuke was already moving, sword drawn and lightning coursing along its length. Activating his Sharingan, he finds it easy enough to cut apart the dragon of earth to render it useless, the chakra neutralized by his lightning. Continuing forward as the rock and earth fell to the floor, in a burst of speed, Sasuke is at Jitai's back. You're much too slow to be a problem for me. Sword plunged backwards, it erupted from Jitai's chest to skewer his heart cleanly. Chakra fading, Jitai stared down at the blade coated in his blood. How? He was blessed by his lord's chakra, how could he have been defeated so easily? Sasuke shrugged, eyes never leaving the other 3 team members that had backed away with his sudden movements. You just aren't as strong as you think you are, that's all. Pulling his sword free in a spray of blood, Sasuke didn't even look back as the man's body dropped to the floor, blood pooling under him. Well then. Eyes hardening, Sasuke took another step forward. Who's next? The pink-haired Kusuna was already turning away. We'll be back. We'll complete our mission. And then they were gone, leaving Team 7 alone with 1 dead body and lots of questions. Sasuke sighed, flicking the blood off of his blade in a flourish before returning it to its sheath. Well, that was anticlimactic. Naruto nods, tracking their chakra with his eyes before letting his Rinnegan fade back into his normal blue. It's fine, things never are this easy and they'll be back. Turning to the woman staring up at him with something close to awe, Naruto grinned and held out a hand. Naruto Uzumaki, I take it you're Cheyenne? Hand gently grasping her own and helping her to her feet, Naruto missed her blush as he turned to Sakura. Need any help over there, Sakura? Nope, almost done here. Sakura ran green hands over the downed body of a brown-haired man wearing glasses. He groaned, but was conscious at least. You okay? What's your name? Teruho, and yes, thank you. If not for you I would be in grave danger. Or worse. Teruho sat up slowly, grunting as he took in the scene around them. You came at the perfect time. Naruto nods as Cheyenne gets to her feet, dusting her off lightly before turning to address the others. It's what we do. Sasuke could already see the gears turning in the priestess's head and sighed. All is right with the world again, I'm safe. Naruto gave him an odd look. What was that, Sasuke? Nothing. Cheyenne took a step back before bowing deeply to Naruto, gaining everyone's attention. Thank you, Lord Uzumaki, for coming so quickly. The world is in grave danger and your assistance is greatly needed. Sakura could already feel the headache coming. Remember what I said about once-in-a-lifetime events? Naruto chuckled and scratched his cheek. Yeah well, it's us. It's you. Naruto turned to Cheyenne. Your letter said you needed some help, was this it? Some ninja out for your life? Cheyenne shook her head. No. They are a minor worry. The real concern is a shrine I must reach in the land of swamps. I need you to escort me there. The pale-eyed woman wearing lavender priestess robes looked left and then right, before raising her eyebrows. I believe there was another I requested as well. Your sister, correct? Arriving as if summoned, Fu and Naruto burst through the open doorway to slide and stop just behind the others, Fu pumping a fist in the air. All stone bad guys are down and out. Naruto grinned and put her hands on her hips. You missed a real party. Idly she looked over the pale blonde-haired girl and shuddered. Something about her screamed for her to run away. Again, more oddities in this place. Naruto nods and turned back to Cheyenne. Yeah, she's here too, so? You have a request for us, yes? Standing a bit straighter and making sure her robes were straight from where the Uzumaki's large and warm hands had brushed her down, Cheyenne nodded firmly. We must reach the body of the Morio. Someone is attempting to unseal it, and if they do, it could plunge the world into thousands of years of darkness. My duty is to prevent that, but I must reach the shrine. I am no ninja, neither are my guards really, so I need your escort. Turning back to the others and seeing no dissent there, Naruto turns back to the blonde who reminds him of Hinata and gives her a thumbs up. Sounds easy enough, Uzushio will take the mission. You need to get to the land of swamps, so we'll make sure you make it there in one piece. Saving the world is becoming a specialty. Her attackers seemed like pushovers anyway, so the most they would probably have to worry about is some ancient demon. Don't belittle the threat before you meet it. Kurama's voice piped up and Naruto nodded mentally. No worries, I'll shove a V2 or a dozen down its throat if need be. Attaboy. Sasuke turned back to Sakura, who was now healing a different guard, a more portly man. Did he just jinx us? Sakura scoffed. He is a jinx, he does it just by existing. I can hear you both, you know. Naruto turned to Fu, both watching the team banter back and forth. Should we join in? Do you want to start a fight right now? Fu watched Naruto really consider the option before he lightly poked the woman in the ribs. No. Bad Naruto. But Naruto did not whine. No, she did not. No buts, no fighting while on mission. Lame. Naruto snorted as Teruho showed him a map and a potential route they could take. Listen to your better half, Naruto. I will cut you. You will try. B. Most of a day's worth of travel over with, Naruto and group found themselves making camp for the night within a cleared space within a hollow of trees. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura set about putting up tents and building a fire, Naruto himself making clones to keep watch and scout ahead, while Cheyenne sat on a downed log to wait while Teruho and his fellow guardsman Suzuki set about making her comfortable and getting her dinner ready. Naruto and Fu, with nothing to do for the moment having decided to sleep among the trees, sat down to get to know the priestess. Fu starts off, all smiles as she sits between Cheyenne and Naruto. So, what does a priestess of demon country even do? Are you exorcising lost spirits and evil monsters all the time? Giggling, Cheyenne shook her head. Oh no, my duty is much more important than that. I was tasked with preparing for the eventual return of the Morio, a grand demon that seeks to build a kingdom to rule the world with its stone army. My mother performed this duty once, and now it is my turn. No other family has the ability to seal away this monster, so special is our technique. Lip twitching, Naruto nods at what Cheyenne is saying. Huh, so no random demons or spirits for you, just the biggest and scariest of them all, huh? Seeing Naruto twitch in the distance, she had a feeling Kurama had something to say about that. Doesn't sound like you get out much though. I'm sure you've gone through some really crazy training up until now. Cheyenne shrugs. Less than you'd think actually. Most of the ability is in my blood after all, and I was forbidden from training as a ninja in the first place. Here something in Cheyenne slips through, face becoming a bit less put on as she stared up into the evening sky. I somewhat envy you, to be able to travel and see the world as you do. I only have my little corner to see and not much of it at that. Fu and Naruto looked at each other before turning back to Cheyenne. We understand actually. Fu pointed to herself as Cheyenne turned her eyes to her. I actually had never left my village until I joined up with Naruto and Yuzushio. It's actually one of our shared dreams to travel and explore the world. To see everything that it has to offer. Cheyenne watched them, seeing the odd-feeling Naruto nod brought her some comfort. Well, I'm sure you'll be able to achieve that dream one day. Her vision played before her eyes again, twin blondes racing ahead, a giant multi-headed dragon roaring into the sky, and then nothing. Dreams are to be cherished. Having set up his team's tent and stretching his back, Naruto grinned at the three. Everyone should have the freedom to explore and live as they please. If you want to see the world, you should. Don't let anyone stop you. Cheyenne nods again. You are correct. Life is worth living. Fu nods. Yeah, you get it. Giggling as she decided this Cheyenne girl was friendly if just a bit quiet, Fu wanted to be friends with her. Don't you worry, we'll get you to the shrine just like Uzumaki-sama said. Cheyenne nods. Oh, I know you will, it is your duty after all and something worthy of great praise. Teruho knelt down next to her, offering her a bowl of warm rice with several slices of thick tuna on top. Here, Cheyenne-sama, you must eat. You have a great duty to attend to soon and must keep your energy up. Teruho had a feeling that while her mood had been better recently, not all habits would change right away. The look in her eye had him worried as well as he waited for her judgment. That is correct. Cheyenne eyed the food for a moment as if to inspect it before casually tossing it away into the dirt. You know better, Teruho. Do it again, it's not good enough. She shrugged at the wide-eyed looks from Fu and Naruto. Servants, they always seem to need their betters' instruction, don't they? Fu couldn't believe what she just saw. Did this cute and friendly girl just toss away perfectly good food? Who did that? Maybe she wasn't as good as Fu thought she was. Next to her, Naruto mentally was agreeing with her, writing off Cheyenne as now someone to avoid. To not only belittle her guard but to also toss out perfectly good food that was made for her? Nope, spoiled brat could get tossed on a bed of spikes later. Having witnessed everything and walking over, Naruto quietly knelt to pick up the bowl and carefully scoop up as much of the food back into it with great care as everyone else watched on. You know, sometimes we focus on the great things we have to do, that we forget the little things that are also just as important. Gently wiping away some of the dirt from the fish and placing it bowl and all next to Cheyenne, Naruto stared hard into her eyes. As a leader, your duty isn't to lord that fact over others' heads. You are to offer a strong face in times of uncertainty, to bring clear direction in times of crisis. Naruto looked down at the bowl before standing slowly. Stepping on the efforts of your people or tossing them away just because only makes you look less like a leader, and more like a child. Cheyenne leans back, eyes not leaving the bright blue of Naruto's. You don't understand just how important I really am. People have sacrificed themselves for me to make it this far. Given their lives so that I could live. That is my importance. You're right in that I don't know you or understand. Naruto nods slowly, as Teruho looks at him with something like respect. So I don't know how important you can or can't be in the long run. But I do know that your importance doesn't change the fact that other people are important as well. Teruho doesn't have to labor to make food for you. But he does, because he believes in you. Your guard Suzuki didn't have to lay down his life for you, but he did, because he believes in you as well. Do not so casually trample on their feelings, one leader to another. Nodding once, Naruto began to walk away, seeing as Cheyenne had nothing more to say on the subject, deep in thought as she was. He missed her slowly take the bowl from where he placed it, eating what little was left while grumbling about know-it-all blondes. Sakura leans into Sasuke as they watch the confrontation from the sidelines. Wanna make a bet? Feeling Sasuke perk up, Sakura points lazily at Naruto walking to the tree line of their little clearing. Think Naruto is gonna win this woman over with his usual antics? Sasuke shook his head. No bet. It's alright, a done deal, he's got her hooked. He watched as Naruto and Fu have stood and are making their way towards the pair. If anything, we can bet on how fast she confesses her feelings first. Naruto grumbles, still not over the prissy princess. If Naruto charms that, so I'll eat her. Fu swatted her as she giggled. You'll do no such thing. Maybe she's just had a hard life. Like Naruto said, we don't know her. Fu did shrug as Naruto gave her a look, though even your brother might have a hard time reforming even that girl. Sasuke and Sakura give them knowing looks, like they knew a secret the other pair weren't privy to just yet. Naruto knew better but didn't seem to want to spoil the fun. Come on, you can help set up tents. Naruto groaned. Boo, I'd rather pound dirt. But she said about helping anyway, best be useful while on an actual mission. Naruto was off to the side, ignoring everyone else as his senses spread out over a large area, searching for trouble. In his mind, however, Kurama grumbles. This is boring. Go and find that Morio, unseal him so we can have a fight. By the kami, are you really that bored? This is an ancient evil that wants to take over the world and you want fight it. Can't be stronger than me, so yes, maybe it'll put up a decent fight. You're so broken. Wait till you see a real Biju Dama put to use, it'll knock your socks off. Rolling his eyes, Naruto can't help but feel like the ambient chakra in this country just felt different. Something was bugging his senses and making him feel like an itch was working along his back that he couldn't just quite scratch. This is dark chakra, but not exactly like the Zero Tails, close though. More and more opponents seem to be tapping into it recently. Something to look into? Kurama was curious about it, but not enough to pass up a fight. Well, can't do anything about it, so I won't stress over it for now. Nothing an elemental Rasengan can't take care of. Some training had begun to pay off finally. He did have access to every element after all, would be a shame to waste it. Stretching and pulling his chakra back, Naruto decided to let the clones keep watch on their own. Fate had a way of helping him out with these sorts of problems, no reason to exhaust himself. Besides, he had more than enough crazy skills to level countries. What was one ancient demon that wanted to take over the world? You jinxed it. I'm telling. Hush. The next morning brought a dew-filled landscape and a low early morning sun. With a bit of effort and some convincing to get a certain princess up and moving early, the group is traveling quickly along their planned-out route. Naruto is now carrying Cheyenne on his back while Teruho and Suzuki keep their pride and labor to keep up with the rest of the team. Traveling just a little under their usual speed for their sake, Naruto and the others make good progress as the sun works its way into the sky and the early morning mists burn away to give them a great view of a wooded countryside far below the hill they were running across. Naruko grins as she watches Cheyenne blush and hold tightly to Naruto's neck, enjoying the ride their prissy pants. I'll have you know I am my proper priestess, and you will show me respect, eep. Shrieking as Naruto made a longer leap over a downed log, the feeling of weightlessness pushed her heart into her throat before they returned to running. Heart hammering in her chest, she flatly ignored the look she knew the other blonde was sending her. I was just surprised was all. Naruto's hands were very firm on her thighs, weren't they? Naruko grinned as she ran along, Fu flying next to her. Aha, sure thing prissy pants. Sasuke sighed and kept an eye out. I'm getting some major chakra flare-ups in the distance, more of that stone army maybe? Naruto keeps his gaze straight ahead, would be the biggest possibility. Where are they coming from anyway? Cheyenne considered that problem, having heard news that the shrine holding Morio's soul had been ransacked. Someone has the soul of the Morio, so most likely they are using it to bring forth the Terracotta army. Naruto nods, and the final piece, some despot who wants to take over the world, it all makes sense. Sakura grumbled from next to Sasuke, it all made sense the second you started charming the princess. What was that, Sakura? Don't you mind Naruto, just keep from blowing up anything important. No promises. Chuckling and feeling a dagger-like gaze on his back, his senses went haywire, heads up. Jumping as high as he can, the team is scattered as a monumental water technique crushes into the ground between them all, scattering them. Naruto has already shifted into the Rinnegan, but with his hands full he considered his options. It was that team from yesterday again, so no real threat to him then. Catch up later will you? I'm gonna take the princess ahead. Saluting the others, Naruto does just that, landing softly on the ground for a moment before racing away faster than any of their opponents can hope to keep up. Sakura and Sasuke pair up, standing before the assembled three attackers before turning back to Naruto, Sasuke speaking up first, we don't all need to be here, go and catch up with him. He's the only one who can top off your chakra after all. And re-summon her if the worst happens. Naruko nods, turning and pecking Fu on the cheek, you better not fall to these weaklings. Fu winks at her, don't worry, you're the only one I'll fall for. Taking Naruko's hand, Fu gathers wind around them before spinning and tossing the other girl in Naruto's direction, again faster than any of their attackers can hope to prevent. This allowed the mint-haired girl to relax and focus on them. I hope you put up something of a fight though, you're separating me from my girlfriend after all. Teruho and Suzuki looked at each other, before Teruho hooked a thumb over his shoulder, catch up with Cheyenne-sama? Suzuki nods quickly, yup, let's beat it. And they ran. Sakura begins to crack her knuckles, already singling out the other medic on the team and already irritated that he had pink hair just like her. No offense, but I feel like cracking your skull open. Kusuna turned to Setsuna and Shizuku, fight smart and take them down quickly. We have to catch up with the priestess. Watching them both nod before jumping away, they each are pursued by one of the other team, leaving him alone with the pink-haired girl who he focuses on. No offense taken, the feeling is mutual. Producing scalpels from his pouch, a grin spread on his face, please, bleed for me. Sakura is already jumping forward, chakra gathered in a deceptively dainty fist, don't worry, I've got plenty of something for you. Bringing it down, Sakura releases the pent-up energy, area cratering in a wide 10-meter diameter and dropping the ground level several meters. Kusuna only just manages to jump away, tossing scalpels in an attempt to kill Sakura quickly. She weaves through them, pursuing him easily. My future husband has better aim than that. Smirking, Kusuna gives a fake look of shock as they dodge and weave around each other. You? Getting married? I almost mistook you for a man, with such mannish hips and all. Ducking under and wild swing, he's unable to follow up before a lightning-fast knee rises to meet him. He blocks it and lets the momentum carry him away to backflip to safety, but his hands are rattled and he does have to acknowledge that she has a lot of power in that small frame. Sakura, however, has a tick mark growing on her forehead. Say that again. I'll drive you into the ground like a stake. Oh ho, so she was sensitive about her femininity, was she? Perfect. Kusuna's smirk widened even more. I know some children with a larger bust than you. Maybe your husband has certain tastes that need to be looked into. Blinking, he isn't ready for the face full of angry pink woman that was suddenly before him. Eh? And chakra-coated fist buried itself into his gut. Even he could feel something or several somethings rupture inside of him. Body folding over her arm and losing grip of his weapons, Kusuna is launched away at speed, body crashing through several thin trees before coming to rest in a heap. Body numb and chest shuddering, Kusuna coughed up blood as he could feel his bones grinding and rubbing against each other. Eh? Just, how did she move so fast? Walking up to her target with a smirk, Sakura tugged off her gloves and put them back in her pouch. I know I'm the medic and mainly here for support, but my teacher has always held true that we should be able to put on the hurt when necessary. Coming up next to him, she squatted down to look him over. Shattered ribs, spine was most likely broken and both legs were hanging at odd angles. He certainly didn't have much time left. I can put you out of your misery, make it quick. Chuckling with pain, Kusuna looked into her jade-green eyes. Who was your teacher? To be able to put him down in a single hit, truly she was a talented monster. Lady Tsunade, of the Densetsu no Sannin. Ah, a legend trains a legend. Of course. Kusuna relaxes completely, accepting whatever came next. While before his mind was full of hopes of supreme power and future greatness, now his journey was already over. So pitiful. Sakura nods and stands, beginning to raise a foot. I'll make it painless. No sense in making him suffer. She needed to meet back up with the others. Further away in a different section of the woods, downed trees and gouged out earth complemented the battlefield of Sasuke and his opponent, the long-haired Setsuna. The man was using high-powered wind-style techniques with abandon, and the usual fire-nature Uchiha was considering what he wanted to do with this. Ducking into a roll to allow a new wind blade to travel over him and cut down yet another tree, Sasuke was back on his free and weaving ever closer to the man. I'm going to be done with you quickly at this rate. Don't you have anything else to use? Sure, his techniques were powerful, but it was so one-dimensional. There was no thought here, just overwhelming power. Naruto put more thought into his fights than this. Setsuna was grinning, knowing that he would overwhelm this whelp soon enough. You pretty boys are all the same. I bet you have some cool and flashy move you're just waiting to unleash and use. But I have real power. My lord has gifted us all with the chakra of a god. You can't hope to win against me. A short chain of hand seals and a monstrous gale palm rocketed forward. Sasuke was already out of the way, but the section of woods in front of Setsuna was blown away and a new clearing was born. Hold still. Sasuke shakes his head, sword in hand as he continued to bide his time. I wonder how long you can keep this up. Sharingan blazing, Sasuke could see that Setsuna's chakra was diminishing rapidly. Either this guy wasn't used to such high-level techniques, or was arrogant enough to believe he could kill his opponent quickly. Plus, you're only using wind style. It'd be a shame if I could counter that. Sasuke was being cautious, not believing anyone would focus so hard on one set of abilities so much, but apparently this guy was doing just that. Against an Uchiha of all people. Pausing and beginning to cycle chakra through his lungs, he waited for what was coming. Setsuna grinned, seeing the boy pause most likely to catch his breath. I'll crush you and finish off your friends. Another short sequence as he gathered more chakra than ever before. Gale palm. Sasuke grinned and held his fingers to his lips, releasing the white-hot flames of a grand fireball. The flames fed on and grew from the chakra-laden gale palm, returning to Setsuna with even more ferocity than before. Barely finished with the first, Sasuke launched a second faster variant in the direction he had given Setsuna space to retreat to, before ending it and following in its wake. Setsuna balked at the massive ball of white-hot flames, diving to the side and augmenting his movement with wind in order to get away just in time. He has time to watch the woods behind him literally turn to ash within seconds, before he just catches the second smaller fireball in the first's wake. Pressed and knowing he wouldn't make it, Setsuna still made a leap for it. while covering his body in chakra. The fireball technique connects, covering him in elemental fire and burning him alive. Clothes blacken and skin peeling and burnt, Setsuna drops to the ground in agony but alive if only just. Panting and rolling to his back, he fights to move and comes up empty. Everything was in agony, and he couldn't feel his limbs at all. Most likely all of his nerves had been burned out in the fire. The smell of burnt hair and flesh hit his nose and he knew he was done for. Hands folded into his jacket, Sasuke walks to stand over his enemy with a frown, Sharingan still blazing. I have some questions for you. Is Cheyenne really your end goal? I'm sure there's a lot more to this, right? Setsuna turns his head to spit onto the ground, seeing nothing but blood wasn't all that much of a surprise. I won't betray my lord to you, scum. Sasuke nods calmly, blinking slowly before making direct eye contact with the man. That's okay, your resolve is commendable, but... The tomo in his eyes began to rotate slowly. I'm going to get the information that I want, one way or another. He needed the practice with casting genjutsu anyway. In yet another section of the woods edging on a rocky terrain, Fu flew through the air, followed closely by the orange-haired Shizuku who was skating along on a wave of water. Weaving through trees and brush alike, Fu considered that the acrobatic girl was easily keeping pace with her. At least for now. There's no chance we can sit and talk about this, is there? Will you give up and lay down your life for Lord Yomi? No, I don't think so. Then die. Fu did her best to avoid a literal wall of fire that was sent her way, ascending up into the air as they came out over what looked like an area that had suffered a landslide recently. Rocks and debris gave no space to tree hop here, not that either of the women needed it. Shizuku launches stream after stream of fire in hopes of taking down the bug-like girl. Hold still so I can kill you. Features beginning to change, skin paling while blue lines crawled down her face. Fu wondered if she was a container herself. Rolling and dancing in the air, Fu shakes her head. That sounds dumb, you sound dumb. Why would I let you kill me? Diving down under another grand fireball, Fu retrieved a kunai for each hand and considered her options. Shizuku seemed to want to keep her at a distance, but Fu could make out twin kunai linked together by a thin chain in her hands and side. So the girl had a close range backup as well. That sucked. And all this fire was going to prevent her from using many of the bug-like techniques Chome granted her. Why was it always fire? Zipping along and pouring on some speed, Fu would just have to focus on that. No flashy techniques today. Watching the insect-like girl flit about in the sky, Shizuku began to mold even more chakra in her chest as she rode about on her wave of water. My lord is going to establish his 1,000-year kingdom and rule this dirty and impure world. You can't stop us. You're only fighting against the inevitable. Fu giggles as she tosses several kunai Shizuku's way, watching the other woman melt them into slag just because. It's a shame. If your lord is so powerful, why does he have such weak followers? Watching a furious scowl burst onto the white-clothed girl's face, Fu watches her drop to the ground and water begin to form around and behind her. More and more built up before two large water dragons formed up and locked onto her. Oh, whoops. Flying up and away with all the speed she had, Fu looked down to see both dragons crash down on where she used to be and dig and furrow into the landscape. That wouldn't have been pleasant. Seeing the attack's end, she again sent Kwani Shizuku's way and smiled as the other girl stumbled more than dodged out of the way. Such chakra-heavy attacks can't be good for you. How do you plan on keeping this up? My lord shall provide all that I need. Shizuku tried to dig deeper for more chakra, but realized that she was coming up short. Where was Kusuna? Fu shrugs. Pulling all that water from nowhere takes a lot of chakra, doesn't it? Especially after drying out the air even more with those fire attacks. Pulling more kunai free and flipping over a meager fire blast, Fu dive bombs towards Shizuku. You weren't very fun. You should have surrendered. Shizuku stumbled out of the way of Fu's dive bomb, watching the girl arc up and race away, unable to fight back properly. Kusuna was taking too long and she needed more chakra. She needed her lord's blessing. I'll kill you slowly for this. Fu nods. Sure. I believe you. Out of the corner of her eyes she can see two figures walk out from the tree line and she pauses to wave towards them, idly dodging up and around several small fireballs. Sasuke! Sakura! Are you done already? Sasuke nods, hands still in his pockets. Yes, what's taking you so long? Individually this team was pretty weak, relying on being able to overwhelm their opponents quickly and then run away to top off their chakra when needed. So boring. Distracted, Shizuku turned to face them. What's the meaning of this? Where are the others? Fu took her chance, appearing behind Shizuku while waving to the others. Just another moment. Twin kunai flashed forward, and Shizuku's world tumbled end over end. Why was everything suddenly so cold? Why couldn't she scream? Far away Naruto was focused as his senses began to scream at him that something unnatural lay just ahead. Cheyenne held tightly to his back and Naruto running quietly next to him. something in his very soul cried out against whatever the hell they were approaching. Morio, huh? Something that absolutely needed to be destroyed, and quickly. Cheyenne casts a worried look back the way they came. Trees long gave way to rocky and humid terrain. Will the others be all right? Naruto's chest rumbles as he laughs long and loud, which comforted her somewhat. Sasuke and the others are really strong, they'll be just fine. Fu was a Jinchuriki as well. Worst case scenario, she went full Biju on them and that would be that. I think I'm more worried for Teruho and Suzuki. They aren't combat ninja like you. Naruto begrudgingly decides to speak up before Naruto, still not liking the prissy woman. Fu will look after them if they get in trouble. She won't let them get hurt. Here though she smirks, it's good to see you worried about your people, prissy princess, maybe there's hope for you yet. Cheyenne blushes and looks away from Naruto. I'm just worried about some underlings is all, I'd hate to have to replace them. Naruto grunts as Cheyenne's arms tighten around his neck. Must you, Naruto? Naruto nods, facing forward as something within her thrums with an excited energy. Got to say, princess, that Sundra look isn't good on you. Cheyenne puffed out her cheeks as the terrain blurred by them. It doesn't mean anything. They just, when everyone else left me behind, Teruho and Suzuki believed in me. They stayed by my side. Cheyenne relaxes into the warm back of her savior and sighs. I was alone a lot because of one of my powers. Something I don't have full control of. Twitching, Naruto could relate to that. Not a crazy demon sealed inside of you, is there? Giggling, Cheyenne shook her head. No. Part of my power allows me to see the future. But, it's centered around how one dies. Specifically how they die in my place. I wanted to make friends, to grow strong and live a full life. But because I am the priestess, the future savior and the only one who can seal away Morio should he return, I've been locked away. Isolated. Cheyenne rests her head on the broad shoulders in front of her, very much alone. Naruto and Naruto can relate to that, exchanging looks before Naruto nods to Naruto who sighs and takes a breath. I can understand that kind of loneliness. I spent a lot of my childhood alone because of a power I had no say in having. A grand Biju, the strongest of all, sealed away in my gut to protect my village. But I was hated for that power, shunned and ignored. Compound that, I am an Uzumaki, a family that many would do anything to exploit and steal from. It was hard, and I nearly gave up a few times. Here Naruto looked back to the woman and grinned as a valley came into view and they all paused to look down into it. Eventually I figured out that you have to take your life into your own hands. No one will approach you? Then approach them. Show them who you are, force them to acknowledge you. Build bonds and friendships and sooner or later you'll find your happiness. Naruto eyes the shrine suspended over a deep chasm, the bottom of which he couldn't see. Sutra and seals were strung nearly everywhere that he could see, but an eerie blue light was coming from the shrine itself. That was worrying. Eventually I rebuilt my ancestral home, made a few friends, too many wives, but a home all the same. I think you could do the same if you wanted. Cheyenne giggled at how he ended his story. You sound like you're complaining about multiple women loving you. It's not a laughing matter. I'm going to die at this rate. My heart'll explode. Naruto grins and leads the way down towards the shrine. Flirt more later, we have work to do. Cheyenne tightens her grip around Naruto's neck as he follows after his sister and spouts denials. Could she do it? Take her fate into her own hands? Again her vision swims in her mind. Twins jumping into action, before a flash of light and then, nothing. Could she change it? Could things be better if she just tried? Making their way down into the valley and coming to the bridge that connected the shrine to the valley wall, Cheyenne tapped Naruto's shoulder. Let me down please. Doing as ordered, Naruto lets her go, where she steps forward and turns to address them both. I must go it alone from here. Please wait here and keep anyone from trying to interfere. Naruto nods. Sure thing, we got this. He and Naruto turned as they could feel a rumbling in the ground around them. Is that Morio's stone army? Someone absolutely has his soul and thus, control of his army. Cheyenne turned to focus on the shrine. I must defend the seal and prepare to seal away his soul again. Naruto grinned and started walking back towards the valley's rim. Watch after her, I'm gonna go blow things up. Naruto nods and they bump fists. Don't go too crazy. The others should be on their way to us. Naruto was already bounding away, no promises. He was already welling up chakra, fingers crossed in his familiar seal as he considered the best way to fight a massive army. Naruto shook her head and turned to watch Cheyenne make her way to the shrine, a strange chakra welling up inside of her and producing a pink glow. Well, that's new. Again something inside of her recoiled against it and once again she wondered at just what part of her was still missing. They had figured out the portion that held some of Kurama's chakra, Naruto's, and Kushina's. But there was one more, the part that raged and called for blood. The part that screamed that she should be complete but wasn't. Here, this close to the body of the Morio, it was nearly howling at her. Was she connected to its dark chakra somehow? Feeling an explosion of chakra, Naruto turns to look over her shoulder and takes in the literal legion of Narutos flooding over the valley wall. That was one way to deal with a stone army, she supposed. Starting forward, Naruto decided to stick close to Cheyenne just in case. Sure, she said she needs to go it alone, but that nagging feeling was only getting stronger, might as well follow it. Cheyenne stood before the doors of the shrine, confused at the slightly open doors and the torn seals. Someone was already here, maybe she shouldn't have come alone. A hand dropped to her shoulder and her heart leapt into her throat, eek. Shushing the woman, Naruto calmed her down. Geez Prissy, you act like someone's gonna stab you in the back. Hand to her chest and feeling her thundering heart, Cheyenne gave Naruto a hard look. You were supposed to stay behind. Naruto shrugs, yeah well, me and my brother aren't big on listening or doing what we're told. The ground shook and they could see several mushroom clouds rising in the distance. I told him not to go crazy. Cheyenne shook her head, pushing the doors open and walking into the dark interior of the shrine. Just stay out of the way. The seal I must perform is complicated. Ignoring the strange Uzumaki following behind her, Cheyenne focused on the man standing at the rear of the open shrine, a dark aura surrounding him. This must be the one who stole the Morio's soul. The Morio's soul was sealed away in my home country, in the land of demons, while the body was sealed away here, in the land of swamps. My mother, Miroku, had hoped the division would keep this very scenario from happening. Naruto rubbed at her arm, odd feeling even stronger within this place. So completing the Morio spells the end of the world, does it? Seeing Cheyenne nod and they both come within a dozen meters of the silent man staring up at the mass of glowing blue chakra in front of them, she pointed at him, friend of yours? Cheyenne shook her head, hands coming forward, most certainly not. Hands beginning to glow a light pink, she began to concentrate. In front of them, Yomi considered his next task. This was the end of the road for him after all, his duty done. You can't stop me. Turning a dark eye to stare at Cheyenne and the odd blonde next to her, a grin stretched his face. It's already too late. A pink-tinged barrier sprung into life, surrounding the mummified body of the Morio and Yomi together, trapping them inside while Cheyenne began to sweat. It's never too late to see evil fall. And without Morio's soul, you'll just become another part of its flesh. Yomi's body began to bulge, silly priestess, jumping to conclusions so quickly. Who said I don't already have its soul? Body ready to burst, Yomi gloated with wide insane eyes at the surprised pair. I'd gladly sacrifice my life to see our Lord return to this world. Giving thanks to his Lord, Yomi gave up the fight and let Morio's soul rip free. Muahahaha, I'm free. Free. At last, I can complete what I started all those years ago. The deep and booming voice of the dark spirit echoed across the valley, long and sinuous form arching up within the sky inside of the barrier before arching down to slam into the frozen husk of its body. Cheyenne began to sweat, knowing without fail that her barrier would not hold. She wasn't meant to seal away the Morio itself, just a portion of it. This would take more power than she actually had. Straining as the body began to pulse and vibrate within her barrier, Naruto came up to her side. Can I help? Unless you have purifying chakra, I think not. Cheyenne's efforts were already coming up short, cracks beginning to form along her barrier as the body of the Morio began to enlarge and seep corrupted black chakra. Run while you can, this is my duty not yours. Estimation of the priestess changing yet again, Naruto turns to see stone golem rising from the depths of the mists below them. Bad time to mention we're under attack, huh? Pulling free several modified kunai, she launched one and watched as several dozen terracotta warriors were tossed through the air in an artful explosion. No rush but I'm not my brother, I don't have unlimited chakra. Nor had she unlocked the Rinnegan like he had, purple eye still nothing more than a discoloration. Cheyenne grunted as one hand began making new and longer chains of seals. I have to seal him away before he regains his full power. You have no idea how powerful a being the Morio truly is. Naruto nodding while her body was going haywire. Chakra and senses surging like never before, her thoughts about being connected to dark chakra all but solidified. Yeah, got it. Big bad guy is horrible news for the world. Turning to look back at the struggling Cheyenne, Naruto can see chakra gathering to a single point just in front of the priestess, dark and full of malice. Something screamed at her again, and without a thought she moved. First to gather Cheyenne up in her arms, and the next to leap away with a wind chakra-assisted dash through the front doors. You fool! What are you dash? And then there was light. Flung away ahead of a massive chakra explosion that ruptured her feeble barrier, Naruto and Cheyenne tumbled through the air in an uncontrolled fall before Naruto is there to catch them both. Wind rushes around them, slowing them somewhat before their landing with a harsh crash with Cheyenne in Naruto's arms who herself was held by Naruto. Both girls woozy and dizzy, they looked up at the monster that was the Morio, long dragon-like body twisting and turning as if to stretch from a long and comfortable nap. Well, shit. Naruto grinned and put Naruto down. You should have called me sooner if you needed help. Whistling and taking in the form of the great demon, inside Naruto was cackling. Finally, a worthy test subject. Stuff a disintegration bomb in his ass. Kurama was all for violence at the moment. Cheyenne nodded, the blonde woman's thoughts mirroring her own. I don't know if I can seal him away like this. The aura of malice it put off, her mother fought this thing? And won? How could she possibly do the same? Again, that vision crosses her mind and she firms up her resolve. We need to tie him down. I have to restart the sealing process. They were on a smaller outcropping of rock, the valley falling away as the mists burned away to reveal more of Morio's army. I'll only have one shot at this. You'll do no such thing. Voice booming above them, Naruto grabbed Cheyenne and he and Naruto jumped away as a tail smashed and destroyed their previous resting spot. My reign is just beginning. There's no one who can stop me now. Cheyenne looks up to the determined-looking Naruto. We can't destroy him. He's too powerful now. Sealing is the only way. Naruto nods. Well, sealing is an Uzumaki specialty. Another jump carried them further away to land at the outer edge of the sunken valley, where Naruto turned to a panting Naruto. You okay over there? Naruto was not okay. Something was howling inside of her, burning in a way she had never felt before. Her features were becoming more bestial, hair shaggy, teeth and nails sharpening, and her eyes were once more completely red. I have an idea. Looking down on Morio as his army began to move, Naruto turned red eyes to meet Naruto's purple Rinnegan. Trust me with this. Think you can smash him into the ground? Naruto was already letting Cheyenne down, flexing an arm with a smirk. Ask and you shall receive. Cheyenne looked between the two, her vision lining up with reality, and with a heavy heart she shook her head. You can't. You'll die. I can't see anything past my vision, and this is it. Naruto turned a kind smile back towards her, winking for good measure. Don't you worry. I make a habit of breaking reality and making the impossible possible. Naruto turns back to Naruto. You sure about this? His eyes shine as he begins to circulate sage chakra through himself, light orange beginning to filter at their edges. Naruto nods almost without a thought before taking another moment to shrug. Yes. No. Maybe. It's a feeling. Good enough for me. Morio raises his head to the sky, the great black dragon gloating at its victory. I will plunge this world into 1,000 years of darkness. My kingdom will rise and humanity will fall. Naruto and Naruto nod to each other once, before boosting themselves with wind and jumping as high as they can straight up. Naruto grunts, and looks back to see Cheyenne clamped onto his jacket and holding on with everything she has. You idiot. I won't sit this out. Use my power as well. Pink light began to suffuse them both, and Naruto nodded at Cheyenne's determination. You got it, Cheyenne. Coming just above Morio, whose mouth was opening to gather chakra, Naruto led by holding out both hands and gather as much chakra as he could. Try this on for size, asshole. Shinra. Tensei. Grinning with satisfaction as reality seemed to warp and bend to his will, he watched as Morio was crushed down into the earth, down into the very bedrock. Destroyed army falling down around him, crushed and mangled in an instant, Naruto floated with the assistance of some wind chakra as Naruto continued to fall. Good luck, little sis. Holding on to Cheyenne, whose energy circulated through him, and watched and waited just in case he needed to assist. Naruto was grinning, landing and latching onto Morio's head with something just short of euphoria. This was what she was missing. She could feel it. This chakra. I can eat you. And with a thought, she began to pull at the dark chakra being. Foolish mortal. None can destroy me. Morio could feel, however, that its very essence was bleeding away and rapidly. Naruto could tell the same. Never said I was going to destroy you. I'm an Uzumaki. The final piece she needed finally settled into place, and she was just that much more complete. Black chakra chains erupted from her back, beginning to wind and trap his body. I'm going to seal you in the perfect container. As more and more of the Morio entered her, her very core dished out chakra, her chakra. Not Naruto's or their mother's. Hers. No one has survived sealing me like this. Morio finally worked himself free from the earth, but his body was sluggish, weakening. How had she already taken so much from him? Shaking his head in an attempt to throw her off, another pressure from the boy sent him crushed back down into the earth. You're only giving me the chance to devour your soul. Shaking her head, Naruto reached for something even deeper within him. That's a chance I'm willing to take if it means I'll finally be whole. Eyes changing from their bright demonic red to a deep but clear violet, Naruto pulls and even his flesh begins to meld with her body. Hope you like your new accommodations. With a deep breath and a blink, suddenly she isn't in the valley anymore. Deep within herself, her mindscape that had before been such an empty place, now writhed the chained and bound Morio. Watching the enraged demon thrash and try to escape, she finally understood what she was missing. Yes, she needed a real body, but her chakra one was modeled after Naruto. And what did Naruto have that she didn't? Right, a giant chakra construct with massive chakra reserves. Her body had been siphoning off chakra to maintain this empty space for nothing. Until now. What is this? You whelp. Release me at once. With a thought, giant bars came crashing down in a circle around Morio, trapping it in place before chains erupted from the floor to further tie it down and lock it in its new prison. Shaking her head and heaving a sigh, Naruto looked Morio in the eye. Listen up. I have no illusions that you'll one day be a good dude and change your ways. So instead, I'm sealing you up nice and tight. I'm your jailer now. I use your chakra how I see fit, and one day you'll pass on to the spirit realm with me when I die. Naruto struck a pose and winked, but don't you worry. I'll use your body all I want in the meantime. This child sought to degrade him so? This was blasphemy. The injustice of it all. I will feast on your entrails. I will rend your soul and bath in your blood and the blood of your loved ones. Wiggling a finger in her ear, Naruto gave him the finger. Yeah. Kami, Kurama wasn't as bad as you back then. I'll pop in for a visit sometime, Emo-chan. Tata. And then she was gone, eyes slowly opening to take in just what she had done. Naruto had been watching from the outside, keeping himself and Cheyenne aloft with wind chakra as the giant body of the Morio was pulled into Naruto with seeming no end. She had asked him to trust her, so he would, and so far nothing seemed to be happening short of the massive amounts of chakra that was gathering within her. And as the last bits of Morio disappeared, there was a bright flash of purple light and a wave of energy that decimated what was left of the valley. A quick glance showed Cheyenne safe and sound with her arms around his neck, so he began to lower himself towards the dust cloud. Who would come out? Naruto? Or Morio? The answer came quick. A woman's body was hurled from the smoke, tumbling through the air. Seeing the shock of blonde hair, Naruto is already flying towards her, catching the surprisingly heavy Naruto and taking in her form. Her clothes were barely hanging on, but her features had returned to normal, all but her eyes. No Rinnegan here, but they were a bright violet color all the same. She blinked at him quietly for a moment before grinning and giving him a thumbs up. I'm back. Landing and bounding once more, a few more hops carried them to the valley's upper ridge. Setting down the unsteady woman, Naruto raised an eyebrow at what his senses were telling him. Wanna clue me in on what you just did? Letting Cheyenne shimmy down from his back, he noted that not far away the rest of the team was finally catching up, Sasuke and Sakura in the lead. Around them, what was left of the stone army had fallen silent, their eyes dimming with the loss of their master's chakra. Naruto takes a minute, looking down at herself in wonder. Hands clenching into fists and releasing, she lightly bounced on her toes for a moment before twirling in place. I sealed the Morio. Turning and seeing Fu flying towards her with a wide smile, Naruto holds open her arms and both girls come together in a twirl and a hug. Looking into each other's eyes, Naruto grins, kiss me. Fu blinks but with a shrug does as her girlfriend asks as Sasuke and Sakura come up to stand beside Naruto. Sasuke takes one look at the girls before turning to Naruto himself. I'm not kissing you. Naruto gives him the finger, go kiss your girlfriend then. Cheyenne is waving off the worried forms of Teruho and Suzuki, should we be concerned? Naruto shakes his head, not yet I don't think. Something had changed. It was on the tip of his tongue, just out of reach. Coming up for air, Naruto cheering and wrapped her arms around Fu's waist. Fu giggled before shaking her head, what's gotten into you? Naruto stops herself from blurting out a giant world-ending demon and instead pulls away and removes a kunai from one of her pouches. Turning it before anyone can stop her, she runs it over her thumb. Getting shouts from everyone, Naruto grins at the thin line of blood that forms there. It worked. Eyes widening even more, Naruto can feel herself vibrate in place. It worked. I have a body. I'm a real woman now. Oh yeah. Believe it. Jumping in literal joy, she pulls Fu back in for a tight hug. Turning away and giving the happy girls a moment, Naruto sighs and motions to Cheyenne, welp, guess that's the end of the world-ending demon then huh? Sakura punches him in the arm before leading Sasuke away, I'm repeating myself, but no more once-in-a-lifetime conflicts please? Let's go fight some bandits. Assassinate some noble somewhere. You know. Actual ninja stuff? Watching Sasuke get dragged away, Naruto waves them off. No promises. Turning to Cheyenne who was now in front of him, Naruto bowed his head lightly, what do you say, mission accomplished? Cheyenne nodded, coming to stand just in front of him. You were correct, Lord Naruto. You do make the impossible, possible. Naruto gives her a thumbs up, stick around, it's a regular thing for us. Cheyenne hums at that while Sasuke facepalms behind him. Is that a fact? Coming closer and pressing into his side, the priestess smirks, maybe I'll do just that. Without the Morio to seal away, I suddenly have a lot of free time. Plenty to travel and see the world. Here as she looked up into his widening eyes, Cheyenne pressed closer, perhaps, a certain little corner of yours? Behind them, Sakura sighs and fully turns away to take in the pair of Jinchuriki, one of which was new. We shouldn't be surprised, should we? Sasuke wraps an arm around her waist, save the princess, defeat the bad guy, save the world. This was a true and through Naruto mission from start to finish. Leading Naruto away, Cheyenne was all smiles while Teruho and Suzuki began to fret. So, what is the weather like in Uzushio? Naruto is still a bit oblivious and answers honestly, well, it's comfortable most days. A little chilly with the sea breeze. Most of the citizens when not working like to get away with wearing beachwear, especially the women. Giggling as they lead the group out of the destroyed valley, Cheyenne nods, I see, I think I'll have to come and visit then. You'll help me pick out some appropriate clothing, yes? And maybe help me with another matter? Seeing Naruto look down at her, Cheyenne looked away with a blush. The mantle of priestess is passed on from mother to daughter. So, I will need some assistance with that. You won't mind, will you? Naruto shakes his head, not at all, I'll help however I can. Blinking and thinking about that for a moment, the light bulb finally goes off in his head. Oh, wait. Kurama was already cackling in his head. Sasuke groans, this is exactly how you usually get yourself into trouble. Sakura nods sagely with her arms crossed, I pray for you and what the girls are going to do with you. Giggling and holding his arm tightly in her arms, Cheyenne nods quickly, it's settled then. Let's make haste and return to Uzushio. Teruho sighed and leaned against an equally tired Suzuki. I need a vacation. Suzuki nods, rebuilding the shrine without the priestess around is bound to be peaceful. I'll take it. Naruko easily carried the lighter full in her arms as they walked. She was so ready for the fireworks when they got back home. But for now, she was going to enjoy this new body of hers to the fullest. Starting with a night with her girlfriend. It had been a few days' worth of travel in the back of the merchant wagon, and it did not make for happy children. Hanabi and Konohamaru had bore it as best they could, but today saw them gain their freedom. The merchant had pulled into a busy port town, and among the hustle and bustle they had slipped out and away, now walking among the crowds and busy stalls of the market district as they made for the docks. Konohamaru walked with his arms behind his head, lazily following along next to the Hyuga princess. You know, there's no shame in admitting you have no clue what to do and heading back. I'm sure you won't get in too much trouble. That he would certainly get in a lot of trouble went unsaid. But his bro would understand if they did find him. Hanabi raised her head just a bit, too proud to admit that she had stalled for the moment. I have a plan. That surprised Konohamaru and he voiced it. Oh really? Want to share in this plan of yours? Of course not. Simpletons should just follow orders like good dogs. Continuing forward as Konohamaru slowed down, she missed him pulling down an eyelid and sticking out his tongue at her. Catching back up to her, Konohamaru shook his head as they reached the docks. Several working men and seagoers gave them odd looks, but no one stopped them. He hadn't noticed many kids, but this was a small village, there were bound to be more than a few. Hanabi considers several boats along the docks, a few looking like merchant vessels or maybe charter boats, and she nods in satisfaction. They couldn't be more than a day or two of sailing away from Wave, so that was their best move in her mind. We will charter a boat. Konohamaru turned to her quickly as they paused at the water's edge. Wait, what? Since when? Since now, I've made up my mind. Alarm bells were beginning to chime in his head and Konohamaru shook it quickly. We could walk it, you know. Wave isn't that far from Konoha and we spent a few days in the wagon. So we're bound to be close. This Hyuga will not be walking to Wave. You can if you wish. Strutting away towards one of the larger boats that looked to be loading cargo, Hanabi misses Konohamaru give her a tired look before shrugging and following. After all. Did I hear you need a boat? A tall and lanky man with a scraggly beard walked up next to them, easily keeping pace with the smaller children as he smoothed out his rushod sailing wear. I happen to be a captain of a rather fine boat myself. Where are you headed? Senses telling her that this man was not a ninja, Hanabi shrugged as that meant he was not a threat. Wave, do you travel that way? Clapping his hands together with glee, the captain nods. Why, you're in luck, Wave is our next stop. Come, my cute boat isn't far from here. Just behind this trawler. Leading the children away from the vessel they had been approaching, they instead find themselves soon to be in front of a massive ship which was equally loading crew and supplies. I call her the Minnow. She quick and agile, I've slipped away from many an attacking ship in my days. Holding a hand up and whistling, he is answered by cheers from the crew. Konohamaru leans over to Hanabi, whisper to her, "I would like to mention that this is a bad idea. We should just walk. You worry too much. You're welcome to stay here alone." Hanabi answered right away as the captain led them on board. Konohamaru shakes his head as they reach the boarding ramp. "As a man, I couldn't leave a woman to a bad fate. So you're stuck with me." Looking around, Konohamaru could have sworn he saw an all-black flag being stuffed away below deck. Yup. Alarm bells are fully ringing now. Hanabi snorted, idly listening to the ship captain boast about his vessel. How worried should you possibly be about traveling with a bunch of non-ninja? Even you should be fine handling them. Konohamaru shrugged and linking his hands behind his neck again. When this goes tits up, I'm shouting "I told you so" at the top of my lungs. Naruto could admit, without coaxing even, that he was a bit of a pushover with the girls. So, when Cheyenne was more than a little adamant that she was coming back with them and there was nothing he could do to stop her, well, watery puppy dog eyes won nearly every time. So here they were, one Hiraition later and dropping down in the entryway of the Uzumaki mansion. Tired but relaxed, everyone slides away from where they had latched onto Naruto, short of Cheyenne, who is looking around in a bit of wonder. Sighing and praying the others gave him a chance to explain before ripping him to shreds, Naruto turned to the others and tried his best to ignore the soft woman at his side. "I'm dead." Sakura nods as she begins tuck several scrolls away into her pouch. I'm sure the girls won't be too mad. She'd had to find time to get the gang of 4 bodies to Karen later. She doubted they had useful bounties to be turned in. Sasuke grins as he joins his girlfriend. "I only wish you the best." "That feels fake. But you can't tell, can you?" Sasuke was still grinning as he could see the gears turning in Naruto's head, before finally the Uzumaki gave him the finger. "Screw your Uchiha shenanigans." Naruto is further irked as Sasuke chuckles and throws an arm over Sakura's shoulders as they walk away towards the main room, while Naruto starts to follow while pulling Cheyenne along. Behind him, Naruto and a giggling fool are already angling away for one of the entryway stairwells to hit their bedroom on the next floor up. "We're taking our 2 days off, Ruto." Naruto winked at him and grinned at his heavy sigh. "Please tell me you'll do anything else other than hole up in your room for 2 days straight?" While the threat of getting her memories was over, Naruto was not quiet, and even the thicker than normal walls here couldn't completely deaden their noise at night. "Oh, don't worry, we won't do anything you wouldn't." Naruto takes the blushing Fu into her arms, before they're gone and around the corner out of sight. Shaking his head but having to relent that Naruto finally had a real body all her own, so he couldn't really fault her much. So instead he focuses on following his friends where he grumbles about his luck. "I was supposed to be the one with good luck." Sakura looks back at him and raises an eyebrow. "You saying having 10 women all after your love and not killing you isn't extremely lucky?" There was no way he could be that dense. No way. Naruto thought about that, mentally counting in his head and coming up short. 10? With Cheyenne there are 8, where did you get 10? Oh, please don't tell him he forgot someone. He couldn't take it. Sakura blinked rapidly, not believing that he was really forgetting who else was interested in him that wasn't here right now. Opening her mouth to say something, Sasuke interrupts her by placing a gentle finger to her lips. Affronted, Sakura turns to him quickly. "We have to tell him. He's an idiot, let him figure it out on his own." "But, come on, he's gotta be messing with us." Sasuke looked between the sweating and counting on his fingers Naruto and back to his wide-eyed girlfriend. "Does he really look like he's messing around?" But, how?" Sakura turned to watch the leader of a heavily industrialized nation counted backwards and forwards on his fingers with intense concentration. "My head hurts." "It's Naruto, that should be answer enough." Naruto held up 8 fingers. No, I counted again. With Cheyenne it's 8. I mean, unless you count Mei. But that's not official at all. She's just a flirt, I think, yeah. Missing Cheyenne look at him with something close to awe. Naruto really thought about the Mizukage. Hadn't the girl said something about a fight with Hinata? Was he forgetting something important? He probably was. But even with Mei that's 9, not 10. What are we counting now? Tayuya was looking at them from her seated position on the floor next to Anoka, specifically Naruto and the nearly welded to his side Cheyenne. Having made their way to the sitting room, Team 7 saw most of the Uzumaki girls all here and lounging about where they liked. Naruto was reminded that Koyuki, Kodohime and Karen were all gone at the moment, left for Suna to meet with their council. Considering the time, they should be on their way back by now. But as the collective eyes all trailed to the suddenly nervous short blonde at his side, Naruto stands a bit firmer and explains their mission. Sasuke and Sakura coming around and sitting together on a larger lounging chair to be quickly joined by a nervous but happy-looking Amaru as Naruto told his story and the Foxden girls listened quietly. They smirked as Naruto finished and a grumpy-looking Ino pulled out a wad of Rio and handed it over to a smiling Hinata who was sitting next to her. Seeing this, Naruto started to frown. Please tell me you lot haven't started placed bets on if I'll save some new princess or not. Seated on a plush bean bag and curled up with a book under a window to take advantage of the waning daylight, Anoka waves a hand in the air. I actually thought you would run into more Uzumaki somehow while you were out there. Sakura nods at the thought. He does have that kind of luck. Sasuke agrees. I certainly wouldn't have been surprised if that happened. Amaru giggled at his side and he could secretly admit that it felt nice. Maybe Naruto was onto something here. Naruto grunts, coming around and dropping on the couch between Hinata and Ino. Cheyenne sits up ramrod straight as she's suddenly in very close proximity of his current wives. Naruto himself decides that he's going to take it all as a win and not question it. Whatever. I want to relax for one night and then in the morning we can make plans for the summit. Ino, though still a bit grumpy, leans in and pecks him on the cheek. There's another airship on the way, should be here tomorrow. It is specifically to take us to the summit. We decided traveling in style would be good for this. They had all remembered the stir they had made when they traveled back to Konoha and made their entrance. Best to do something similar at the summit. Naruto nods. Sounds like a great idea. Tayuya watches them quietly from her spot on the floor, eyes flicking between Hinata and Cheyenne with increasing rapidity before snapping her fingers. You know, is it just me or are there a lot of similarities going on here? Anoka looks up, taking in the new girl and tilting her head this way and that. Cheyenne was wearing a yellow jacket over a white tank top and red hakama. As the others take a good look at her, she begins to get a little nervous, holding a finger to her cheek. Is there something on my face? Anoka begins to chuckle. She could be a dead ringer for Hinata's sister if she had dark hair. Ino takes her in and begins to giggle, seeing it right away as Hinata and Cheyenne are right next to each other. Oh man. Maybe Naruto does have a type. Hinata and Cheyenne look at each other, unable to refute it because they both can in fact see the similarities. Cheyenne however turns to the apparently friendly blonde. What do you mean, has a type? Naruto groans and relaxes to toss his head back against the couch, arms coming up over its back to embrace Cheyenne and Ino to his sides. They mean that I only go after the most gorgeous and capable women in the world. That's my type. Strong and beautiful. Tayuya rolls her eyes, more like stacked and fu dash. Anoka smacks her in the head to stop her sentence. Rubbing her head, Tayuya frowns. No hitting pregnant women. Anoka shakes her head. No being vulgar, Karen asked me to keep you in line. Smart-ass busybody. Standing and coming around to help Naruto to his feet, Hinata smiles and kisses him slowly, before gently pushing him away. You should go and get cleaned up. Take your team and hit the bath, we'll be along shortly. Do I want to know why you aren't going to join me now? Seeing the looks all of the girls short of Cheyenne were giving him, Naruto nods. Never mind. Hinata nods, poking him in the chest. Good man. We promise, we'll be nice. Naruto nods, turning away and watching as Sasuke, Sakura and Amaru all stand and are already walking towards the rear of the room towards the bath. I'm going to die, aren't I? Amaru giggles as she finds all of it hilarious. Better start eating some big meals, cousin. I'm going to need a lot more than that. In fact, next rescue mission, you get to be the focus Sasuke. No way, that's your role, I'm the cool mysterious one. More like the edgy tryhard. You're just mad you're never going to get a full night's sleep ever again. Naruto really thought about that one, before nearly coming to tears and nodding. Kami, you're right. I'm doomed. Sakura giggles, you big baby. Naruto gains a manic grin and points dramatically at Sakura. Name your price. If I have to suffer, so does Sasuke. Sakura blinks as Amaru takes a minute before blushing heavily and Sasuke shakes his head quickly, but Sakura is already grinning and sharing a leer with Naruto. Oh ho, I was already planning on it, but if you want to sweeten the deal. Sasuke knew it was over the second his girlfriend and Naruto started to talk while power walking ahead. Just what would those two think up now? Back in the sitting room and having all sat back down and focused on Cheyenne, it is Tayuya who takes the lead a bit, explaining life with the Uzumaki and Uzushio. Cheyenne had a bit of information because of Naruto about how he started rebuilding his clan, but now getting perspectives from all of the other women was helping strike a different chord with her. They had all been from such different ways of life, while yes sure they were all kunoichi with exception to one, but they all had such varying experiences. With all of that, they all found comfort in the same determined and passionate man who was willing to go against the world to change things. Someone willing to make the impossible, possible. Cheyenne eventually speaks up, bowing her head. I don't want to upset things here. I know my feelings don't have to be returned and dash. Next to her, Hinata gently places a hand on her arm to calm her. Do not worry. You're already in, we just need to figure out what you would like to do here. Ino nods. Granted, we had planned on only allowing 9 women in total. You know, 1 woman for each tail of the QB. Ino giggles as Cheyenne's curious look. We thought it was clever. Tayuya nods before holding up both of her open hands and wiggling one index finger, except with Cheyenne we're at 10. Well, it's not like we can turn away May, thanks to Hinata. The cow deserved it. Ino nudges her friend, and the fangirl is pretty determined to catch Naruto's eye. Anoka hums at that before shrugging and opening her book again. Naruto-sama himself charmed Cheyenne and earned her affection. We certainly shouldn't turn her away, but do we think this is the end of expanding Foxden? Hinata nods. It's for the best, any more than this and it really will be too crowded. Tayuya nods. Besides, between all of us, maybe we can finally outlast that stamina freak. That sent Cheyenne blushing. Wait, you mean? Really? Hinata gains a wistful look on her face. Oh, you have no idea. Short of everyone working together and us banning him from using clones, he can and will wear us all out. Clones? Cheyenne hadn't considered that one could use clones that way. Tayuya also began to daydream. Oh girl, you are in for a treat one day. Ino clears her throat, hoping to get the conversation back on track. So, Cheyenne, what are your interests? Talents? We should work on integrating you with the group however we can. Well, Cheyenne thinks about it before shrugging. I'm a priestess, my abilities deal with sealing away dark entities and exorcising demons and banishing them back to the spirit realm. I can also purify and destroy dark chakra. Whistling, Tayuya grins and considers the possibilities of that. Now that is a useful skill, though it sounds like you aren't a combat type. Seeing Cheyenne shake her head, Tayuya nods. We can work with that. This was shaping up to be a long evening, but at least everyone who could be was finally home. Naruto did not want to tie himself down to his desk on his first day back from a mission, and with all of the authority of being a Kage, he sure as hell wasn't going to. So leaving a hardened clone in his place, this morning found himself at his training ground having a spar. Sasuke and Sakura sit off to the side with Fu, the pair resting and drinking water after their own round with the overwhelming Naruto, while at the moment he and Naruto faced each other. Currently exchanging fast-paced taijutsu, the Uzumaki twins are focused completely on each other, though they know they can't get too excessive with their techniques. Sasuke groans and reaches up to rub his shoulder. Why did I have to lock my Sharingan this time? Sakura flicked him in the knee. Because we made Naruto lock his Rinnegan. You both have hack eyes. At this rate she was going to see if she could steal a dojutsu and join the boys in cheating special eye powers. Turning as the ground rumbles and shakes, they take in Naruto defending himself from a heavy-looking downward axe kick from Naruto, the ground cratering around him before he flung his arms out and tossed her away. Naruto was grinning, dashing in and exchanging a short combo with Naruto while said young woman began to grin, fangs flashing. Think you can keep up their notch on? He'd use Fu's nickname for her, he knew it pissed her off. Eye twitching, Naruto's grin stretches even more. I've got a powerful demon sealed in me as well, I'm just as good on chakra as you are. Well maybe. Morio was an ancient chakra beast, but in terms of raw power Kurama still had it beat, by a lot. Diving under a jump kick, Naruto turns to try to take advantage only to have to back away from a quick back kick. Grunting, kunai appear in her hands with a flash from seals on her wrists and Naruto nods. If you say so, let's put that to the test. Right hand coming up to his left arm, the Kubikirabocho is suddenly in his hand and he goes back on the attack. A horizontal swing is blocked by twin kunai augmented with chakra, but Naruto is still tossed away while Naruto chases after her with a cackle. Coming into range and bearing down with a vertical slash, he's blocked by black chakra chains. Woo, that's new. Let's see if you can keep up with this. Naruto counterattacks, whipping her chains about in a frenzy while Naruto spins and blocks easily with the large cleaver that was his sword. They dance around each other, errant attacks tearing apart and gouging out the rocky terrain they found themselves on. Fu cheers for her girlfriend before settling down a bit, fingers fidgety. I still can't believe it. Naruto has her own body now. Sakura nods. I mean, it is the broken down and reformed body of a dragon demon. So there's that. Fu nods. I know, but it is hers now. She doesn't have to worry about fading away anymore. Never mind their celebration last night. They were finding out all sorts of things around it. The black chakra chains, her new aversion to anything super cold, and apparently a craving for all things dark chocolate. Life is weird. Sasuke nods, watching as Naruto almost has Naruto trapped, wrapping up his sword and holding it in place. Naruto however shows he hasn't been slacking off in his training, heaving and picking up the girl to toss her in the air where he makes a jump and they take their combat to the skies. They really are monsters. Sakura levels a bored look his way. Like you aren't. That Mangekyo was full of stupid powers as well. none of them made sense to her more normal mind. Fu continues to watch the twins spar with a small smile on her face. Na-chan really does seem to have just as much inexhaustible energy as Naruto does. Here she shrugs, they're having fun at least. Sasuke points out to the fight, looks like they're escalating it. Naruko had long figured out that trying to match Naruto with her chains was a bad idea. Most likely because he had been training with Karen and Anoka and had gotten used to fighting against them. So saying, she removed several seal scrolls from her pouch and tossed them about the battlefield as she retreated. Every single one glowed with purple energy before purple seals etched themselves into the ground. Naruto slipped into one, where he immediately sank to his knee under some heavy strain. Naruko tried to take advantage and move to attack with her chains, but Naruto is able to roll free and keeps a healthy distance from the scattered seals after that. Damn. Naruto smirks, gravity seals? Nice. You've been experimenting. Nodding, Naruko pulls her chains back to rattle protectively around her as Naruto closes the distance between them. I have to close the gap between us somehow, stupid Rinnegan. Placing a hand at the hilt of the Kubikiri, with a thought to manipulate his chakra, the end of the sword shatters, seeding shards of the sword imbued with Hiration tags all over the field. Time to take it up a notch then. Wait. That's cheating. Grunting as her chains took an impact to her left, Naruko forms a dome barrier around herself as her head whips around. To her rear there is another heavy attack that rattles her and she starts feeling out and thinking about what she can do. Excitedly, she notes that she can latch onto his seals and does so. Dropping her barrier, she flashes away just as he does and the flash war begins. Faster than anyone else can hope to keep up with, both twins use the Hiration to move back and forth between seals in an effort to both catch each other and avoid each other. Eyes all wide, Sasuke and the others watch on with growing dread as they realize both Uzumaki blondes are going to take this further and further if they let them. Sasuke is already starting to stand, Sakura and Fu joining him. I am not looking forward to jumping back into this. Sakura nods, just hold him still so I can bash his face in. Hearing footsteps, Fu turns back to see Hinata and Cheyenne joining them, walking together from the tree line. Hello. Both remaining members of Team 7 turn back, ignoring the earth-rattling explosion from behind them. Sasuke raises an eyebrow right away. Naruto does have a type. Hinata and Cheyenne look at each other again before shrugging, having come to a quiet agreement the night before. Sakura crosses her arms, eyebrow twitching, and just what do you mean about that? Rolling his eyes, Sasuke pulls Sakura into his side and kisses her on the forehead. Nothing at all. I love you unconditionally just as you are, you know that. Blushing and looking away, Sakura fidgets in his arms. I mean, yeah I do. But I could stand to hear it more. Ah. Cheyenne gushes as Hinata shakes her head and they all turn back as another explosion rocks the area, a cloud of smoke going up while Naruto and Naruko both are ejected in opposite directions. Naruto slides backwards, grinding through stone before using his sword to stop his movement. Naruko is more graceful, using wind to slow herself before landing lightly and bouncing on her feet. Naruto shakes his head, standing tall and bouncing his sword off his shoulder. Wanna call it quits? Chains rattling around her once again as she catches her breath. Naruko is still all smiles. I can do this all day. Naruto nods as with a flick his sword is whole again and then with a thought sage mode settles in his system, the special chakra filling him with power. If you say so? Hey. No fair. That really is cheating. Naruto grins, taking a step and using chakra to send a shockwave through the ground. Wanna see what I really can do? 5 clones appear around him, 2 on his left, 3 on his right, all of them with the Rinnegan now as he activated his own. Naruko takes a moment, feeling out and realizing that each Naruto felt a little different and with a groan she gives him the finger and pulls her chains back into herself. You're all using a different path, aren't you? One of the Naruto group, maybe the original, nods and grins, and I've got one more level above this too that I can pull out. Throwing up her arms, Naruko has had it. Nope, screw that. I'm done. It was like fighting a mountain. Sure you could chip away pieces of it, but the mountain was just still there. Mocking her. With a big shit-eating grin on its face. You're full of bullshit and you're less a ninja and more a magician now. No wonder you can't be sneaky at all. I can be sneaky. Frowning and dispelling his clones and his sage mode with a thought, Naruto turns back to his friends. Sealing away the Kubikiri as well, he grunts with his hands on his hips. He sees the newly arrived Cheyenne and Hinata. Hey girls, what's up? Hinata smiles and waves back towards Yuzu. The airship is almost here. We should return and prepare. Naruto jogs up to them, making more normal clones in order to flash back to the tower. Got it. Let's get a move on then. It was time to make way. B. Walking along under the warm sun, the Raikage can appreciate the beauty of the land of rice. Rumor had it and reality showed that the nation was a much more peaceful place. Between several of the smaller ninja clans teaming together to take care of their bandit problem and apparently a new daimyo taking control and making friends, it made for a nice and easy walk on their way to the Land of Iron. Followed by Darui and Team Samui, it considers what is coming next. The summit was for once a minor thing, the major villages wanting to confirm some of the rumors surrounding the revived Uzushio and Uzumaki clan. Someone was apparently hunting the Biju as well, and someone else was gathering civilians, potentially amassing forces for something. All of it was of course, shadows and fakes within who knew how many plans, such was the world of ninja. Darui voices his thoughts, hoping to get some information from the Raikage. Should we be concerned about the Uzumaki? The Hokage mentioned sponsoring them to attend this summit, did she not? A nods, she did, but Uzushio to me is nothing more than a nuisance. I'm going to bring it up with the other Kage, but with luck they'll all agree that breaking that nation up again is for the good of national balance. Hirei crosses thick arms over his broad and muscled chest. Even now as small as it is, Uzushio is upsetting the balance of things. That can't be allowed. Worst case scenario, IWA and Kumo work together to take care of it behind the scenes. It was usually easier to ask forgiveness rather than permission. Darui nods at that slowly, though a frown is still on his face as Team Samui listens in quietly. Using the Land of Sky did not work out as we would have liked. No, it didn't. I should have known that clan was washed up. To think they were so fearsome once upon a time. I had a scowl on his face, still upset that those Sky Ninja couldn't even breach Uzushio's borders. Pathetic. Never should have relied on a broken nation like them. Already rumors have it that Uzushio is picking over the remains of their flying fortress, and who knows what they'll get up to with that technology. Behind them, Samui clears her throat, speaking up for the first time. Our alliance with IWA, is that our best move, sir? A waves a hand harshly to the side, silencing her quickly. Do not bring that up again. No one is to know about that but us. A turns to watch Samui nod once before grunting and looking ahead. It is for the best that we have a backup plan. Our worst case scenario for crushing Uzushio without the aid of the others in secret if need be. Of course, if the other villages turn out to be weaker than we originally thought. A leaves that idea floating in the air, not finishing the sentence and hoping the others can connect the dots. Darui however changes topic somewhat, going straight for the largest question in his mind. We're on the cusp of a major war then, aren't we? Watching farmers tend to their fields on either side of the road, it takes a moment to think and really consider what Darui said. Things had changed in recent years, people had changed. It's heavily possible. Smaller nations are banding together, Uzushio ushering several under their single banner at the top of the list. Minor conflicts are being solved usually with little violence while major tensions between nations seem on the rise. Worse yet, Jinchuriki are going missing. A grumbles as he thinks of his own, be carted off to his mountain for safekeeping while Yujito still hadn't reported back. I have to assume by this point Yujito was intercepted before reaching Yuzu. No way that wet behind the ears brat took her down. No, that group Akatsuki most likely got to her. Someone has collected Biju, something not done since the formation of the villages. Samui is quiet, but thinking aloud, for Yujito-sama to be taken down by anyone is a major feat, it's unthinkable really. A nods, mentally agreeing, yes. That is why I'm leaning towards Akatsuki getting to her. Thinking it over, he holds up a fist and counts off. This makes the Nibi, the Sanbai, the Yanbi, the Rokubi, and the Nanabai all missing in action while the Kyubi is apparently playing at leader. Darui grunts with the new information. Why would someone collect the Biju like this? The nations use them as a balance of power. Doing so will only lead to more war. Unless that was the goal, to drop all of the nations back into chaos. A again nods, exactly, without the Biju as deterrence, the nations have limited options. IWA and Kumo both have their weapons, while Konoha is empty and Suna has the weakest. Kiri isn't even a worry anymore, just coming out of their civil war and therefore weak. In fact, this would be the perfect time to march forward and crush Konoha. That was a thought, rash though it might be. No one there could stop B after all. If things don't balance out, war is most likely coming. Unless someone has thought up a counter to the Biju. A and Darui turn back to look at the normally quiet Samui, who continues her train of thought. The Uzumaki were feared for their sealing abilities. What if we're wrong, and Uzushio is sealing the Jinchuriki away one by one? Darui exchanges a look with his Raikage before shrugging, because it was a possibility. That was one of the major reasons Uzushio was destroyed the first time. Fears that they could take away the weapons that humanity had made out of the Biju and people. If they've completed that research, then. A grunts and lengthens his strides, no use speculating. For now we attend this summit and attempt to get some answers. What we will or won't do with Uzushio will be figured out later. I knew exactly what he would do with that pesky village. The only concern was who would help them do what was needed to ensure their continued status quo. Samui nods and jogs to keep up with her team and Kage while silently offering a prayer for the potentially passed on Yujito. She sincerely hoped the other woman was in a better place now. She deserved something better. B. Not all that far from the wreckage and to the south in the Land of Fire, Tsunade walks along flanked by Guy and Kakashi. Hokage hat on her head, the older woman grumbles about it but at least is happy it keeps the sun off her head. Do you think leaving the village to Shikaku and Asuma will be alright? Kakashi mumbles out as they walk, no pervert book in sight. Tsunade nods, hands folded into her jacket as they walk along the tree-lined path. They'll be fine. They are two of the smartest men we have there. Though, as a replacement I would prefer you. Tsunade grins at him. What do you say, want to take the hat? No, Lady Hokage, I don't think I could put up with the stress. Kakashi waved his hands to ward off the idea. That would mean he'd have to deal with Naruto on a regular basis, and he wasn't sure his heart could take that. But also, could bringing two of the village's strongest ninja be seen as a sign of provocation to the other villages? Tsunade grins and looks away, eyes back on the road. Good to see you're thinking. To answer you, yes and no. All of the villages are going to be there to show off a bit and flex their strength. We're all subtly going to be performing a show of force while spouting off about keeping the peace. It's all a show and dance. Until young Naruto comes and upends the table. Guy speaks up, thoughtful and holding his chin. Sighing, Tsunade gives a tired nod. That's about right. Naruto just being there will throw things off. And part of her was happy for that. Things had stagnated, they had gotten too used to these proxy games and miniature conflicts all over the world. Naruto was changing things. Cleaning up the unaffiliated nations and decreasing the loss of life among the civilians. Plus, thanks to some snooping from Jiraiya, we now know that IWA is making movements behind the scenes. And they had a tentative alliance with Kumo that both villages don't want any of us to know about. Guy hums in more thought at that, not very youthful actions for major villages. Kakashi nods, just knowing about it is a big plus and gives us bargaining chips. We aren't going to bring it up. Feeling both men turn to face her, Tsunade smiles. Sometimes it is best to let your enemy move as if they are getting one over on you. It makes them predictable. Tsunade pulls a hand free and holds up a finger. Bringing up Uzushio and Naruto at this summit is bound to cause some rather interesting reactions from those old men. Inoki especially is going to blow a gasket when he sees Naruto. Kakashi knows without a doubt that IWA isn't going to come around to any type of de-escalation so long as Naruto is around. The hatred for the Yellow Flash still ran deep in IWA. Along with that, considering Naruto's connection with Hinata, tensions with Kumo were a done deal as well. Even if Kumo came around, Naruto would most likely be looking for any excuse to needle the village just on principle. That however makes him think of something else of a recent development. I heard you released Hunter Ninja recently? My, what big ears you have. Chuckling, Tsunade nods, yes. Seems our resident troublemaker Konohamaru has taken a page from Naruto's book and made off with the other Hyuga princess Hanabi. Here she grinned as she remembered the fuming face of Hayashi as he demanded the entire Umbu forces by use to hunt for his daughter. Denying that had been worth the screaming once she got to see just how red his face could get. Why does anyone connected to that brat cause me nothing but problems? Here she turned and eyed Kakashi pointedly, to which he began to chuckle and rub his neck. I'd like to mention that it's not my fault? You trained the little asshole. Not Konohamaru however. Naruto influenced him, that's more than enough reason for me. Those Hunter Nin better find those kids. Soon. Apparently they were on the trail of those kids in the port town of Higurashi to the south. It was a known pirate haunt, which did not bode well in her mind. Tsunade can feel a headache coming on and rubs her temples. If I have to put up with another day of Hayashi checking in with me every 15 minutes to see if there's an update, I will kick him into orbit. Guy gives her a thumbs up, grinning and teeth flashing. I'm sure those kids will be found quickly and returned to Konoha before we even finish the summit. Here Guy gives it some more thought. I'm sure Konohamaru is a strong boy. He'll keep young Hanabi safe and sound. Tsunade drops her hands and nods, he better. They rise over a hill, the air beginning to chill as they can see a rocky and snowy landscape in the distance. Because if anything happens to Hanabi, I'll skin him alive for making me deal with her father. At the least, they were getting close. Maybe next time they would charter one of Uzushio's or Spring's airships. Naruto had to admit, the girls had come up with a good idea this time around. Sure, ninja travel was fast, but flying by airship was easily a step above riding in style in a horse-drawn coach. This specific airship was one of the new passenger types, decked out on the exterior in Uzushio's red and blues, with interior highlights of lighter greens and blues for spring. Naruto compared it to a floating hotel. Here where he was, near the very bottom of the ship on the observation deck, he had a full view of the landscape floating by below them as they flew level with the clouds. This deck sported lounge chairs and couches with seating along the wrap-around windows so people could enjoy the view, while at its center was a currently empty bar. This flight was just for the summit, which meant a flight crew and his group. No one else would be present. On either side of Naruto, Hinata and Ino chat about the upcoming meeting of the major villages Kage, while on a couch not far from them Sasuke and Sakura do much of the same. Ino pokes Naruto to regain his attention. Think you're ready for this? Naruto nods slowly, turning and leaning against the railing separating them from the large windows. I should be. Bachan gave me a pretty good primer on what to expect and just what kind of men Inoki and they are. A is going to be the tough one. She calls him strong-willed, but it really sounds like stubborn. Ino frowns in thought. Think you could have some leverage with him? Kumo did attempt to kidnap Hinata once upon a time, never mind the Uzumaki pens that we know about. For now. Naruto took a deep breath to steady himself, reminding himself to stick to his currently set plan. We're gonna stay quiet about those issues for now. Unless A brings it up himself. For us, today is about the rest of the world recognizing Uzushio as its own nation and potentially one of the major villages. Of course, the second they returned home, he had another meeting to make. On his other side and leaned casually against him, Hinata grumbles, we could just wipe Kumo off the map, that'd make recognition real easy. Hugging the girl tightly with a grin and rubbing her back to keep her calm, Naruto shook his head, you know we can't do that, yet. My goal is peace. Real peace. That means not blowing everyone up just because I can. What sort of peace would it be if he razed the world to the ground? Building a new world on the ashes of the dead didn't sound like the work of a hero. Ino smirks, pointing a well-manicured finger towards him, explosions are always an option. Turning his words back on him was always fun. Yeah well, you aren't wrong. Naruto settles in for some quiet, gently rubbing Hinata's back and easing the negative emotions out of her while Ino relaxed and watched En and Deidara of all people enjoy a game of Go together as part of their defense team. Naruto chuckles and regains their attention, I can put the screws to Inoki and Iwa at least. Ino nods, getting them on our side peacefully was never going to be an option. Your father was and still is the boogeyman to them, and having you leading a new nation? Yeah, they'll be just thrilled about that. Well, we have verifiable proof that Inoki's granddaughter attacked me without provocation, and that I let her go. That should carry some weight. Seeing both girls giving him flat looks, Naruto begins to grin, what? Not a chance. That they said this in unison had Naruto sweating. Look, one way or another this meeting is going to be good for us. On the world stage just having the major villages meet with us is a win. It legitimizes us as a major political player. Though Naruto did not want to invite any glory-seeking nobles into his home. Nor would any Uzushio citizens. Humming and thinking, Ino crosses her arms, I wonder if Koyuki, Kotoheim and Karen will arrive with Gaara and his siblings? They should have finished up in Suna by now, yes? They better not show up. Naruto shakes his head, I gave them instructions to return to Uzushio right away with their airship. Call it paranoia, but I want everyone not needed on a mission at home right now. This was a time that the other villages would know for sure that he was not in Uzushio. That was a recipe for problems. Hinata chides him gently with a hand on his arm, darling, don't you think you're being a bit overprotective? With Karen there they have a full complement of golem samurai along with the airship crew. Shrugging, Naruto shakes his head, maybe, but better safe than sorry. I couldn't bear it if something happened to any of you. I don't know what would happen if I lost you. Most likely burn anyone and everyone responsible to ash and blow their home village into the Stone Age. Hush, don't give me ideas. I don't need to, you have dozens rattling around in that head of yours. Kurama chuckled as Naruto retreated, knowing he was correct. Raking his gaze over the deck, Naruto watches En and Deidara play their game, both men exchanging words quickly for the moment. I'm starting to wonder if I should be afraid of those two paired together. Hinata pokes him in the ribs again, it was the only way you could stop everyone else from trying to come. Between Tayuya having to take the chair again, Anoka stuck with the barrier team, and Amaru training with her and Isaribi to begin catching up to the rest of us, well you were going to get some type of add-on personnel one way or another. Never mind Naruko and Fu, who Naruto nearly got into a fight with to prevent them from attending. Naruko apparently had some choice words for the rakeage. But that's what Sasuke and Sakura are for. Ino points at the pair, lost in their own world and cuddled together, nearly in each other's laps. Oh yes, Sasuke who will happily go on a tear with you, and Sakura who pretends to rein you both in but is just as much of a brawler as you are. Yes, great deterrent there. Naruto grumbles, we aren't that bad. Hinata pats his arm again, yes dear, yes you are. Taking a moment to watch her pouting love, Ino can't help but be a little irked that he could pull off the cute look so easily. By the way, should I expect some type of Ino clone to show up someday? Cheyenne really is a dead ringer for Hinata. I didn't mean for it to happen. Hinata giggled and turned to Ino, it only means that Naruto has good tastes in women is all. Gravity will be your downfall. Please, praise me more. Naruto grunted and hugged both girls to him, I work to be the best, and thus, want the best for myself. All of you are nothing short of perfection given form in your own way. He pauses to kiss them both on their foreheads before continuing. Playful banter is one thing, but let's not snipe at each other, okay? Blushing and cuddling into him, Hinata nods quickly, of course my love, we mean well. Ino nods, joining Hinata in cuddling with him with the same heavy blush on her face, you know us Whiskers, we don't mean anything by it. Off to the side and listening in, Deidara grins as he moves a piece, Lord Naruto certainly has a way with words. En nods, moving his own piece and changing the board in his favor, that's Lord Naruto, he's good at what he does. And takes a moment, adjusting his flashy glasses that matched his wife's with a grin. So, how's the teacher life? I know you can't take missions yet, but you seem to be settling in well enough. I hear you're even coming up with new chemical compositions for explosives. That it was with the aid of one of the Ninja Academy classes was only a little unsettling. Those little monsters were very motivated. Deidara smiles and nods quickly. The children have inspired me to take my art to a new and glorious height. They all have such wonderful ideas, mine's not yet set in the ways of our generation after all. Sometimes they ask questions that make one really think. And shivers, not liking the tone used there. Just promise not to blow any of the little hellions up, we want a good showing once we have some graduates out in the field. Deidara's smile turns more feral and into a full-blown smirk. Don't worry. When these children graduate and form teams, they'll be among the best of the best. Why, I'd hazard to say maybe next year's Chunin exams will be very interesting. Doing their best not to listen in, and shivering all the same, Sasuke and Sakura continue to relax and mentally prepare for what was to come. They were not going to get involved in whatever the hell the former Akatsuki member was up to. Nope. Naruto could deal with that. Well, on second thought, Tayuya would need to handle that. Naruto would probably egg him on. B. The Land of Iron was a harsh place, raising only the strong of mind and body, while all others usually fled the bleak climate. That sat just fine with the likes of Mifune. He and his samurai held the line of tradition that the various ninja nations could not seem to hold on to. But, his nation was allowed to be one of true neutrality, never dragged into any of their conflicts so far. Today found him within the grand meeting hall in which the Kage summit would soon start, and this one had a chance of being quiet explosive. Gaara sat in his seat, Kankuro and Temari high on the balcony overlooking the meeting while 2 seats over a smiling Mei Terumi was just taking her seat while her own guards Ao and Chojuro jumped away to join the Suna ninja out of the way. Gaara bowed his head lightly to her, face carefully neutral. You look well, Lady Mizukage. Likewise Lord Kazekage, it is great to be out and about, isn't it? Nodding his head once, Gaara looks to his Kage hat placed in front of him. Indeed. I must congratulate you on your village's return to peaceful relations with the outside world. I heard your internal affairs were rather arduous. That's putting it mildly, Lord Kazekage. Just Gaara is fine, Lady Mizukage. Then please, call me Mei as well. At least let us be more comfortable before those stuffy elders arrive. Mei giggled as Gaara made a face. Tsunade might be alright, but Mei just knew Inoki and A were going to be stuffed shirts about things. I do hope with this that Kiri will be able to expand relations with the other villages. Or, at the least, I suppose establishing firm agreements with Konoha will be enough. Suna and Kiri are after all, under a banner already. Indeed. I don't hold much hope for Iwa or Kumo. Bad blood runs deep there. While Suna hadn't had direct conflicts with Kumo in a long time, Iwa was always pushing at their borders. Mei sighs and leans her head on her raised hand. I'm sure our mutual friend would consider just getting all of the Kage talking peaceably to each other a major win. Peace sure is hard one, isn't it? Gaara can't help but agree, constant effort is required. Turning to the entrance of the large but mostly empty hall at the sound of footsteps, Gaara raises a hand to greet a smiling Tsunade. Welcome, Lady Hokage. Just Tsunade will do, none of that formal nonsense. Waving a hand and letting Guy and Kakashi take to the balcony, Tsunade places her hat down before taking her seat. Mei, good to see you. You're looking lovely, Tsunade. Hopefully your trip was uneventful? Mei bows lightly to Tsunade and receives one in return. Thankfully yes, clear skies and an easy trip makes me hopeful for these talks. Tsunade relaxes a bit and opens up her gambler's jacket with a sigh. It's too bad Kiri couldn't make the last Chunin exams. Perhaps the next? Mei looks only slightly embarrassed about that little issue. Yes, we hope to attend the next one now that we're opening back up. Tsunade nods to her and turns to address Gaara across the large stone table. How are you, siblings? Things going well in Suna? Gaara grins. My family as well, though my siblings are being a bit pushy about me dating. Seeing an understanding look cross Tsunade's face, Gaara continues, we do have to thank and give credit to Uzushio. Trade between our villages has made life in Suna just a bit better lately. Never mind their improved economy thanks to the new trade partners, even their civilians have been happier with the new market options. Tsunade sighs with something that sounds like relief. I'm glad to hear that the little idiot is good for more than just blowing things up. Oh, I sure hope he is. Mei's face turned sultry and Tsunade did her best to scrub that particular image out of her mind. Mei really was serious about going after Naruto. Just what she needed. Gaara was already turning toward Tsunade. Perhaps I should send Naruto some of Suna's specialized energy drinks. Tsunade chuckles and relaxes back, might be the only thing keeping the Gaki running at this point. All 3 of the assembled Kage turn as more footsteps approach. Arriving with strong strides, they all take in the Raikage, removing his hat as a full team, and another ninja all jump into the balcony to leave him alone with them. Well, the Raikage is as timely as ever. A was frowning but nodded to all the assembled Kage in turn. Hokage, Kazekage, Mizukage, it has been some time. Here he turned to Mifune and offered another slight bow. Lord Mifune, you look well. Lord Raikage, you seem in good health. Mifune usually kept out of the conversations, but a greeting was fine enough. A groaned as he placed his hat down and sat, next to Tsunade but a open seat between him and Gaara. He pointedly ignored the empty seat between Gaara and Mei. Good health or not, I'd like to get this over with and return to my village. I have more pressing matters to deal with. Mei smirks, brushing her hair away from her covered eye momentarily. You say that like attending us other Kage is a chore. Because it is, Kumo has no need for the rest of you. Gaara leaned forward, grunting as the elder Kage leaned back with his arms crossed, such words from a major village. Here Gaara's face became tense. It's almost like you wish the rest of us would disappear. It would make my life simpler. Tsunade rolled her eyes and knocked her knuckles against the table. Can we not? This is about keeping the peace, not restarting age-old conflicts. She raised a delicate eyebrow to A, who eventually scoffed and turned away from her. Even you can't afford a major war right now. It's a balance we all ride. Your reasoning is sound, slug princess. Perhaps we could keep this to the elders this go round, leave the youngins to silence. Pointedly shrugging off the gazes of Gaara and Mei, A turned fully to Tsunade. We know what needs to be done here, not them. Gaara has no problem speaking up again. Our age should have no bearing on our ability to lead. Were you not younger when you took the hat? This is what I mean, youthful vigor and hasty emotional decisions. Sounds like projection, Mr. Unruly. A was on his feet in an instant. You want to pick a fight with me, boy? Around them the building rumbles, and all eyes turn to the Raikage, who is just as confused as the rest. That wasn't me. Tsunade shakes her head, having some idea as the rumbles die down. Can't blame us, it would fit you. Another group enters the Great Hall, gaining curiosity. Someone could be heard grumbling and complaining, and Tsunade begins to chuckle. Hanoki had arrived. Pretentious brat, who needs to make an entrance like that? In my day just having strength was more than enough. Anoki was still grumbling while riding on his grandson's shoulders, having thrown out his back earlier. Akatsuchi had no problem helping his grandfather along, while next to him Suzumabachi stayed quiet and wondered just how the hell she ended up on this detail. Damned Kuratsuchi and her disappearing act. Mei listened to the elder complain as he was helped into his seat while considering who he might be complaining about. Quickly coming to the conclusion that it might be Naruto, she decided to straighten herself and subtly check her appearance some. Would never do to look unruly in front of her beau. Lord Tsuchikage, welcome. Bah, welcome nothing. This could have been a video call. Why drag an old man all the way out to this frigid place? My bones ache. Anoki waved his grandson off and watched his two guards join the others. Well, let's get on with this, I don't have all day. A grunts and exhales sharply through his nose, yet another who should hang up the hat. Disgraceful. Alliance not, they needed to keep up appearances. Anoki grins and turns to the much larger Raikage. Oh ho? You're welcome to come and see how weak this old man has gotten. I may yet have a surprise or two in store for you. Tsunade rolls her eyes and looks to Mei with a smile. Men and their dick-waving contests, maybe we should leave and let them go at it? Mei giggles, nodding quickly. I think that'd be for the best. Mifune looks around the table and nods slowly. It seems all relevant members have arrived. Should we begin this summit? Shaking her head, Tsunade holds up a hand and gets groans from Anoki. There is one more we are waiting on to attend this meeting. He should be just arriving now. Scowl deepening, A grips the table with both hands. All of the major villages are here, why should we wait? It is true that the 5 nations are all accounted for, but there's another I wish to sponsor for this meeting to speak for themselves. Anoki catches on right away, waving a hand dismissively. That Yuzushio brat has no place here. You have a soft spot for him and that impedes your judgment. Best to get this thrown out quickly before the boy could show up and open his mouth. I beg to differ. Tsunade sat up a bit straighter, hands in her lap. Yuzushio already has enough political clout to foster several high-profile alliances all on their own. And considering those alliances, a seat at the table here isn't much to ask for. Mifune stepped in, nodding his head as one of his samurai rushed to him to whisper in his ear. I have to agree with the Hokage on this. Waiting for our 6th member to arrive shouldn't be much to ask for. Even he had heard of this Shadow Kage. The one who sees truth. The Maelstrom. So many names and titles, each apparently well earned. Though, Stealer of Daughters was a new one he had only heard in whispers. Shook his head. I'll concede to your judgment, Mifune Dano, but I have to mention that the 5 Kage are the leading authority of the land. Adding in some 6th player is going to unbalance things severely. Gaara pounces on that. The balance seemed awfully skewed lately as it is already. Or have you not noticed? Seeing both A and Anoki go quiet at that made Gaara mentally pay a bit more attention. Something truly was going on behind the scenes with those 2 villages. Interesting. Mei knocks her knuckles against the stone table. I as well will vouch for the Yuzushio leader. The reclusive Shadow Kage. A scoffs and rolls his eyes. Pretentious boy. Who would name themselves the Shadow of Shadows? Tsunade points to A. Don't we all have such noteworthy names? Why begrudge another for theirs? Besides, he has been operating in the shadows for a long time under our notice. Unless you're jealous. Naruto did have some lesser-known names that weren't to be mentioned in polite company after all. Woohoo, the Raikage is jealous of me? Let me write that down for my nation's history books. Loud and brash, Naruto walked his way into the Great Hall. Flanked by a stoic Sasuke and a grinning Sakura, Naruto exuded confidence as he approached the table. Long black battle jacket on over his black and orange getup, the only real addition was a wide-brimmed black hat with red trim. Took a bit longer to get here, hope you didn't wait long. Inoki was standing already, though even in his seat it didn't improve his height much. This is obviously a provocation by the leaf. Look at this, he's the spitting image of that damned yellow flash mutt. Mifune turns to address Inoki fully. How so? Has Uzumaki-dano threatened you or yours directly? Well, no. But he's the son of our most hated enemy. I can't allow this. Naruto shrugs while giving a motion to allow Sasuke and Sakura to jump away to join the others above them. I can't deny I'm Minato's son. But I'm no threat to IWA as I am now. Why, I even saved some of your citizens from Orochimaru. Does that not rate as a gesture of goodwill? Mifune once more turns from Naruto to Inoki. Is that true? Well yes. Grumbling and returning to his seat, Inoki crosses his own arms and frowns. Damned brat, fine, I relent. Naruto nods, taking his place between Gaara and Mei while greeting them both. Good to see you both. Things well? Gaara nods, as well as they could be. I hear you've invited me to see Uzushio properly. I'll have to make the trip soon. Mei leans forward towards him a bit, offering him a different view. I must say, Naruto-sama, I almost feel like you've been avoiding me. I hope that's not true. Voice sultry, she took delight in the large gulp she could see him take. Chuckling nervously, Naruto shakes his head. Not at all, just been busy is all. I'd love to come and stop by Kiri sometime soon. See that you do. Slams a hand down on the table to grab everyone's attention, a tick mark forming on his forehead. It may be a token issue to the rest of you, but Kumo can't acknowledge this Biju container as a leader. He is a tool, nothing more. He is to be used and stored away when not needed. Shame on Konoha for losing control like this. Frowning, Tsunade has to up her self-control to prevent herself from giving the Raikage the finger. Naruto is a person, not some tool. Perhaps this is why Kumo has such poor showings in the exams so often. Naruto grins as A's frustration grows. I wonder if your position on the matter is the same for Gaara? Or the Mizukage before Mei, Yugura? Mei catches on and smirks, posing the question to A as well. I'm curious to hear your thoughts as well, as you have acknowledged Gaara as a competent leader. A waves Mei off easily. That was then, this is now. The Kyuubi is a different breed than the others. It must be tightly controlled at all costs. Someone is hunting the Jinchuriki these days. Keeping them protected must be our highest priority. Ah, so you know about Akatsuki then? They must be a problem for everyone at this rate. Naruto brings it up easily, watching Inoki's and A's responses. Inoki easily draped himself in the guise of a pained old man, but he bore into Naruto's own eyes easily, and Naruto could see the challenge for what it was. He wants to beat the snot out of you. No shit, should we keep egging him on? You risk a lot doing that, and you were the one who harped about keeping to your plan. Damn. You're right. I'll play nice. Nice didn't mean fair, of course. Mifune holds up a hand, silencing further arguments. It seems that Uzumaki-san has sponsors to be here. Unless there is a formal objection, we shall commence with the Kage's summit. Tsunade nods. I can agree with that. Mei is smiling as she agrees. I'd like to get things underway. Inoki grumbles, one twitch and I'll reduce him to ash. Gaara sighs, let's keep things civil Tsuchikage. A continues to stare down Naruto. Fine, but I still protested on my own. Naruto is the last to relax back into his seat, a grin still on his face. You do that. We have a lot to talk about anyway. Well, the first hurdle was done with. Now the real fun, or boring shit if you listen to Tayuya, was about to begin. Tsunade stands then, one hand on the table. Then I'd like to start off with the first order of business. The inclusion of Uzushio and its return as a major village in the elemental nations. Omake. Hanabi had to do her best to consider, where had things gone wrong? Her plan had been simple. Leave the village, make her way to Wave, track down her sister and that oaf, and then return after pummeling him with her superior logic and reasoning. And yet, here she was, tied up back to back with Konohamaru of all people, deep within the bowels of a pirate vessel. Further grating on her nerves, Konohamaru would not stop humming. Will you just get it over with and just say what you want to say? Hanabi snapped, Byakugan activating so she can see the little smile on Konohamaru's face. How could I have known they were pirates? Konohamaru's grin stretches just a bit more. I have no reason to stop. Not until you admit that you were wrong. That shouldn't be so hard, just say it. Konohamaru couldn't help but needle her some more. Repeat after me. I was wrong. A Hyuga never gives in to demands. Restarting his humming, Konohamaru went back to ignoring her. Grinding her teeth, Hanabi considered if her pride was worth this. It wasn't like he would gain anything by her saying it out loud. But as his humming picked up and she considered her loss of sanity, she finally bowed her head with a heavy sigh. Fine. Just fine. You were right, this was a bad idea. We should have walked. The ship rocked over a particularly harsh wave, and both children sat in silence. Konohamaru, however, still has more to poke at, his voice full of smug, and? Oh, he was enjoying this. Gritting her teeth, Hanabi nodded once, and I was wrong. Happy and nodding his own head, Konohamaru slips his bonds with ease and turns to begin working Hanabi out of hers. About time, I thought you'd never drop your attitude. You could have escaped this whole time? This infuriating son of a monkey. Konohamaru chuckled and held up a finger sagely, one of the tenets of the school of Naruto. Be prepared to be unprepared. Hanabi blinked at him owlishly. That makes no sense. Feeling the rope fall away from her wrists, Hanabi is pulled to her feet. You should have done this sooner. Konohamaru puts a finger to his lips as they reach the storage room door and he pushes it open slightly to peek out into the hallway. Seeing it empty, he edges them out and starts to walk towards where he thinks the main storage hold is. It makes perfect sense if you ever train with Naruto and Ai-san. And it wasn't like we were in any real danger. Yet at least. Pulling her along and finding a stairwell going down, he leads them further into the ship's depths. Where are you going? Shouldn't we be going up? Shaking his head, Konohamaru grins as he looks back at the girl. Nope. First things first, we need a distraction. So follow me and keep quiet, I have an idea. While curious about what he could possibly have planned, Hanabi was getting distracted by how warm his hand was in her own as he dragged her along. Will you clue me into this plan of yours? Still grinning, Konohamaru holds up a paper tag with a symbol for fire written on it. Well, fire on a wooden ship always gets people's attention. That sounds like a horrible idea. Oh, it is. But it's the best we have at the moment, unless you want to fight through a ship's worth of pirates. Seeing the girl actually consider that, Konohamaru shakes his head. Just trust me, for once. Struggling internally with the decision, Hanabi finally relents. Her own plans hadn't worked out as well as she would have liked. Perhaps relying on the grandson of the third wouldn't be so bad. Okay, I'll trust you. Grinning wide and pulling her along, Konohamaru focused his senses ahead. Great. Don't you worry, this'll be great. Now I'm worried. Just what was this idiot planning?